I can do the Twitter post.
Hello. We're here. Welcome to our stream. Let me... Owen, say hi. You already said you're gonna make it to a post, so...
I'm doing it now. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome. Hey, Bank.
Come on.
Welcome to our end of year stuff.
It's tradition. We've been doing it. This is
3.
our 4th year of doing
This
this.
is our third? No, is it 4th? Fuck, is it 4th?
4th.
It's 4th, yeah.
Yeah, 4th.
2020. Oh my god.
We've been doing this since 2021.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, let's get started, I guess. Hello, Prolaja. Hi, Bane.
I will be ready to go in just a minute. I'm just sending things to people.
Yeah,
so give it a
sweet.
second.
I'm also doing the same. Feel free to hop in and out as you please. Don't feel like you have to stay the entire time for the stream. Because we're gonna be going for a while. I'm kind of really like chill. I've got my cup of tea. I'm gonna be going a bit slow. I think last year we tried to like keep it really short. I'd like to do that. And I think I can do my best to limit how much I talk about each of the games I talk about, because I played a lot of games last year.
I don't know what your count was. I played 21 this last year, and some of them I will have a lot to say about.
Yeah. That's fine. I think... yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go.
I'm gonna count, so you finish your thought.
Yeah, the usual rules will apply here. If it's a game that we both have played, there will be spoilers for said game. If it is a game that only one of us have played, we're going to try and keep spoilers to a minimum. Games that are pretty important to us, games like Tsukihime, Xenoblade Chronicles X, Shin Megami Tensei, stuff like that will probably get a lot more of a spotlight than some other ones. But we're just kind of going to go through it pretty slowly. I guess this should also give the warning that because I did mention the game Tsukihime, there are games on here, mostly me, that are 18 plus. So I feel like I have to give that disclaimer.
Yeah,
not that it should matter too much, but it is a thing.
It is a thing.
Not that you'll see any. Yeah, you're not going to see it in this stream by any means, but
yeah, I mean, we're not going to show anything.
I was about to say something stupid. No, there's nothing shown here. But it is worth acknowledging that this is the case. So just keep that in mind as some of them, like Tsukihime or especially Kagetsu Toya, will get mentioned.
Bang told me to get the Falcon music out of his ears, so I just changed the song.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm pulling up the. I want to try pulling it. I need to pull up the stream myself, so I can actually look at it.
Yeah. Oh shit! I should stream this over Discord too. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it at a very low sort of quality.
Yeah. Keep the bit rate low. Fine by me.
I don't think one of the option is screen share, clear text, source 5 FPS. I'm not sure 5 FPS is going to be ideal. I don't actually think I have options. Low key, they've removed options on Discord. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Can I stream quality? Okay, here we go. Let's do 1080p, 30 FPS. Or maybe 720p.
Thank you for the comment about you loving the art. It's pretty cool. I put that together in a week and a half, basically after work.
Yes.
I'm getting these.
Owen drew the thumbnails.
Thumbnails are getting better. I think the ugliest one was 2022. But the Cold Steel 4 ripoff was really good. I think that one's still my favorite. Last year's is pretty all right. And this one's I like the Sun and Moon parallel for this one. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Hey, Courage. Hey, Melody. I'm surprised you're awake, Melody.
Yeah. Also, we're streaming at a different time than usual because I've moved. I'm 3 hours ahead of time, so it is currently 7 o'clock my time.
Yeah, so Owen's now in EST. When it was in PST, it was much easier to find a reasonable time for both of us.
Yeah. So.
And you're like pretty tired, right? You just got back from work.
Yeah, I got back from work probably like about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
Tsukihime mentioned, yeah, I am, I'm going to at least mention every major Type Moon thing in this, except for Fate, because I haven't read that yet, and I don't talk about Fate Go, so. Mario mentioned Mario Jump Scare, that's my main in Melty Blood, so.
Yeah, alright, when we get started. You're grinding Fate Go, nice.
Yeah, the game I will never play. My standards may have dropped, but they haven't dropped that much.
Yeah, let's get started. And as tradition, Gex.
Yeah, let's go. So this is really the game of the year right here, guys.
Yeah. Every year, game of the year, baby. This did get a remaster, didn't it?
Yeah, Limited Run did it.
Yeah, did it come out this past year?
I think so. I need to actually play them because I watched a Gex retrospective like a year and a half ago, and it was really funny. He's such a jackass.
I'd be keen to get a copy someday. I think it'd be fun.
MB, I need you to fly over to Pennsylvania where I live now, so you, me, and Forte can sit in a room to play Gex together.
That'd be fun as fuck, actually. But yeah, when we get started with January.
Mm-hmm.
So we played video games. So for those who aren't familiar with the structure of this, we kind of have like here are all the games we played in January, and then we kind of go through each of the games one by one with slides, and that we may or may not have prepared like 5 hours ago. And so the way we kind of dictate which games land in which month are when did we finish the game. So there are definitely plenty of games I played last year that aren't going to be talked about this stream because I just didn't finish them. I just started them and I got like maybe halfway through, and you know, there's funnily enough, there's also Spotify is going to stop that, so I might just use YouTube. In my case, I actually had a game I started on December 31st and finished on January 1st, which means I'm gonna have to wait a whole year to talk about that one.
I'm about halfway through Octopath Zero myself, and yeah, that's I mean, I'm not done with it, so it might as well, but like I'm gonna miss it.
So yeah, but yeah, so January I played East 10, which I started the year before, actually, in December, but finished in January. I played a bunch of, like, multiplayer stuff that I figured is worth at least touching on. So I did, like, Sonic Adventure 2 multiplayer, and I've never done that before, and it's funny. I want to talk about it. Iggy's Wrecking Balls, The Goat, and I also played Legend of Heroes 3 White Witch.
That's
which
cool game.
Which is another game I started last year or the year before, 2 years ago. Fuck. But finished in January.
Mm-hmm. And then I played Astro's Playroom, not Astro Boy, Astrobot, sorry, because I don't have that game yet. I got a PS5 at the end of 2024, so of course that was the first thing I played. And then the Tsukihime remake. We'll talk about it, and just in case people care, I did also play the original this year, so we will talk about both.
Yeah, and this is coming after years of me trying to get Owen into any visual novel, and of course the only one he wants to get into is the fighting game adjacent one.
Yeah, that's where it started. I do promise you I will play Stella of the End some point.
Thank you.
That is a commitment I will have.
Alright.
Because the game looked really pretty when you showed it to me. So
yes, it. Modern visual novels don't come around that often, but when they do, I forget that actually, wait, they have like 30 plus years of like history to build on with like quality of life and shit. And you know, not all the visual novels I play are very new, so it's just a pleasure. You know.
Yeah, I get you.
But anyway,
I totally get you.
Let's get started. I'll be talking a lot this month, so let's start with.
I think.
Yeah, what's
I
up?
think this might be one of the first years in a while that you actually have a lot more games than I did. I think both last year and the year before I had consistently more games than you did, but I think you have a lot more games this year than I did this year. So.
Yeah, gotcha. Give me a sec to get some music up. I'm gonna YouTube this unless I have it in my personal library because it's just gonna be a hassle with like streaming services, because I think Spotify detects when I'm like streaming my screen, and if it hears like I'm talking too much, it's like, oh no, you can't do that. So let's start with East 10. Okay. This is
very interesting.
This is unfortunately the only month, I guess fortunately, the only month I think I will be talking about Falcom this year, which is good. I really needed the fucking break. Yeah, so also let me know if audio levels are fine. We can sort that out, right?
Yeah, I can't hear your stream because I'm listening to you directly through call. Yeah. So
but yeah, so East 10. So I know Bank in chat was playing it recently and fucking is not enjoying it. Music a bit loud. I'll turn it down. Cool. All right. So East 10 kind of took me by surprise. I think I tried the demo because I wasn't sure if I was like, I think I'm at the point where I actually don't want to continue Trails. Hey Amanda. But yeah, I'm at the point with Falcom where I actually don't know if I actually want to play any of the modern games. But East 10, I tried the demo and I actually had fun. Crazy thought.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So I was pretty excited about it. I grabbed the game for Christmas, not last year, the year before now. And yeah, I kind of turned off my brain while playing this game. And I think that helped me enjoy it a lot more. Like, I could be like very nitpicky and critical about it, as I am with a lot of Falcom games typically. But I think it helped that this is a gameplay-focused series rather than a story-focused one. I do think the story is decent. Like, in retrospect, there's definitely some questionable choices. But as a video game, I just had a blast playing it. And I remember coming out thinking, damn, it is nice to enjoy a modern Falcon game without, like, having...
caveats.
Yeah, without too many caveats, right? So initially, I think on Backlog, I gave it a 10 out of 10. I've since lowered that rating, especially when I had to make like my top 10 list for this stream, which is nothing. I think we do a top 10 ranking at the end of the stream. So if you want to stick around for the 6 hours we'll be doing this,
yeah,
you can look forward to that at the end. But yeah, I kind of like revisited that rating, and I'm like, you know what? This was a good game. I don't know if it's a 10 out of 10. But
that's fair.
You know,
I mean,
it's just
when was the last Falcom game that like East 8? I guess that's the last one that like really knocked it out of the park crazily.
I would say so. I think Trails Reverie. Into Reverie? I think that's the middle word. This one, yeah, Into Reverie. Trails into Reverie is that one's good. Daybreak. I had issues with, but I think it's good. But with a lot of caveats, right? Other than that, I think it's East 8, and then before that, probably the last decent good one is Cold Steel 1, is how I feel.
Okay.
But anyway.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah. You can watch my streams. If you go back to my streams on this game, you can see I'm just having fun. And I would say that's the best way I can describe this game. It's fun. Let's end it there. We've got a lot to go through.
I could ask questions about what you think of the new system and all that, but
I think it's fun, and a lot of people don't get it, based on what I've seen people talking about it. I think what the new system does well is it encourages players to change characters a lot, where you're changing between... In previous party system East games, you had different characters with different weapon types, and different weapon types would be like more effective on specific enemy types, which isn't too dissimilar to, I guess, the Arc system games where you have different weapons with like different elements and all that. But
sure,
in the party games, I felt like it was very much, oh, you have to change characters for this one enemy, and then you're changing back to the character you actually want to play as most. And it just felt like a sort of not really well incorporated into the gameplay, right?
Right.
Whereas East 10 has like a combo system where the more you chain together, I think, skills and attacks, the higher your damage multiplier becomes. Or is it damage, or is it...
Okay.
Yeah. And the most ideal way to keep that up is by constantly switching characters. And because it's a duo system, there's only 2 characters.
Right.
And they both play really well. So the idea... I think there are some weapon-based... like weaknesses on enemies like in previous games, but it feels way more... I guess the party's playable character switching feels way more incorporated into the gameplay loop, because you are actively encouraged to be constantly switching in regular gameplay, and not just for like 1 or 2 things, 1 or 2 enemies. Right. And I really got into the flow of it. It kind of got mindless towards the end of it because you just get so used to it. But I found it fun.
Nice. So fun fact about me, I actually did play the demo of this game at PAX, where they give you like a little bit of a tutorial dungeon and all that. It was fun. So.
Oh yeah. And we do not mention Proud Nordics. I don't think I'll be playing that one.
Interesting. I'm curious what I'll play when I get to it.
I reckon Proud is the one you want to play. It's just kind of like...
Yeah. They pulled an Atlas.
We need less Atlas, yeah. We need less Atlas re-releases.
As a side tangent, did you see that one Japanese user who trolled people by saying that there was going to be a Proud version of Daybreak 2?
Yeah. No, that was a... I remember in our like chat we were memeing it. It was fun.
Yeah, it was good.
But yeah, that's East 10. I think the next one's also me, right?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Sonic Adventure 2. This game's awesome. Yeah, Proud Zolga. I don't know who Zolga is. But anyway, yeah, let's move on from Falcom, because I've got one more Falcom game that I actually do like later we'll talk about, and then... At least nothing for me, for the rest of the stream. But Sonic Adventure 2, I had a friend come over, Alice. She came over like earlier in the year, and we just kind of were like, why don't we check out a bunch of random multiplayer games like on Switch Online, and just like what I have. I typically don't actually have much of a multiplayer library. Most of my games are single player,
right.
But we may do. And I was like, I've never done Sonic Adventure 2 Battle multiplayer. It's kind of like us in like the best way, right? Like mechanically, it's like bullshit as fuck, but that makes such a good party game.
Okay. What is the format? Is it like a battle? Is it like a race? Like,
so
what's the format?
There are a few different modes from memory. You've got battle, which is like one-on-one, you're fighting, like you get put into like a boss fight arena, and then you just have to play against your friend, right? There's a race, which is, I think, what I've got in the image here, where you race through one of the stages. The races are probably the most fun and also the most bullshit, because each character has like special abilities that activate with like a certain amount of rings or whatever. I didn't actually figure it out how the mechanics work specifically, but like you got shit where you can just like pause. Like I think Shadow's ability lets you freeze your opponent for like 30 seconds or something like that. It's fucking It's really fucking ridiculous. There's also the treasure hunt stages where you've got to race to find the gems, like Knuckles style stages. And I think it's a really that one's really fun. Because it is a random placement and you just kind of got lucky where you find the radar going off, right? I don't know. I think this shit's kind of gas. Just it's not meant to be that serious sometimes. I think, like, it's not a competitive game. It's a party multiplayer thing, and that's fun.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Let me
Next.
get the music up.
Yeah.
Hold on. I need a.
I'm just putting stuff in the chat, so just.
Yeah, I have
You
to
can click.
scroll up. Fucking. All right.
Whoops.
I hope it loads. All right, there you go.
So first game of 2025. 2025. I want to make sure I'm saying the right year. Was Astro's Playroom. Very cute game. I mean, so I'm not a platformer guy in any sense of the word. It's not my genre. It never has been my genre. But, you know, this is fine. It's charming. The game structure is based around the PlayStation 5's internal, like, hardware and trying to educate people on, like, okay, here's what a GPU is. Here's a coolant system. Here's the CPU. And so you get to fool around with different ways that the PS5 can render environments, and then you get to finnick around with a lot of the different mechanics of the PS5 controller. I particularly was a fan of the haptic feedback triggers to do the monkey climbing bit, and then all the while you're collecting like PlayStation memorabilia, like console stuff and accessories and goofy things, stuff that I own, which is kind of cool. And then you're also collecting gacha for like puzzle pieces and like and it's just a cool little experience. It will take you maybe 5-10 hours max, closer to 5. And it's very funny playing this game in the year 2025 after a game called Astrobot comes out, because they updated the game to have like a secret room where you can get a bunch of more gacha stuff, and then it also serves as like an advertisement for the full game, which is kind of like, all right, sure.
I didn't even know they did that.
But yeah, there's like a new like secret room underneath. But yeah, it's just fun. I enjoyed the PlayStation references that you can see, like the Horizon characters, or I think there's Dante from the Devil May Cry series in this one.
Yes.
There's so many characters in Astrobot that I'm getting it mixed up with, because I know Guilty Gear characters, for example, are in Astrobot, but not in this one. So because Guilty Gear got started on the PlayStation 1, so yeah, do I want to play the full game? Probably. I don't really have. It's not really on my agenda right now. There's a lot of other games I want to play. But if I'm in the platformer mood and I don't want to play Mario Galaxy, because that should be ideally the next platformer I play, then I'm down for this. It should be fun.
Yeah.
The only other thing is that I think it's very cool that the final boss is like a tech demo for the dinosaur that they had, and then they like remastered that in PS5 style, and then they had the boss fight against Polygon Man. That was neat. That's just cool. It was obvious that the people behind this like was very much like had a lot of fun making it. And I'm glad that this is a freebie. I wish more games like this existed.
Yeah, I would love to play Astrobot, but I need it to drop in price more. It's pretty expensive here.
Yep, I get you. I totally get you. Yeah, I'll get to it. It's just like, this is not my genre. I would love to play the game just to get Solid Kai in, and maybe I will when I eventually do a Guilty Gear video, but yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nothing crazy here. You can move on. I'll have a lot more to say about the next game I have to talk about.
Cool.
So
I don't remember what's next on my end. I'm trying to like. Oh, I'm not gonna. Hold on. I don't even know if. Sure. Hi. Iggy's Wrecking Balls. What to say about this game? This was a game that was recently added to Switch Online. I think last year or something like that on Nintendo 64. All I can say is the best summary I've seen of this game is this one backlogged review. So I am going to just put the backlog review on screen and do a semi-dramatic reading of it.
I'm so ready for this.
What the fuck is this game? This was the worst 10 minutes of gaming I've had for a long while. Please, if you have Switch Online, try this game to truly understand why this game sucks.
Beautiful.
And that is genuinely the best way I can put this. This is a funny fucking 10 minutes. I could not fathom actually playing this game, like, seriously. It was one of those multiplayer games that I booted up for shits and giggles with Alice while she was over. And yeah, it's look, if you have the Switch Online expansion pass and you want to have 10 minutes where you just laugh your ass off with a friend, boot this thing up. It's really funny. But is it good? No. Fuck no. That's it.
Free yourself.
That's it. Iggy's Wrecking Balls, everyone. Is the next one mine? Do you have the slides up on your side? So
yeah, I do have them. Yeah, you're up next with Legend Heroes 3.
Yes. I have this one in my library because I actually got the CDs when I was in Japan. So let me get up some of that music. Hell yeah! Legend Heroes 3. This is my last Falcom game for this year, I believe.
I think I only have one Falcom game myself this year, so
yes, and it's gonna be a fun one.
Light year this, yeah.
Yeah. Legend Heroes 3. So I started this one in 2024 and finally finished it in January. It took me a bit because it's a lot of Japanese text. I know there is a fan translation on the way. That may, just based on some of the tweets I've seen from some of the people working on it, may actually end up being an officially licensed translation, which is exciting. Because they also, the team did an official translation of East West Trails recently as well, so I don't know, I think it's neat that they might have the opportunity to do that. This game is really special, and I played this and I'm like, holy shit, how did they capture this vibe like so well with Trails in the Sky? Basically, I really strongly feel that Trails in the Sky is inspired by this game specifically, in the Galcard trilogy, like super heavily. Like there is a very, like specifically Sky FC has a very similar atmosphere, and it feels like it is part of this Legend Hero series, right? Before Trails becomes its own thing and starts doing its own thing. And I can draw... Back when Trails
was meant to be 4 games long.
Yeah. And I can really, like... I can draw so many parallels between this game and Trails in the Sky FC. It's kind of crazy. Gameplay-wise, this game kind of plays itself. There were only 2 battles I struggled with, and one was like on like some random encounter on like the last area of the game. That's not even the last area of the game, on the way to the last area of the game. And the final boss, which I honestly think the final boss is just kind of RNG. I'll be real. But the story and characters are so fucking charming. It just oozes with soul. And I can't say, like, once this game has an English translation that is acceptable to play, please play it. It is the best Falcom experience I've had in the last 3 years.
Or you could play the game right now on the PlayStation Portable.
Do not play that version.
I'm gonna play it for the gag, but I will also play this version.
Yeah, I actually looked up the PSP version, and they changed the battle system entirely. With
only in America, only in America.
What do you mean?
The Japanese version of the game is the same.
No, the Japanese version has the new battle system as well.
No, it doesn't. Well, one of the games doesn't have a changed battle system. Because, I'm not going to get into this right now, but the PSP versions of the Legend of Heroes Gargoth Trilogy, at least one of the games, the Japanese battle system is identical, but the English battle system has changed.
Interesting. I don't think that's White Witch, because I looked it up in Japanese just to see the PSP version, and it was a different system based on the video I saw.
Okay.
But... yeah, it was nice playing a game that kind of brought back that feeling when I first played Sky FC for the first time. It's not the same feeling, but I don't know. I think Falcom's cooked at the moment. So it's quite nice.
Famously, this is the game that Kondo saw and said, "This is the company I want to work for."
Yep.
So, for better or for worse, you could blame this game for a lot of things, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I can really see why Kondo was inspired by this game. It's crazy good.
Yep.
All right. Let me get up your music now.
Okay. I will try and keep this as like vague as possible for you, MB, because I know you're also going to play these games at some point. So a couple things. So why Tsukihime? So in 2021, I was pretty deep into my fighting game phase, and I'm still very much am. Guilty Gear, Persona, a little bit of Blaze Blue, stuff like that. And then I hear about this game called Melty Blood. And I'm like, oh, cool. I want to play this game, see what that's about. And then I hear it is an accompanying fighting game to a visual novel, a remake. And I'm like, oh, maybe I play the visual novel first. Only the remake though, because I want to play this version of the fighting game. And then I find out that the game's fan translation for a while. So I'm like, okay, I'll just wait for it to come out. And then an official translation comes out before the fan translation is done, which is really funny. So took me till January 2025. I did buy this game on release, which is really funny. It sat on my shelf for 6 months because the translation came out in spring of 2024. But I'm like, yeah, I'll get to it. I was actually pretty on the fence because my friend had shown me the Fate anime and I did not like it. To be fair, to this game, I kind of got a little bit of the vibe at the start. The game is very atmospheric and I really like that, but it was also a fact of the matter that I was on vacation with my family and I would boot up the game for like an hour and then I would fall asleep. However, about 4 or 5 hours in, something clicked and I realized that this game is really, 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 really special. Melody took the words out of my mouth in the chat. This is not only is this the best translation for a Type Moon visual novel, it's one of the best translations for any Japanese game I've ever played. It reads like butter, is the best way to describe it. The translation team was incredibly careful to make sure that it keeps... Tsukihime is a game that I would describe kind of folds in on itself a lot of the time. Phrases that are used in one route will be used in completely different contexts in another route, but the meaning of that will be lost unless you see those exact words. And Remake hits it out of the park in every way, shape, or form. The remake as it is right now, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon, is currently a remake of the first half of the original Tsukihime, what we call Near Side of the Moon. And this is Arcuids and Ciel's Roots. Arcuids route is probably about 70% remade total, like completely. There's a lot of new stuff. When people call this a remake, they're mostly talking about like the train of events are kind of like generally the same. Ciel's route is completely rewritten. It feels like they went to the old game, which is famously unfinished. The Ciel routes like was redone like 5 times because they just couldn't figure out what they wanted to do with that route. they took like the best ideas, developed them, and then wrote the rest of the route around them. That it's basically a completely different game. Which it means it's twice as long as Arcade Route, which is really funny. In addition, they also add like 6 new characters to the story, and they're all bangers. In a world where I hate remakes, and I think that remakes are a waste of resources, and I don't think that we should be investing our time in remakes. I think we should be investing them into smaller projects instead. Tsukihime challenges me. Is one of 2 games that I played this year that challenged me with that idea. Because it's the first of 2 games where it feels like the game is being remade not for the audience that was playing it, but for the person writing it. It felt like Nasu, the writer of all this stuff, had been sitting for many years about what he wanted to say with the story and how to like change and like focus its ideas. And what we have here is incredible. I will compare it a little bit more to original when we get to original later this year. But for now, I will say that having played having gone through 3 of the 4 big Nasu stories that we have officially, it is very obvious that Nasu is a Platonist. Plato, of course, is a Greek philosopher, and he wrote in a style called a dialogue, where 2 characters would talk to each other. And in that, they would try to come to some universal understanding of a topic. In Plato's work, some would be like, what is piety? What is it like to be just, and stuff like that. Nasu's works are all like that. They all focus on a different idea, and Tsukihime's is perfection. And specifically, the theme that I narrowed in on with A Piece of Glass Moon is Tsukihime asks the question, what is perfection? And answers by spitting on it. The very concept of perfection is absurd. Things that are perfect are imperfect, and things that are imperfect are likewise perfect, depending on who and what the context is. And I think that's a really powerful message and a really powerful thing for someone who is a philosopher and also someone who's religious as well. I have been thinking about this game every day since I played it. I listen to the soundtrack almost every day. It's incredible. It's so good that my roommate, a certain Alan Forte, someone who kind of shares my take on original theming and original vibe for certain pieces of media, plays Remake and goes, "Oh, I get it." I have gone through every Nasu work that is not Fate Go or Fate at this point, and this is my favorite.
I still love that you're avoiding Fate like the plague.
It's not that I'm avoiding it. It's just that I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna do original Melty Blood first, and then I'm going to do Fate. That's how I've resolved to do. I will play Fate, and I will play Fate Holoroxia, and I will play Fate Extra, and I'll play Emiya Family, and that's where I'll end it probably. But I'm just gonna take my time with that because I just want to sit here and think about it. Shoutouts to my goat, Mario Jello Bastino. He's one of the new characters that they added to Remake, and he quickly rose up to like one of my favorites. He's such an asshole, but he's also incredibly pragmatic. He has 2 goals in mind throughout the entire plot of the story, and anything that is not that, he doesn't care about and will be extremely like, it doesn't affect me. I will let you make your own decisions. And he's awesome. He's fucking awesome. And he also bullies around one of my least favorite characters in the game, which is also kind of funny. Yeah, it's really, really good. I would love to talk specifics. I would love to talk about specific scenes, parts that I freaked out about. I will not, because I want MB to play this. All I will say is that so there is a sentiment I've seen online about Remake that it is a little bit more kind of insane, like the power scaling is significantly up from original, and that's true. But I don't think it's so much that it like really tampers with any of the original source material or really what the story is trying to do. Except for CL Extra Route, which Nasu has even gone on record saying, no, this is not the true ending. This is just an extra ending for fun. and it is really fun, so I don't mind it. But if you focus on Arcade Route as it is, which is a story for my heart, and CL Route, which is a story for my mind, it's one of the most amazing pieces of fiction I've ever read. Those two complement each other in ways that kind of opened my mind and made me more receptive to the rest of what will come this year. So,
yeah.
Okay. That's
honestly,
it. Thank you.
I'll be honest. Hearing you kind of talk about it like this is like, damn. And even like just listening to the music in the background that you're sending me, I'm like, damn, I should play. I should hop on.
Honestly, I don't think playing remake first is a bad idea. You're playing the original game is very the routes are a lot shorter, so like you're not even going over that much content. So I think as long as I think there's reasons to play both. They're both very good, but I will definitely say that if some scenes weren't executed the way they were in remake, I probably would not have stuck with it as long as I have. There's famously there in remake, there's a scene in a hotel room very early on at night under the moonlight. And the way that they presented that, the way that it was written, the way that it was shot and composed, and the music is in the background, the idea of I didn't want eternity, I just wanted something I could hold on to tell me it was okay to keep on living. That broke me. That's what locked me into everything. And original has that scene, but it's not as good. Remake knows how to Remake knew how to tug me along. Its pacing is in such a way that it knew what I wanted when I wanted it, and it knew how to keep me on the edge of my seat as much as I can. It's really, really good, and I cannot recommend it enough. If anyone cares about a story that's trying to pursue an ideal, or not an ideal, and a universal, that's the word I'm looking for. If you're looking for a story that's trying to pursue universal, all the Type Moon stories do this, and I'll talk about them more as we go down. But Tsukihime, I think, is the most powerful for me. And it's also the most independent of all the Nasu lore stuff. Like, all the Nasu games add to like the canon of the magic system and stuff like that, and they build on each other. But Tsukihime kind of like has a lot of its own rules that just kind of sit on its own and makes it like you can either get into this giant philosophical project, which I didn't even realize this was a philosophical project at the time. I just thought it was one game I really liked, or you can just stick with the one, and it's really good.
All right. Well, thank you for that. It's actually really, I don't know. Honestly, I'm a bit moved hearing you talk about it like that. That's impressive.
It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Famously, famous person who does not care about character writing. Yeah, it's good.
That's a whole different discussion I'd like to have at some point, because I'm actually realizing that visual novels kind of live and die by their character writing, but in a way good visual novels find a way to tie character writing into like a very strong message, which is obviously what you're kind of supposed to do, at least, you know.
Yeah. In a story, yeah.
It's easy to
be a lot more surface level about things, especially if you're talking from a first-person visual novel perspective. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, that's a whole separate discussion. Maybe we can have that off stream sometime.
Yep.
But yeah, hey Brian, welcome. All right, we're in February now. Can I get up for a sec?
Yeah.
Can I get up and I'll be back? You talk about what you did in February.
Sure. I did nothing in February. That's a lie. What was I doing in February? I was probably playing Melty Blood Type Lumina, I'll be honest. The only reason why Type Lumina is not in this month is because I finished the story, quote unquote, in March, like very early March. So yeah, you're not going to see that right now. But Tsukihime is good. I think I think what happened is I finished Tsukihime and then I read Arcade Route again. Let's see. Hi. I think I was just playing Melty Blood. I'll be honest. I was playing Melty Blood and studying for my my FE exam because I'm an adult now, and
An adult at the ripe age
Hold
of
on.
what, 20,
Wait,
24?
actually, hold on. Hold on 1 second before you start.
Yeah.
1 second. Hey, Alan, you want to come in? Sorry, we might have our mutual friend Alan, Mr. Alan Forte, come in at some point. He texted me and saying that's me when he heard me over saying his name. Yeah, I did adult this week. I got a job in September, and I graduated.
Congrats on that as well.
December. Yeah, I graduated December 2024. I was applying for jobs and going to conventions and doing cosplay work. And taking my engineering exam, my engineering training exam in February. So that's why I wasn't really doing much in this month. And also playing Melted Blood. But it all paid off. I'm in a pretty good spot right now.
Hell yeah. All right, my turn, and I will try not spend too much time on each individual game because it will be a nightmare.
Sure. I'm gonna start putting more music in your Discord chat.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I'm just kind of searching things up as they come up.
Sure.
So, let's start. And I saw Brian celebrating over this one already. Liberation Maiden is a game I picked up on the eShop before it died. And I am very, very glad I did, because this is one of the best 3DS games I've ever fucking played.
Really?
Yeah, it's Suda51. The No More Heroes guy.
Yeah, well, it's so funny that you say No More Heroes guy, because No More Heroes looks cool, but the game that I really want to play by him is Killer 7.
Yeah, I should play that at some point. I have so the song you're listening to right now, it's not dynamic, but the way it, like, in the first stage, it, like, chat transitioned, for me, with my specific gameplays, is, like, it felt dynamic and it tricked me for a moment. And that it just gave me chills in a really specific way. This game's awesome. It is an early 3DS game. As you can see, it's 2012. So it's not going to be, like, the best 3DS experience you can have, but I think it is a very fun, like, is it an on-rail shooter? Is that what you said? I don't know, I've been very interested in, like, shmups. I wouldn't call it a shmup either, but
Star Fox-like.
Yeah, Star Fox-like. That's probably a good way to put it. But it's like Kid Icarus Uprising, where it uses a touchscreen to aim. And yeah, if you are comparing it to something like Kid Icarus Uprising, yeah, this is definitely less refined. But God, does this game have soul? It is kind of undercooked in the story department. They actually had a whole fucking visual novel released later on PS3 and PS Vita that kind of expands on the story and world of this, which I have not played. It's only in Japanese. I would like to try it at some point. But yeah, this game's fun. I kind of wish I got it earlier on in my like earlier on when I first got my 3DS or something. That's a lot to ask of a 12-year-old in 2012, right? But I could see this game be one I open up for like a bit of like fun every now and again, because it's just fun as fuck. I'm not one to go for like all achievements and all that these days, but back then I absolutely would have, and I can see the vision, right? So yeah, if you have I guess a modded 3DS at this point, definitely recommend checking this out. I think it has a mobile port remake as well.
Interesting.
But I don't know if you can still play that.
Okay. Well, I'll figure it. If I want to play, if this becomes something that I choose to fall down into, I'll find a way.
Yeah, I don't know. I should play more Suda 51 stuff as well. But yeah. Let's move on to the next one. They called him
Killer 7.
Let me move on to the next one. I have the soundtrack for this on my library. So, Yeah. Now, I got this game on Switch a while back, and I spent a lot of time kind of reading through it, like, very slowly. And it took a while before I, like, really decided to lock in and finish it. I don't think this game hooked me. And it's a very important visual novel for the history of visual novels because, it inspired so many, like, other writers and so many other people to start making visual novels, and so many, so many people in that industry fucking adore this game and love it. I think Key has done way better since. And I come back to this game and I see its historic importance, and I do think the main route, and especially the main ending, is very impactful. And let's also say I'd seen the anime before, so I did kind of remember a lot of the story, like the main plot beats, but it'd been a while. I think this game, for lack of a better word, most of it is kind of just a little boring. And that kind of sucks. I wish it has so much atmosphere, it has so much vibe, but I couldn't until I kind of hit the parts of the story that were really, really good. Like Common Route, I was just kind of going through very slowly because it's like, oh, I want the atmosphere for like half an hour, and then I don't have the energy to keep reading. You know?
Right.
But I'm glad I finished it. It took me a bit. It's not very long, but it felt long because it wasn't as engaging as some of the other key visual novels I've read, I think. So, yeah. But gosh, does it have soul. Gosh, does it have atmosphere. The soundtrack is legendary. The opening is one of the best openings, like, ever. It's so iconic and so, like, legendary to me. Like, every time I go to karaoke, I have to sing it. It's so fucking good.
That's really funny, actually.
You know, and for a lot of key visual novel animes, they kind of use the visual novel opening. So a lot of people know the song as well because the anime made it more popular.
Sure.
Which is, I don't know, it's just, key stuff is a very specific niche that I fucking adore, and I was reading Kanon, because I also have the Switch version of that, but it's a similar situation where it's like I don't feel like binging visual novels these days, I think, you know?
Yeah, I get you. It's not something I even as someone who started the process, it's not something I can, like, I need to take breaks between them.
I've done it. I have been really invested in visual novels before. I think, did I talk about Muv Love a few years ago?
Yes.
That one hooked me. But I don't think key visual novels are necessarily the ones that do that until, I guess, the end a lot of the time. But it really depends on the visual novel. I think I haven't finished Rewrite, but that one is just fun, and I'd love to talk about it at some point. I've only finished one route of that one, and that one has like 5 or 6 routes, one by like the Higurashi author, which I'm terrified of.
Right.
But yeah, I think this is the last key thing for me this year, but I would very much like to talk more about key stuff because I love it. But yeah, this one just, I wish it had a bit more substance than like the main route.
Okay.
That's how I feel about this one. But yeah, next up, Harmonite. Okay, let me get another 3DS eShop title I grabbed before the shop died. Also, you can see where I got my fucking screenshots from. Nintendo World Record Report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to all the people that post images on the internet for us to liberally use.
Yes, absolutely. Harmonite's fun. It's cute. It's a Game Freak title. And it was honestly really nice to check out a Game Freak title that isn't Pokemon. I think that's my first time I've done that, and I don't know. I don't think this one really stuck with me. It isn't another early 3DS title, but I think it's neat that it exists. And the soundtrack's good. It's a rhythm game. It's got to be good. They've got some of their Pokemon talented Pokemon composers working on the soundtrack, and I don't know. It's just neat hearing this sort of like almost like early Gen 6 sound. Well, early Gen I don't know. But like
Gen 6s in consoles or Gen 6s in Pokemon?
Pokemon, but like the soundtrack. Like I think the song that was playing is, I want to say it's Adachi. But I'm not super familiar with it. Yeah, no, Minako Adachi did work on the soundtrack. Minako Adachi, Nobuo Kyoto, Otani, and Kiyohiro Sara. Yeah. I only really recognize Adachi's work because she's still working on the mainline Pokemon games. So, yeah. You'd always ask me for direct capture for 3DS games in the future as well. You have a capture card? But yeah, awesome. Yeah, this game exists. I like it, but it didn't stick with me. Like, I don't think about it that often.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have much to say. It is a rhythm game. Either.
Yeah. It's a very basic and easy rhythm game, actually, as well. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Pilot Wings.
Your new obsession.
Yeah, no, legit. This game is a fucking... It is... Okay, Pilot Wings is a funny series. So the one game this is the only Pilot Wings game I'm going to be talking about, but I played through 64. That's the game I finished on January 1st this year, so I won't actually be talking about 64. Pilot Wings is a funny series in that it seems to always functionally operate as like a tech demo for like new systems, right? But they make it fun. You know? This was a launch title for the Super Nintendo, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yes. I played it in Japanese.
At least in America. At least in America, I think it was also in.
Yeah.
So it was a launch title for N6. It was launched out for SNES and N64 in English. I don't know if they were in Japanese, but
yeah. This game's just a vibe. I get it. Like I think Pilot Wings is one of those things like, oh, why would I go out of my way to play Pilot Wings? It's just like a flight simulator, right? Yeah, I guess. But okay, so the NES one surprised me because it has a story.
Okay.
And it's not like complicated, but like you do all these like missions and training, and then you go, oh shit, you gotta fight off these invaders or whatever, and like protect the shit and like invade the base, and then it has a credit scene where it's like this big like army, and like you can see the like the saluting at the end on the left on the screenshot I picked, and it's I don't know, it's like why does it go so hard? Is basically what I'd say. You know,
right?
This game goes way harder than it needed to, and I think it's going to be very interesting when I get to Pilot Wings Resort, because that one is very much... I'm curious how that one handles all that. Because Pilot Wings 64 was... I'll talk about that next year, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, I really like this game. And especially, I think, after I played Pilot Wings 64 and I revisited, it's like, this is actually, like... I don't think about Nintendo's, like, titles that often that don't have like Smash Bros characters, but they have a lot of good stuff that's just like in their library, and like they are technically big like long running or like IPs that they've had for a while. But
Famicom Wars,
yeah, it's like I need to try that at some point. I just want to try that sometime, you know. But yeah, Pilot Wings is awesome. If you have Switch Online and you want to play something on, like...
If you don't have basic Switch Online and you can't play Pilot Wings, I'd be concerned for you.
Yeah, it's just... Try it. It's fun. I recommend it. Soundtrack's also awesome. Oh, Gradius and... Yeah, okay. This one I'm just gonna keep listening to Pilot Wings music. This is awesome. So Gradius I played through the NES version of it, or more specifically the Famicom version of it, because I've been playing in Japanese. It's important. I used Rewind a lot to get through it. Oh yeah, I guess Pilot Wings is in Smash 4 and Ultimate with this stage, but yeah. It is a very early shmup. It's my first, like, sideways shmup. I'm more interested in future Gradius titles. I'll be real. I think it'd be more interesting to try that at some point. But, I don't know, it was a fun hour that no, I think it was more like half an hour. But, yeah. Yeah, Gradius. And then I also replayed A Link to the Past in Japanese. That was like 2-year long thing. It's like, oh, I just feel like playing a bit of Zelda. I don't need to like play through an entire Zelda game. And I'm kind of treating like some of the Zelda games on Switch Online like that. Like, I started Ocarina of Time recently because I've just like, I feel like playing 15 minutes of Ocarina of Time. And I did that. And I don't know if I'll ever finish it. But, you know, sometimes I'm just in the mood like, hey, Zelda's nice. And I've been playing through Wind Waker on Switch Online as well, because I've never played the original. But, you know, it's just, you know, nice to replay Zelda here and there. It's good. If it is your...
Zelda's good.
Yeah.
I'm getting the itch to play Zelda myself.
Right?
I'll probably be going through the series and release order, so...
Yeah, nice. I actually should play Zelda 1 and 2 at some point. I thought it'd be fun to stream, but I might just do them in my own time. But yeah. I figured, so there are a few I've just combined into one, like, Super Mario Land 2. Okay. To be fair, these games are very different in quality. Super Mario Land 2 is the better one by far.
What, you mean that the game that is less than an hour isn't worthy of your time just being discussed?
I did combine them because I feel like it's easy to combine them, but I do feel like they both deserve different discussions. Super Mario Land 1, I played, it exists, I finished it in like, yeah, less than an hour, and I don't think about it. Super Mario Land 2, I've played, it took me a few days to finish, and I still don't think about it that often, but it is definitely fun. You know?
Got the bunny rabbit.
You know, these games are awesome, and I can see why they're so, you know... It's that guy from Pizza Tower, yeah, so true. I can see why they're so beloved by people who, like, grew up with them, but let's be... For me, it's just, like, I wanted to go through them because I never actually sat down and go, okay, let me finish these. They're not long, so I can do that, right? I also think I was sick. I think that's why I played so many things on Switch Online. I was in bed, and I'm like, fuck. Let me just go through a bunch of random shit on Switch Online.
Right. Understandable.
Yeah. It's these games are not that weird now because they've kind of established themselves in like the legacy of the franchise at this point. But at the time, they were very weird and experimental. You'd probably don't want a game that took 6 batteries to play to last long. True.
Have you ever watched have you ever watched a Let's Play or like a playthrough of Super Mario Land 1? It's always very funny.
No, I should.
It's always one episode long.
Yeah.
It's like Kirby. It's like Kirby 1. They're always an hour. They're always like an hour long.
Which I actually did play this year as well, which I'll talk about later. I'm not changing all the music. Oh, this one I will change the music for. Okay. Now, here's another SNES 1 game. Now, at this point in time, I was playing through Void Stranger, which I will talk about next month. And I was very hooked on puzzle games. And I found Sutte Hakkun, which is a first-party Nintendo puzzle game for the SNES, the Super Famicom. You can play this game on... It's a Japanese-only game, but you can play this game on the English Switch Online store, Switch Online app, because it really doesn't require that much Japanese to understand. With an asterisk, right? It is very feasible to figure out all the mechanics without understanding a lick of of Japanese, but it does help to read the tutorials for like very specific niche mechanics that you may not be able to figure out on your own. I know there was like 1 or 2 puzzles in this game that I had to go back to the tutorials and go like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. But since it is a first-party Nintendo game, it has been semi-well documented by people who are like into niche little like SNES titles that nobody's heard of, because that is an audience. So if you are playing this, you wouldn't have trouble finding like help online. I don't think it would be a problem. Yeah, this game's fucking awesome. It took me by surprise. I think I opened it up randomly, saw that it was a puzzle game, and was like, this looks cute. The soundtrack's fantastic. The puzzles are so well designed in that, you know, early on, you can start fucking around with the mechanics and realize, oh, wait, I can do this that doesn't feel intentional because it's, like, not based on the grid, and it's, like... You can see how, like, the stages are built in, like, blocks, right? But you can, like, move things off the grid, if that makes sense. Like, nothing's tied to a grid, which means you can do weird, like, maneuvers that you wouldn't think is intended by the developers.
I see, okay.
But by the end of the game, you realize, oh no, they knew you could do this, and they require you to do some really fucking funny and stupid bullshit by the end of it to actually solve some of those later stages. And it's like, oh, they really knew the engine they made. They really knew the game they made. And I think that's awesome. That's like... It's the feeling where it's like you feel like you've outsmarted the developers like early on, and then you get to the end and it's like, oh wait, no shit. They got me.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And I think that's a great thing for a puzzle game to have, you know?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Like, having lesser people would call it a looser game, but maybe the looseness is kind of the whole point, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right? So yeah, I don't know. If you feel like trying out... And look, not all the super hard stages are, like, required. But if you want a cute puzzle game, like, this is on Switch Online. If you have Switch Online, try it out. It might not be for you, but there's no harm in spending, like, 30 minutes of your time seeing if you like it or not, you know? That's my suggestion. That's really been my approach to a lot of Switch Online stuff. Thank you again for the family plan, Brian. But yeah, it's just been fun. I'm just trying out all this stuff, and I think February was great for me. I just enjoyed all the games I played, you know?
Mm-hmm. Nice. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed all your little small games.
Now, also, Suttehaken is like 40 hours, so I wouldn't call it small.
It's bed accessible. You know?
Yes. You played Dark Souls.
I did play Dark Souls. I have not talked about Dark Souls because it was an experience, and I'm like, okay, I'm done.
I should. Yeah, good. Maybe I'll hop on at some point.
I mean, I've only played 2 Soulsborne games, and that's PS3 Demon Souls and Dark Souls Remastered. One of the nice things about getting a PlayStation 5 is that you can play a bunch of PS4 games. And yes, Dark Souls Remastered is on Switch, and yes, Dark Souls PS3 is on the PS3. However, I have a personal history of Dark Souls Remastered, and I will get into that in a minute. But yeah.
Cool. And I played Void Stranger, Chicory, and To the Moon Beach episode. I think this was the month I was like, I want to try out all these indie games that I've not played, that are sitting in my library unplayed because I bought them for like $4 or $5, like years ago, right? To the Moon Beach episode... we talked about last year because I remember I was like, I need to finish this before our call so Owen can talk about it on our stream. And we had our one pretty late last year. It was in March, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And we both. Did you cry over Beach episode?
Yes.
It was
not. Yeah. We'll get to it.
Not over the story, but because of the
Kickstarter.
The Kickstarter.
Yeah, the Kickstarter. Yeah. It's one of the coolest Kickstarter like rewards I've ever seen in a video game, and it's so good. It's incredible.
Yeah, like what a brilliant idea.
Yeah, but we won't. I don't think we'll be talking about that too much. I do have a slide for it, but you'll see. But yeah, I guess I'll start with
Void Stranger. All right, so be very careful because I did play the other game that this company made, so I will be playing this maybe this year, maybe next year. I don't know. It depends on when I get to it, but it's on the list. It's on my short list. So
I can't say anything about this game when you're here. That's all I will say. Even so, I took all these screenshots from the Steam page because I want you to go into this game not knowing anything.
Okay.
And it's really funny. God, I gotta be so careful what I say. I hope you play this game by the end of next year so I can actually talk to you about it. This game took me by surprise because it was in that list of indie games that I should probably play that won't take me that long. This game took me way longer than I expected it to. And
the length I know, the length I'm expecting. So
it's in large part to me just not accepting any help for any of the puzzles I got stuck on. If you are willing to accept help, this game can be a lot quicker. That's all I'll say. And also the Steam page does say, hey, if you're stuck, get some rest, and if that doesn't work, ask a friend. That's what the Steam page actually tells you to do. I just was like, fuck you. I know I'm friends with the devs. They're great. Fuck you guys.
I think I bought this game in exchange for the devs giving me Zero Ranger, right?
Yes.
That was the deal.
Yes.
So,
Ebo offered to, like, if I ever wanted to, like, get edit after the work I did on, like, the Zero Ranger, Ebo did say, like, hey, if you have, and also because I think I bought Void Stranger at full price, actually, and they were like, why'd you do that? The sale's coming up very soon. I'm just like, sure, but they were very kind enough to offer, like, hey, if you have any friends who want to play this stuff, like, and you want to drop them into the depths of the void, let me know. And I'm just like, yeah, I have a few.
I will probably be streaming this game. I think that you told me that you would like to see me stream it.
I would like to see you stream it. Just be very careful if people do pop in. I think the general fan base is very good about not backseating. I had a very respectful chat. And I'm really glad I streamed it. Because I had one of the most cursed playthroughs of this game. To the point that one of the people in chat kindly offered to edit a supercut for me, and is still going through it. They've done part 1, which is on my channel, and it's a fucking fantastic supercut. But the hey Roy, but the part 2 is coming on its way. You know, let's just say this game is way too special and incredible to me, and I didn't realize how much of an impact it would have on me.
All right. Well, we will revisit this one.
Yes, we will be back. It's one of yours next, yeah? Yes. All right. Changing the music over now.
Yeah. Dark Souls Remastered. Okay. I have a story about this game. So, in 2018, I want to say, I go to my friend's house. Very good friend of mine, like one of my best friends in the world. And it was him and a bunch of other people, and we were playing D&D for a week at his house. And he also had an Xbox with the Dark Souls trilogy on it, and said, "Hey, Owen, I'd like to see you play Dark Souls." And I'm like, "Okay." And I get a handle on the systems really quickly. But and bosses are fun, but I end up in a weird situation where I run from everything and end up in places that I'm not ready for, I'm not prepared for. And I struggle with some basic geometry and level enemies. So Dark Souls is always kind of this chip on the shoulder. Like, I will get to it at some point. I don't think it's hard per se. I just think I need the right mental like train of thought with this one. Because Dark Souls is famous for being the hard game, and I don't think that's accurate. It's like harder than your average action game, maybe harder than your average video game, sure, but it's not like intentionally trying to be difficult. I think the way I've heard it described is it's trying to be more realistic for its setting. And so punishing is the word that you would use. It's very punishing for people who like to overextend, or even people who play too carefully. You got to hit the nice balance between everything. This is my second Soulsborne game. Playing Demon Souls PS3 first definitely got me kind of a feel for how the systems of the game should work and how I should play. That being said, I do think this game has a onboarding issue where there's a lot of very core mechanics, things like learning how miracles work so you can get a healing spell, or how covenants work and things like that. And these are just things that you kind of just have to like talk to NPCs like multiple times and get a feel for, and pray that you're doing the right thing. Because sometimes people will ask you questions, yes or no questions that you have to answer, and you don't know what you're signing up for, or you don't know what you're denying. And that's a little annoying. But once you do get a feel for it, the game definitely gets a lot like, okay, you actually understand what's going on. I think that from what you usually hear about this game, I think it deserves the respect that it gets. I don't think it's like God's gift to video games or anything like that. I think it's there are some areas in this. It's very clear that the development process of this game was they made it until they ran out of time. There's some levels in this game that are very clearly unfinished. There are some levels in this game that are absolutely bullshit. There's a boss in this game that's absolutely like just RNG bullshit. It's not interesting at all. But there's also parts of the game that are really beautiful and parts of the game that are very well designed. And Orlando in particular is, I think, one of the most like kind of taken with a in-game environment that I've ever been. It's a game, it's an area that is both stunning to look at and also challenges you to think about level geometry in a very different way. If you want to know kind of like how Dark Souls feels if you've never played it before, imagine you're playing Ocarina of Time, but like if all of like the weird clips and exploits and collision things that you usually do in Ocarina of Time were kind of intentional a lot of the time. That's kind of this game.
Okay.
Stamina management is really important. Spells are really strong, like really, really strong. Lightning Javelin's very strong. Fire Sword's very strong. Bosses are hit and miss. I do think there's some real misses of bosses. Bed of Chaos. I think most of the Lord Souls I'm not the biggest fan of, honestly. Ornstein Smo, incredible. Sif, incredible. Artorias, I think Artorias is the fan favorite for a very good reason. Artorias is an incredible boss, my favorite one in the game. That one was really fun. I died to it like once, but I was just having the time of my life, which is good because that Artorias is part of the DLC, and the DLC also has my least favorite boss in the game, the Dragon. The Dragon's an asshole. Yeah, I don't know what to say. The things that you hear about this game are right. The story is a lot more coherent. It's more easy to understand than Demon Souls, I think. Demon Souls kind of has like 3 speeches and then you're good. Dark Souls is, I would describe it as like, you can get a story like that's very surface level, and then the more you play it, the more that you the more you do it, the more you screw around with stuff, the more you think, hey, can I do this? The more you start to understand what the real story is of the game, and I think that's very cool. And Orlando, again, is a very notable part for that section. What you think is reward is actually a deception and stuff like that. And it's pretty cool. There's a sin system. I'm not sure how it works. There's a lot of this game that I don't really know how it works. Half the stats don't make sense because they don't really do anything useful. It is a numbers game too, so it's a little unfortunate that you have this action game that's very based on numbers, like how high can you get numbers, how well can you build weapons, and then some of them are red herrings. I think that's a little unfortunate. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's good. I think I enjoyed my time with it, and it's Dark Souls. Like, it is still one of the best games of the 7th generation of video game consoles. It rightfully earned its popularity. Maybe a little overblown at times, but definitely earned it. And I think it's a core piece of playing video games I think everyone should go through at least once.
Yep. I do have the trilogy on PS4, and I've played a bit of Dark Souls 1. For me at the time, I got overwhelmed by how many like different paths I could take at the beginning of the game, and that put me off. But I think it was one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm glad I've done that because I know what mindset I need to be in when I do get back to it at some point, right?
Yeah. Dark Souls 1 is also a little cruel with that because most of its branching paths are at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Like the opening hub area has like 4 different areas that you can go to, and 3 of them are way high level.
Yeah. So I'm I don't know. I'm kind of I've got a very different perspective on playing games at the moment. I'm kind of keen to try it. I will stream Dark Souls because that seems like a very good stream game. Would you say I should play Demon Souls PS3 first?
I think so. You don't need to for any plot reasons. The games are disconnected lore-wise. Demon Souls is much more linear. So if I think Dark Souls is rough at times because if it's your first Souls game, you're being thrown into both a game that expects a lot of you numerically and like mechanically, skill-wise, but it's also asking a lot of you navigationally and understanding, like being able to read the signs of, hey, the game is bullshit here because I'm not supposed to be here yet. And you just kind of have to do trial and error until you narrow it down. Demon Souls will take some of that edge off a little bit because it will teach you the mechanical skill that you need. Even if you take a 5-year break like I did, you will still have some of that mechanical skill and knowledge that you carry over to next games, and it'll let you take a little bit more piecemeal. So I would say yes. Also, I think Demon Souls is a very good game. I don't know which one I prefer.
In a weird way, you've made Demon Souls sound way more appealing to me just because it's like, oh, I do think I strongly resonate with how you said this game is a bit of an onboarding issue because I felt that when I first tried it for the first time. So
Demon Souls has a little bit of that too, I will say, but Demon Souls is a lot more linear, where Dark Souls is like one world that you kind of just like wander from area to area. Demon Souls has a literal level select. So you'll be fine there.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I forgot what's next one. Oh, of course. Speaking of bright colors, Pralaja. Chicory.
Okay, before you start, can I just say I think it's very funny that I actually went to a PAX panel about this game when it was still in development.
Yeah.
It was a panel on dynamic music and how people compose. So I think
did Lena take that
composer
panel?
For this. Huh?
Did Lena take that panel, or was it someone else?
I don't remember. All I remember is that they were describing a very specific boss and how they would ramp up music as the bosses as the boss and Chicory progressed.
I can't think of anyone else who would actually take that panel except for Lena herself, because this game, I've had a chat to her about it because she actually joined my stream when I played this, which is crazy awesome, right? But she was telling me this game has a custom audio engine. It's not using like any of the middleware software and all that. So she effectively, I think she programmed it herself, or got Greg or someone on Wishes to do that. And I remember having the discussion because I kind of broke it when I was playing it. There was a moment where I kind of like broke the audio transition system because I went through things at the wrong speed or clicked the thing at the wrong points. So it was a funny discussion. But yeah, no, the soundtrack's fantastic. I've had this game on my wish list since before it was in development, and now that I know the composer, which is kind of a trend with a few things I've played recently, I felt like, oh, maybe I should play it. Maybe I should actually sit down and play it, you know? And not all of these screenshots are mine. The one on the right is mine. And this game is a game about coloring. And you color in the world as you go. And it is an incredibly therapeutic experience on top of having such a incredible story that resonates with, I think, anyone who creates artwork. It doesn't matter whether you are an artist or a musician or whatever your craft is. If you create art, I think you should play this game. I think there's a lot about this that you will be able to resonate, and that doesn't mean you have to create art like professionally either. I just think the message, and anyone can relate to the story. That's how I feel about this game.
All right.
Hi, Spoonie. Yeah. This. It is a very special, and I think I return to the ending theme of this game a lot. The lyrics of the ending theme, one, really reflect this story, and also, for me personally, have had a really big impact. Yeah, I love this game. I actually want to go back. There's one side quest I haven't done in the game. I want to go back and do that at some point, probably off stream, just because it's like, I'm glad I streamed it, but I also feel like if I didn't stream it, I would have taken more time drawing things in and just enjoying the atmosphere of the game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I intentionally decided, no, I need to slow myself down towards the end of the game, because if I don't, I feel like I wasn't like actually playing the game. Like I'd just be going through it as like media, and that's something I kind of hate doing these days, and I'm trying to push against it. You know what I mean? I've really kind of changed my approach to playing games in the last year, and I'm better off for it.
Yeah, no, I think that's smart. I like, games are not something to be consumed, but something to enjoy. So yeah. I get you.
Yeah. And yeah, no, this game is a very therapeutic experience, I would say, as well. So, yeah, play it. I recommend it.
Yeah, when I saw the game at PAX the one year that I saw it, I thought it looked very simplistic, but I'm not opposed to it.
It's not.
I'm glad that people seem to really like it. I'll just say that much.
I really need to check out what was the other? There's Beastie Ball, and that came out recently. That's like a monster catching like volleyball RPG.
Interesting.
Which looks cool as fuck. And I think Wish's previous game I want to say the word that's coming to my mind is WonderSwan, which is not wrong. I think the game is called, which is not right, because that's a game system. I think the game was called Swan Song. No, Wish's games. What is it? Wonder Song. I was so close. Which, funnily enough, I met the composer for that one recently. He came to Australia for a audio conference. But yeah, Wonder Song and Beastie Ball are the two games that Greg and the Wishes team have done. Yeah, Shell in the Pit. I met him last year. But yes, I'd be very keen to check out some more of Wish's games, because they just seem cool as shit, you know?
Nice. Maybe I should get this game for my girlfriend. It looks like something she'd enjoy.
Yeah. I almost think I got this on PC because you do draw, and having mouse control is great. I don't know if the Switch version has touchscreen control. I feel like it would, but I think the PS5 version, you can use the touchpad to draw.
I will keep that in mind.
Yes. But I ended up getting on PC because it was cheapest there. And it has a native Mac port, so...
That's always nice for you.
Yes.
God bless Con Gao and his native Mac ports for all his games, too.
They're in Game Composer Hotspot or something. No, every year there's Melbourne International Games Week. Well, I guess where I live is a good spot for like game development. There's a lot of great indie devs in Australia, and specifically Melbourne. But that International Games Week, they often invite a lot of international people to come say hi for panels and such. And there's a game audio conference called High Score that I attend every year. And they've had some really cool people attend, like 2 years ago, or was it 3 years ago now? They had Yoko Shimomura came.
That's sick.
And I got to meet her, and I now have a signed copy of the Xenoblade 1 soundtrack by her. I was like, I could bring Kingdom Hearts, but everyone else is going to bring Kingdom Hearts, right?
Be the cool one.
Yeah. I was like, which Shimamura soundtrack had the most important? And she didn't do much for 1, but like, you know, I was like, I would want her to sign 1. I think 1 is the most important one for me.
Xenoblade does. She adds a tone to Xenoblade 1 that I enjoy the most. Yeah. I also enjoy her work on Live Alive, Street Fighter 2, stuff like that. So
yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Well, yours is next, yeah?
Melty Blood, I think.
Yeah, let me pause the music. And here's... Oh, that is the wrong one to open. That opened in a tab.
Hi, Alco.
Hi.
You saw Alco for a second.
Yeah, that did not open in the tab I thought it would open in. Oops. Awesome.
There we go. All right. The real reason why I started playing Type Moon games this year. Okay, so last year I had a bit of 2024. I had a bit of a falling out with Guilty Gear. Not to say that I dislike the series by any means. I just think Strive specifically is not the game I kind of want to play right now. I like Exert and Plus R, and especially Missing Link quite a lot. But Strive, as it is right now, not super great. I hope it is better for 2.0 so I can go back and enjoy it. In the meantime, I went to my locals and I saw a guy who had played Under Night with me, and he was playing Melty Blood. I'm like, this is my chance. I can start learning Melty Blood. So on January 23rd, I bought and started playing Melty Blood Type Lumina. And I played this game for 5 hours every week. I played it at my locals with people in person, and it was incredible. So let's break it down from the top. So Melty Blood Type Lumina is a fighting game. It is the 7th installment of the Melty Blood series, the second engine for the Melty Blood series, because the first 6 all kind of like iterated on each other. And it's plays very differently from other Melty Blood games. I've not played those other Melty Blood games, and old Melty heads don't like Type Lumina so much. I love it. People call it the last Air Dasher because it's the last game that feels like the Air Dashers from the 2000s and early 2010s. Strive is slow, Marvel's slow. Just like it doesn't feel like Type Lumina does, or Exert does, or Plus R, or Blaze Blue, or anything like that. So, it has a bit of a reputation for that. The gameplay itself it's a one-on-one fighter. Damage is low for a fighting game in the year 2026. It's what we call a 4-touch game, where the average win will take place after 4 hits. For context, Strive is a 2-touch game, and that's ridiculous. The damage is really high in that game. So it's nice playing a game that requires a little bit more of an endurance play. Okizeme, the act of running offense on knockdown, is way more important. At the same time, Okizeme is really weird because a couple mechanics exist. The first is heat. If you have 1 bar of meter at any time, you can burst out of block stun or in neutral. You have this unblockable like shockwave that gets your opponent off you. And the only way they can counter it is by shielding, which is a button that you press. It's not just blocking, there's blocking and shielding. And this, when you're in heat mode, the timer stops. You start regaining health, and you have infinite meter for as long as you have heat for. That's really good. There's also Moon Drive, new to this game. Moon is a mechanic that, so there's EX moves, there's EX and supers, which uses your normal meter. And then you have Moon skills, which is basically a different kind of resource. It kind of does the exact same thing, just powers up some of your moves, gives you different variants of some moves. But more importantly, if you have over 50% Moon Drive, and Moon works on a 1 to 10 system, it's not a percentage-based system. It's like you either have a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, 8, 9, or a 10 in Moon. If you have 50% or more Moon, you can pop Moon Drive, which is that's the image you see at the kind of top leftish. You stop the screen for a second, and you can kind of see what your opponent's going to do, and you can respond. Moon is very good in this game. Moon ups your meter. Meter ups your Moon. It's a bit of a sync. You always have resource to play with in this game, and it feels really good. I have played in pretty. I don't want to say high stakes tournaments because I haven't gotten any majors for this game. I'll probably start doing that this year. But I have played against some of the best players in the world. Top right is me on the left fighting Kikoho on the right. Kikoho is the He's the Evo champion for this game for this year. He's the Climax of Night champion for this game. He's very good, and he's also a personal friend of a friend of mine. So we actually have a mutual personal friend. So it was very funny because here's this guy who's kind of like among the best in Type Lumina, and he knows who I am because of our mutual friend, which is kind of funny. So he came out to Pennsylvania and during a tournament, and we played some. I got fifth in that tournament. So I'm getting pretty good at the game. Slowly, surely getting better. I played 300 hours of this game this year. The game's really pretty as well. And then, in addition to all of this gameplay stuff, there's also the plot. The plot's not very interesting for most of it. The base game roster all has these little short stories. A big issue is that the original Melty Blood could act as like a sequel to Tsukihime. Because the Tsukihime remake is not done yet, they had to kind of like play it kind of safe and do a little bit generic. Until NecoArc comes out. In the second wave of DLC, it consisted of NecoArc and 3 characters from Fate Go. Which is an interesting choices, and I'm still not a fan of some of the choices that they made. Dante's is cool, though. But it means that you can have some pretty off-the-wall, fourth-wall breaking stories. So in the second DLC session, they add like 9 story chapters to the game story mode, where it turns from a pretty generic, like, oh, here it's hinting at things in the actual game, to, okay, let's have a cross-dimensional world where we reference the old Melty Blood, and NecoArc is trying to become the most popular character in the game so that way she can be top tier. For the first time ever, she's always low tier, for context. And she will summon Fate characters because she thinks that because Fate sells more than Tsukihime, that she will automatically win. And I'm not kidding. And then there's a universe, there's like a timeline in this game where it's like, oh, everyone's all happy, and NecoArc hates that everyone's so happy, so she tries to cause chaos between all the characters because she's like, this is wrong, it's not supposed to happen. And then there's also a really funny moment where she uses the power of root splits to split the main character into as many heroines as he possibly can. And she splits him into 17 pieces, and the only thing she could say is, "What's wrong with you?" It's so good. The ending of the game, it was soul. It was pretty soul. Like if you play, even if you don't play the fighting game, MB, you should go through the story mode because it's really, really fun. Like that bottom left image from the third boss rush mode, where Shiki from Tsukihime is handshaking Mash from Fate Go. That is given the same kind of gravitas as the Ryu shaking hands with Cyclops from Marvel vs. Capcom. It's so good. It's so funny. I had a lot of fun with the end of the story mode specifically. It was peak. Other than that, the characters are all very interesting. I play Mario, who's like one of the least Lumina characters in Type Lumina. He's not like amazing. He's probably like in the bottom third of the cast. But no one knows how to play against him, so I can kind of get away with a lot of shit. It's pretty fun. But if I'm playing some of the best players in the country, then they know how to deal with me. And it's really good because I'm getting better at this game all the time. I have a tournament on Sunday that I'm going to be playing in, so I'm excited for that. And yeah, so this is kind of this has been my fighting game of choice. I played it every week for 9 months before I moved. And the incredible kind people in the Seattle fighting game community, they, as a goodbye gift to me, they put on a Melty Blood Type Lumina tournament. Despite the fact that this game hasn't been very active in a couple of years, it's growing. It has a very really strong cult following.
Holy shit!
It has a really strong cult following. There's some very good leaders in the community. But we had 13 people come out to this little tournament that I got third in, which is crazy.
That's awesome.
And it was just some of my best moments from this last year was me playing Type Lumina. I played so much of this game. I'm rooming with a Type Lumina player. Forte and I have a running tally of who wins our first to tens. It's soul in its peak, and it makes me so happy. French bread games. If you've been playing ArcSys games for a long time and you've never played a French bread game, when you find the French bread game that speaks to you, it's like finding your favorite food for the first time. It's so refreshing, because everything is quote unquote reactable, but the game is built around how much can you make your opponent think about that they forget about something, which we call mental stack. And it's so fun. And there's some bullshit in this game. This game's got a lot of bullshit, but it's fun bullshit. It's just the right amount of bullshit. So yeah, I really fell in love with Lumina, and I'm still playing it. And I think I'll be playing it for a very long time. So
yeah,
cool. I finished it just as the Mario theme was about to end.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
cool.
I right. You can hear that. It was good timing. Excuse me. Now, let me find this. To the Moon Beach episode. We're not going to talk about this one. Go watch our best and worst games of 2024. The Neil. There are a lot of spoilers for that one there. But yeah, we talked about this one last year, so I don't feel we need to talk about it this year.
The only thing I will say is that the last chapter of this series is coming out this year, or this year or next year. It's the last hour in an epic to the moon RPG. This is probably one of the most slept on indie series right now. It has its fan base, but you don't hear a lot of people talking about it outside of like the core people who really love this game.
Yeah.
If there's any series that I think that people who listen to our videos should play, I think it's this series. The entire series will take you maybe 20 hours to play. Each game is 4 hours long max. And it is worth every bit.
I had a very lucky way to revisit the entire series, and I got to watch Rita Kamishiro play through it on her streams. And it was just nice revisiting it, because this is a funny series where I'm very passionate about it, but I feel like why I don't see a lot of people talking about it and why I don't talk about it that much is because I don't think about it that often, right? But when I do think about it, I think about it like really deeply.
Sometimes I won't think about this series for a long time, and then when I'm in my car, the Time is a Place from Finding Paradise will come up, and then I'll start crying. Or I'll remember the line from Neil in the first game where he explains that his grandfather used to take him stargazing on a hill, and that he had to make him promise his mom that he had slept, which is how he started his coffee addiction. And the payoff for that in Imposter Factory is so good. And that one makes me cry too. So it's like, it will hit you when you least expect it.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we're on to the next month.
Yep. Play to the moon. Genuinely.
I wonder what I did in April.
I wonder what I did in April. For context, I was also doing the same thing Michael was doing in April, but a certain other game was taking my time as well. So,
do we talk about Tsukihime first?
I think so. For context, I linked 4 Tsukihime songs in the chat. Do the first 2 for Tsukihime and do the second 2 for Plus Disc. I have like a line that says "You this for Plus Disc" to divide them.
There's nothing before that, but the first track is just original soundtrack, so it's fine.
Yep. Yeah, this is fine. I'm just listening to it now. Okay. So I talked about Tsukihime remake. I will likewise not go super deep into the exact plot details of the original Tsukihime. This is the H game.
Tsukihame. Not gonna lie, I think I killed that shit.
Tsukihime, blue, last minute under the crimson air. So, if Tsukihime remake is one of my favorite games that I've ever read and experienced. The original is also just very good. I think I do still prefer remake a little bit. I think that it does things. It's more focused in its ideas, but those ideas are there from the start. Arcade Route in its original form is very good still. There's a reason why people love it. There's a reason why it's the best route in the original game. CL Route is rough. There's a reason why they completely retooled it. And then you get Far Side of the Moon, the other half of the game. The other half that's being remade at some point, and will probably come out at some point. The Far Side chapters, you have Akiha Hisui and Kohaku. They seek to invert a lot of the ideas of the original roots, where if Near Side's about perfection, Far Side's about being broken. the roles are switched, concepts are switched. Simple things that you've taken for granted in the original game no longer apply, and vice versa. And you end up with a series of routes that I don't want to say nothing here hit me quite as hard as anything in Remake, but it's still incredible. CL and Arcade routes were made around the same time and were done in 1999, I believe. So that's the first half of the game. The second half of the game, which was made in like the last year of development, has a notable production increase. Character sprites are drawn better, CGs are drawn better, story's a lot better paced. Still only 10 songs in this game. Remake has 100, this game has 10. The music's still very good though. And the sequence of events of how you progress from one to the other is very logical. I'm trying to think, because there is a moment that happens, and it's the moment that everyone talks about. I'm not going to say it because I didn't know it was there, and I want MB to experience it for himself. But it's very good.
Okay.
Suki, the last thing I'll say is the original game is one of the things that made me kind of lose my mind, because you have in Remake, characters will say things and they'll use specific words, and in Farside, you will have characters in opposite situations saying those exact same words. And I mentioned this before. I said that Tsukihime is a game about epithets and phrases and repeated moments. Farside doubles down on this. Certain characters are meant to mirror other characters in ways that you don't expect. And it ends in a situation where by the time you reach the end, the game says that route was the bookend. That's like that to bring everything together. And as someone who was looking at this as a literature critique throughout the entire thing, yes, it absolutely does. It also means that for Farside, I am so deathly fascinated what they're going to do with it in Remake. Because in Remake, they're going to add another route, a route that was cut from the original game. In Remake, they're going to add 2 characters from that we didn't get to know about in Remake. We're going to see what happens. I'm really interested and I'm really excited. It will be interesting as well because the H scenes don't matter so much for Nearside. They matter a lot more for Farside. And I'm curious how they're going to do that in the year 2025 when they're making M-rated games, but not 18 plus games. So.
Yeah. All
That's
right.
it. All right, this is both of us. I'll let you go first, but I also played Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition this year, just to be clear.
Yeah, but it's not.
I will let you go for. Yeah, I will let you. Yeah, it's next month, but I don't have a slide for it, so I'm just gonna piggyback off of you because we only talked about a game once. So.
Oh my fucking god. So for those who know me, they all know that this game is so incredibly important to me. It's the reason why I'm a composer. Straight up, I think it's this game. It's the reason why I've met so many of my closest friends that I still talk with today. This game quite literally changed my life, and seeing it remade as a definitive edition where almost everything is better than the original. I genuinely, in revisiting this game, I guess spoilers for my top 10, do think this is now my favorite game of all time, where the original had a lot of flaws that, while, like, personally speaking, didn't bother me, it, like, from a critical perspective, I couldn't call it my, like, absolute favorite. Where I'd say it's the game that, Xenoblade 2 is my favorite game, Xenoblade X changed my life. I think, just on revisiting it, especially as an adult 10 years later, as someone who where this game means so much to me, I can't not say it's my favorite game of my own time, and I do think it has overtaken 2, where I still think 2 is the more well together put experience in a lot of ways. X just...
Oh, I don't even... 2 is my favorite game, and I don't even agree with that. I'll be honest. I think 2
Okay.
is held together with duct tape and glue.
Okay, fair enough. But, like, I mean more narratively speaking.
Sure, yeah.
But, like, X Definitive Edition took what was already, to me, really fucking, like, special and made it really fucking good. Now, the new content, I don't necessarily feel the same way about. I enjoyed the new story as I was going through it, but my god, is it a mess that I wish was like a separate video game. I feel like there's a lot of potential, and it's interesting seeing some of the stuff that was very clearly cut story content from the original pitch for Xenoblade X resurface, but because it was resurfaced in a budget sort of way that let's not say it's a budget issue, it's like a scope thing where it's like the priority of this game is re-releasing Xenoblade X in a more accessible way for more people to play on a modern system. And I think it excels at that very well. What I think the new content does is it gives us a very interesting retrospective and insight into what was originally planned for this game. But if you assess it critically as its own thing, it falls apart in so many ways.
Right?
Yeah, I don't...
I can pop in whenever you're ready. I want you to finish your thoughts first.
Otherwise, having new music is incredible. As one of the 2 people who knew who Misaki Umase was before Xenoblade X, I don't think they could have chosen a better person to contribute to a soundtrack that is so sonically identified by Sawano and is so crucial to not only Sawano's own journey, but also my experience as a fan of Hiroyuki Sawano, right? I think they chose... They could not have had a better secondary composer for that new content. Misaki Umase is a fantastic, talented composer. It's great. Holy shit. You're listening to some of the music right now. This is crazy. It's not Sawano, but it is perfect for the game, I think. All right, I'm done.
Okay, so Xenoblade X is a game that I have a very long and storied history with. And I think it's very interesting that you had the experience that you did because you refused to replay this game for a very long time. You only played it the one time back in 2015, 2016, and then you just kind of like, I'll play it again when it gets re-released. That's what you kept telling me.
Yeah.
And it doesn't surprise me that you had this moment because I've already had that kind of moment. In 2018, I replayed Xenoblade X for the second time, and that's where I realized both what I thought were flaws weren't flaws, and what I had taken for granted were actually very glaring issues. Xenoblade X Definitive Edition does not fix all my issues. I still think the flight module is generally pretty bad for the game design. I still think that Overdrive is a dumb mechanic. In fact, I think they made it worse in this game.
Let's go with the quick recharge. Yay! That's the one thing I'm still not a big fan of in Definitive Edition. But
quick recharge, I think, is a mistake. It's my least favorite thing that they added. That being said, it is impossible to deny that they have improved the gameplay loop of X in every single way.
Yeah.
Blade levels, I think, are still important to the game. I think that they're a little too liberal with how many chests you can open at first glance. I think a couple more of them should have been locked behind field skills. That being said, I was very nervous about that aspect because I really like the ability of having to learn where chests are and then going back to them in the original game. It just plays so much smoother. There's a lot less fluff.
Yeah.
In it, and I think that it was a really harsh decision to make to cut blade levels from the game, but I think it was the right decision. At the very least, cutting blade levels from the data probes was like a no-brainer. Like, data probes should not be locked behind by blade levels. That's stupid.
Yeah, no, in a weird way, I think the decision, funnily enough, makes the game feel a lot smaller than it actually felt when I played in 2015. I don't know if it's exclusively that. I think it's also because I'm an adult and I played it before. It does feel a lot more compact. It doesn't feel as big as a 15-year-old thought it was, right? But
I will also say that flight module also makes the game feels very small.
Yeah, I actually do have something to say about that, and I have a screenshot attached to this to kind of even talk about it. I made it a point to avoid using flight module to explore the world, especially in Cauldros, because that is an area that I never really explored on foot as a kid playing this game. And I remember returning to the game years after and just playing it for fun, and I found the teleporters for the first time in Cauldros.
Yeah.
And I was like, this exists? So returning to this game, I was like, I need to explore Cauldros on foot. I refuse to go to this place with the flight module. I need to push myself to go beyond what the game wants me to do. Holy shit, Cauldros has some of the coolest level design in the entire fucking series.
Dude, Xenoblade X in general, I think, has the best level design, period, in the series. It's not even close.
Yes.
It's an enlightenedly designed world. Oh my god.
And
I'm routinely impressed. Every time I turn the game on, both in my 2018 replay and this playthrough, I'm impressed every time.
I genuinely, like, when you told me you think flight module, like, breaks the design in half, when I was like, before I'd replayed this game with Definitive Edition, I was like, I don't feel that way. Now that I have tried without the flight module, and I can see where you're coming from, and here's my take on it. I don't think it necessarily breaks the game in half, but what it does is it limits the opportunities that you have to engage with the level design. And at the end of the day, that does come down to choice. And here's the thing. You can't assess game design on player choice in that way. I don't think that is a fair way to do it. Like, people go, oh, Tears of the Kingdom, I'm gonna bring up Tears of the Kingdom. I think the argument that, oh, you were just playing the game wrong is not a strong argument when you are critically assessing how a game does what the game design encourages the player to do. I think when we are talking about the game design, that is probably the most important aspect. How does the game design encourage the player to do what they want to do? And I think the flight module does take away from, hey, we want you to explore this world organically, right? When you can just fly in everywhere. There is not anything in the air, and maybe Volataris, the new area, was meant to kind of fix that. I don't think it was a very good approach to flight module, but
some of parts of Volataris were better than others.
Yeah.
I appreciate some of the more esoteric caves, but it's still not what I would like to see.
Yes. But you know, I do think that the fact that flight module is at the end of the game does make it more feel like a reward. Like, hey, look, you've done a lot of exploration. Now you can make it a lot easier on yourself if you choose to. And unfortunately, because games like this reward efficiency, right?
Right.
It does mean that using the flight module is encouraged, and it does mean that a lot of players, especially when they want to explore higher level areas that they're not able to yet, will use the flight module as their main way of exploring the world. And that's a bit of a shame. And in that sense, it does break the game in half, but I think it's more the lost potential of exploration, the missed opportunity that the flight module presents, that I think is the part I find a pity. But I think describing it as it breaks the game in half is a little disingenuous.
I just think it's unfortunate that it turns the best level design in the series to a level select.
Yes,
that's really what I would describe it as.
And I totally see where you're coming from now that I've replayed the game.
Yeah. coming back to the game in 2025, not much a change for me in my opinions of it. This was the first time that I really grinded the post game, and oh my god, what the fuck? Grinding is not fun in this game. I did get my ideal build that I've been grinding 50 hours for, but oh my god, that was not fun.
Yeah, I do think
that being said, sorry, repeat what you said.
I was gonna say they did make it a lot quicker with the online systems and the fans having like specific ticket grinding methods that make it really fast is like fantastic. Thank you, NL.
Yeah. Well, that helped a lot with like material gathering, but that doesn't help with things like randomly rolling for different chest pieces, different sword pieces. They also made that easier. Some of the highest level monsters in the game will now have like guaranteed 3 drops, where before that was based on how many kills were on the global nemesises. So it was relative back then. Now it's a little bit guaranteed, so that's nice. But I think that's just a nature of the beast. That's just how X is. I kind of have to like embrace it and go with it, which is like fine. So I appreciate. So my opinion on Definitive Edition is that this is a Definitive Edition only because this is the only version you can play with online. I'm now convinced more than ever that online is a necessary part of X in order for it to work as it was intended. At least in its current state. Famously, Xenoblade X was a single-player RPG until the year 2013, where they delayed the game 2 years and added the customizable protagonist, cut the lore bible that Takahashi had been writing, and then added online elements. One day I would love to tell that story, because it's a very interesting one. But in the meantime, X as it is right now, I think actually has a lot of merits too. It's not the game that I would like to see when it came out in 2015, but I've grown to appreciate what it does on its own right. But I think that only works because the existence of online is there. I don't like the art style as much as I like the original, and I think that might be a bit of a controversial take, but I like the original art style a little bit more. But I can't say that one is the better version to play, unlike Xenoblade 1, because Definitive Edition is currently the game that is online. And everyone who has not played X Online should take this chance to try it. It's really good. Yeah. That being said, I don't like Chapter 13. I think it's really poorly paced. I agree with you that this is 100% like a smorgasbord. Like, everything that they presented, I'm like, yeah, that reads Xeno to me. Yeah, that makes sense why it was the way it was. It's just, it came together really poorly. And I think in the end, it actually, like, X had the potential to rise up a couple spots in my personal Xeno list, but Definitive Edition is, like, right next to where the original is, just because 13 is such a mixed bag, and it kind of hampers some of the improvements that I love about the original game, and removes some very famous scenes. Lao in general, like Lao coming back is kind of such a funny bait and switch, but also I feel like that is the one character that could have come back without any issues. I don't know. There's a lot of thoughts I have on Chapter 13. Maybe one day I'll go into it a little bit deeper. I also just don't think it's a particularly deep story. I think that also has something to do with it. With 3 and especially Future Redeemed, we had a lot to say about that. 13 doesn't have a lot to offer philosophically, I think. It has a lot to say aesthetically, I think. You can make a lot of arguments about its aesthetic choices. I think those are very strong. But yeah, it's about where it is for me right now. And Xenoblade X, my character arc with the game went from hating it in 2015 to actually really appreciating what it is doing, even if I think it has a lot of fundamental flaws in 2018. And I'm maintaining that agenda in the year 2025, 2026. So I'm happy this game came back. Happy I was able to show it to a lot of people. It's always fun seeing people that I really care about, including one of my best friends and my girlfriend, get the robot for the first time. Is such a powerful experience. So I'm glad that they were able to do that. So yeah.
Awesome. Is the next game yours?
Yes. Sugimi Plus Disc, which is a very funny game.
Can you give me a moment? I need a toilet break.
Sure.
I also have food here now. So let's maybe just take a quick moment to break.
Yeah. We'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
All right.
I am too.
Hello, I am back, and it sounds like Owen is too. I was not muted.
Yes.
I was not muted on Discord, but muted on my stream.
We need a better way to coordinate this in the future, but okay.
Send a message.
Yeah. I know. On a side note, this music is kind of aesthetic for CKB Plus Disc's top left. That's really nice.
Sure. I just left the Xenoblade stuff playing. Do you want me to change it?
No, I mean I have 2 songs for it, but it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. Cool.
You will spend 5 hours on this game. So Tsukihime Plus Disc, for those who do not know, this is a fan disc. So the original Tsukihime was a game that was presented at Comiket, and in the year 2000, and it would be reprinted a few times. And Plus Disc was the first fan disc that they made for this game. A fan disc, of course, is basically exactly what it sounds like. It's a disc for the fans. Included in Plus Disc is a bunch of little things. Like, I think it has a demo for Melty Blood in it, I think. That's not the version you're going to be playing in the year 2025, 2026 if you're an English speaker. You're going to be playing a small application that has a 3-hour story, a couple Q&A sessions about the development of the original game, and an art gallery. And honestly, that's not bad. To start the story, which I don't remember the name of, it's a pretty good story. It features some really interesting ideas about seeing the future. However, I would be remiss to mention the fact that there is a better version of this story in Karno Kyokai, The Garden of Sinners. No joke, Nasu, 7 years after releasing this version of the story, which is canon to the Tsukihime universe and is important for Kagetsutoya, he just renamed the last name of one of the characters, moved her over to Karno Kyokai, and then told the story in a much better way. It's really good there. One of my favorites, actually. Tsukihime Plus Disc in its current state is fine. It's nice to have another story. I think that it choosing to focus on just one returning character, the main character, Shiki, from the original game, and the rest all being a new cast, even though it's a very small new cast, is smart. Just kind of gives you a little bit of a taste for the world. The interviews are very funny. It's basically all the girls from Tsukihime just discussing stuff, and then you get a bunch of fan art. There's some stuff with Melty Blood, some stuff with Kagetsutoya, and then you get some very nice official art. It's a nice little package. It's nothing really that crazy. You should go through it. If you're reading the web version of Tsukihime, you can also read the web version of Plus Disc. It's right there. I don't know. It's fun. I enjoy the art quite a bit. It's got some of the prettiest official art in the series. So anyway, that's that.
Hell yeah. All right. Cool. May. Awesome. This is gonna be a you month.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I'm not talking about Xenoblade X, but kind of a me month. Three
Justice
games.
for All was a replay, yeah.
Justice for All is a replay, but I have some very interesting insights from that game.
Cool.
So
Let me get the soundtrack up. Did you send?
for those who don't know, yeah, I did send 2 songs. For those who don't know, whenever we replay a game, which does happen, Earthbound, Xenogears, Ace Attorney, those won't make our top 10s. But it's nice to talk about.
Yeah.
Justice for All, I think, is really important. I became a Phoenix Wright fan in the year 20.
Shit, why is...
Oh, damn. We'll just do me first.
No, you go.
Okay. Justice for All. So I became a Phoenix Wright fan when I was in 8th grade. So that was the year 2015, 2016, which means I've been in this shit for 10 years. I love Phoenix Wright. I love the first game. I've played the first game so many times. I'm replaying these games with my girlfriend because she's never played them. At this point, we have gone through The Greatest Attorney, Greatest Attorney 2, Phoenix Wright 1, Justice for All, and right now we're almost done with Trials and Tribulations. Justice for All, I remember having a solid last case, and justifiably people call it the best case, and then the rest of it is pretty meh. I was at the time a person who thought that Turnabout Big Top was not that bad. As time has passed, and as I replay this game, my opinions have grown to be with the majority. Turnabout Big Top is the worst case in the series, and Turnabout Goodbyes, I think is what it's called, the last case, is one of the best, if not the best. 2-4 is so good, and that will be the primary discussion that I'll be having here. So 2-4 does a couple things right. The first thing is it's paced very well. This is a case that takes place over 2 days. I had forgotten this detail in the 10 years since I played this game. I thought that all the final cases of these games were 3 days long. No, Justice for All is Justice for All's finale is a 2-day case. And I think that's really interesting. I think that we have one of the most stressful cases in the series, also one of the shortest final ones. And it works out really, really well. The first trial being a trial against Edgeworth is really good. I think that it's both extremely funny and extremely heartwarming and heartbreaking at the same time. Edgeworth. I need to talk about Edgeworth. So one thing that I've been noticing as I've been playing through these games again is that often the way a prosecutor will carry themselves determines the kind of prosecutorial style that they have. One thing I did not realize in Ace Attorney 1 is that in Ace Attorney 1, Edgeworth has a lot of sprites that he refuses to look at you in the eye. He actually has no sprites. He will either be looking to the side, he will either be looking away from you, he will be looking down. He never looks the opponent directly in the eye whenever he's talking directly to you. Now, this changes a little bit. They add a sprite for him in the DS version for Rise of the Ashes, but still he never looks at you. They just give him a little bit of head turn. Justice for All is the first game in the series where they give Edgeworth his first looking at you directly sprite. I think this is really important for his character because this is the game where he's still a fucking asshole, but he's doing it with proper intentions. Shu Takumi has gone on record saying that he wrote most of this game drunk. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. That being said, the final scene in the game after the credits, the scene between Edgeworth and Franziska discussing what it means to be a true prosecutor, discussing what it means to win, discussing what justice really means between prosecutors, not with right, I think might be my favorite scene in the entire series at this point in time. I've thought about this. I've thought about that scene and I think about it a lot. It's really good. I had to steal an image from Z Slides because I didn't get a screenshot of it, but that is a really good scene. It makes me cry, makes a lot of people cry. It's very strongly written, and I think that the final case of Justice for All is the reason why you play this game, and it's really important to the trilogy. The rest of the game is kind of a bit on crack at times. Turnabout Big Top is the circus one is oof.
It's a circus.
Oh boy, it is a circus. All right.
It's interesting because I also have a very similar thought where it's like I didn't think it was that bad, but I've never replayed the Ace Attorney series.
Yeah, I'm replaying these games. I'm also voice acting all the characters, so I'm actually giving a lot of credence to each line that is spoken throughout the series.
That does do a lot, yeah.
And I have to say that that 2-4 Turnabout Goodbyes is, I think it's Turnabout Goodbyes. I could be wrong. I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong. It is one of the most strongly written ones. Also, the soundtrack bangs. This is Matt on Guard's theme. What? This is Matt on Guard's theme before the thing happens. This song rocks.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I don't think about this game that much, but yeah, that Case 4 is so fucking good.
Yeah, everyone talks about Case 4, yeah. And it's the reason why you play the game. But also, I'm as I'm replaying this game, I'm getting more of an appreciation for how things are tied together and what great lines are in these games. And my girlfriend and I, we're in 3-5 right now. We're in Bridge for the Turnabout.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yep. Unrelated question, since Crow brought it up. I want to know, would you suggest streaming Ghost Trick, or should I play that on my own time?
I would say stream it. I don't see it's a really short game. It's only like 5-10 hours. There's nothing. It's not like Void Stranger where I'm assuming the puzzles are part of the story. Like the puzzles are the puzzles. Like you play the puzzles and then you get the story. It's much more traditional than that. It's just very well written and has a great soundtrack.
Cool. Done. Thank you.
Yep, that's all I'll say. Yeah, play Ace Attorney, guys. It's really good.
All right.
Did you know Forte's only played the first game?
Okay. We'll talk. Alan. Alan. We
yeah.
got to talk. All right. Okay, so my turn.
Go back a slide.
Yeah, go back a slide, right? Which is the song? This is the song. Here we go. Mario Super Picross, or Mario no Super Picross. So wait, I can't even say what got me into Picross. I'll just say there was something that got me into Picross this year. You can infer what you want from that, Owen.
Okay.
And I kind of had a big puzzle game sort of boom because of Void Stranger, I would say. And Picross was one of those things I was like, fuck yeah, let's give it a shot. And they have 2 Picross games on Switch Online, one being Mario Super Picross and the other being Mario's Picross for the Game Boy. I played Super Picross first because I was playing a lot of SNES games, and actually my Super Famicom application is one of my most played ones. I've played it more. Obviously, it's over a bunch of different games, so it makes sense. But like, I played it more than all of the Xenoblade games, but not more than Fire Emblem Three Houses yet, which is still frustrating.
That's very funny. One day it will be dethroned.
Yeah, right. But yeah, this it's Picross. Picross is fun. It's great for you know how some people do like crosswords in the toilet?
Yeah.
Picross is great for that. No, I played this. This is the ultimate, like, I am glad I have this on my Switch. I have this on handheld because I can pick up, play like 10 minutes, smash out a puzzle, put it down. This took me a while to actually get through, I believe, but I got so invested in it. It's fun. Picross is fun. And after a while, you just get a lot of practice and you can just do it quicker because it's like, oh, you see a 7 row, you know that with like 15 tiles, well, actually no, I don't think 7's a good example, but you can kind of like figure out which tiles you can knock out just based on the numbers, and like you don't have to think about it every time you do it after a while. It's just good.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. And you get a cool picture at the end.
Yes. As you can see, they had Australia in this one. I remember taking... Yeah, I remember the music, right?
I'm sorry, the way that you said that, the execution on that line was so good. Bravo, my dude.
I'm glad. I remember taking the screenshot thinking, huh, this looks a lot like Australia. I can't believe they put Australia. And then I finished, I'm like, oh, it actually is Australia. That's fun.
That's really good.
This game, which is not pictured, also has a Wario mode. So basically, the Mario mode has you can have hints if you choose to. It does take, I think, time off your timer that trickles down. And you have to finish every puzzle within 30 minutes. Which isn't that difficult, because the Mario stuff's easier than the Wario stuff. If you place something wrong on the Mario thing, it will say, hey, you got this wrong, subtract 2 minutes from your timer, and let you keep playing. The high score is based on how long it took you to finish it, so like you don't want to be having -2 minutes on your timer, right? The Wario stuff plays differently in that you aren't told when you place something incorrectly. You are just... And there is no timer. Like, there is a timer, but it counts up. So it is a speed, like, if you want to get like high score, if you care about that, it's a speed game of how fast you can figure out the puzzle. There is one puzzle in this game that takes a lot of extra thought and assumption. No, I wouldn't say, you don't ever have to assume in a Picross puzzle, but you have to basically for this one puzzle, you have to go through basically a simulated scenario of like, okay, in every simulated scenario with these numbers and this layout, this one tile is impossible. So you can block it out. And then the rest of the puzzle is solvable. It just takes a lot of steps to get there. And that's the only puzzle I was like, oh, there are advanced Picross techniques. It hasn't come up in any of the other Picross stuff I've come across. And I haven't played a modern Picross game, but yeah, I don't know. This one also has Nintendo Switch mouse support, which apparently does not work very well. I wish I had it. I'd play this when the Switch 2 would come, like after the Switch 2 would come out, so I could try it, but I have no reason to do so. The only thing other thing I'd say is I do feel this game does feel a little bloated in that there's just so many puzzles, which is a good thing. It's a weird thing to complain about in a puzzle game, but I think
it was a good thing back in the day. We'll just say that much.
Yeah. I think every time you think it's done, it's like, oh, here's another set of 30 puzzles. And I'm just like, well, I'm not really playing this game to finish it, but this feels a bit excessive, right?
Mm.
But I did finish it, so... And what I found out... I'll talk about that later. Anyway, done with Mario's Picross. I'm glad I tried Picross. Picross is fun. I get it. I really want to try Picross 3D sometime. Because that's like an entire fucking different game.
Sure.
Alright. What do you got next? Yeah, sorry, I must have messed up the order of that. But, okay.
You're good.
Your turn. Good. I'll be right back, but you talk.
My beloved Tsukihime Kagutsutoya.
Tasukahami?
Tsukihime. Kagutsutoya. Oh, love this song. Kagutsutoya is another fan disc for Tsukihime. I will also not spoil this one, but it is a sequel to the original game. It's very funny because they were pitching this game's they're teasing this game in Plus Disc is like, look forward to the next fan disc, and they come out and basically release a full-blown sequel. This is much more of a video game, actually. It's a game that I would describe it kind of like an Ace Attorney game almost, where you're kind of like trying to search for what you're doing next. It's pretty cool. Or you could also like a Zero Escape game or whatever, 9 and 9. Just like looking around, seeing what the next, how to progress the plot forward another inch, another meter. So the plot is very good. I will also say this game has one of the the absolute greatest production value leap in 6 months.
I'm just listening to the music and I'm like, wow, this is a big step up.
This is so good, dude. Production value for the art, like there were CGs in this game that made me gasp because I was so used to how OG Tsukihime looked and like, oh yeah, this looks nice. Like it looks a little amateurish, but looks fine. Some of the stuff in Kagutsutoya had me like took my breath away. It's so beautiful. Music, same way. It's very good. The story itself is very strong. I'm not going to go into its theming or whatnot because I think that it very much relies on you playing Tsukihime originally to understand what the game is about. But the other thing it does is it fills in a lot of the lore that isn't explicitly stated in Tsukihime. We learn more about the ancestors. We learn more about Arcuid. We learn more about Shiki and what's up with him. We learn about Arihiko, weirdly enough. It's pretty great. So it's just... I'm not going to go super deep into it, other than I will say that because it's more of a video game, it's actually really fun to play. The original Tsukihime feels a little unfinished at times. It's very good still. This is on the level of remake for me. It's very good. I think I like remake a little bit more, but Kagutsutoya is incredible. Also, my roommate helped do the modern translation of this, which is kind of funny. Aside from the great story, you also have 10 short stories, and these 10 short stories have some of the there's some very goofy ones that put the characters in very funny situations. There's some that follow very specific endings in the original game, and then there's some that just exist to fill in lore. And there's one story that was written not by Nasu but by I think a fan or a collaborator that had me bawling. It's the last thing that you unlock in the game. You also have some summer festivals. You get to go on dates with the girls after you finish the story. There's a lot of fan art. There's a lot of collaboration art. It's just a good package. Kagutsu Toya is Tsukihime in every sense of the word. I don't know if they're going to remake the game. Like they're remaking Tsukihime. I don't know if I want them to. It'd be cool to have Len and Ko in an actual game. It'd be awesome to see Koma in a real video game. That might happen in remake. This game is raw. It has some very raw moments. It has some very thoughtful moments. It is a game that's like, oh, funny slice of life, ha 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 ha, and then it will kind of hit you out of nowhere, kind of like an Earthbound line, where it's like it just makes you think. It's not scary. It just makes you think. Makes you think for a long time, and those are the best scenes. It's good. Also, it has daily messages. You can boot the game up every day, and we'll give you a different message. I'll boot up the game right now and see what the message is for today. One moment. So it's going to happen as soon as I boot the game up. Type Moon. The message for today is, it's Arcuid. It says, love. That's it. That's all it said.
That's nice.
It's always worth doing. And and then it has some special messages on some characters' birthdays, which is kind of neat. Yeah, play this game. If you play Tsukihime and you're a fan, play Kagutsu Toya. There is optional hentai that is like very questionable. And by optional, I mean you can miss it. So, do what you like with that. Whatever. I didn't see it. I have no interest in seeing it.
Cool. Oh yeah, I did play Maiden Wario. So you can see I did a lot of Switch Online shit this year.
I can see. Maiden Wario. I've never heard of this one.
This is
this is Mega Micro Games in English. Okay.
Yes. This is
I didn't realize.
Yes, this is.
I didn't know it had a different.
This is
subtitle.
the GBA WarioWare. Like Maiden Wario is just the name of the series in Japanese.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, so I played WarioWare 1, and I never thought I would really enjoy micro games. Like this series never really appealed to me, but because it's on Switch Online, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give it a shot. I get it. It's fun. I wouldn't spend that much time on it. I wouldn't go for like everything, but it's fun. Boot it up for like a few minutes. Hell yeah. I don't know if I'll play more in the series because that would require me spending money on something that I don't feel I will get that much out of, but yeah, it's fun. I get why people like this game.
MB, I need to go to an arcade with you in Japan, and we need to find a machine called Bishibashi.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's WarioWare, kind of, but the games are more insane, and you have 3 big arcade buttons to press. Does that sound fun? And you play multiplayer with other people.
Yes.
And
I would say I think the games I look at Wario, it's like I can see like the console ones being fun for party stuff, but this is very much like it's really a plug and play sort of stuff. Like your GBA, you're meant to whip it out. It's like, oh, I'm on a road trip. I'm gonna do this for like a bit, you know.
Yeah, the handheld ones are a little like I struggle to see the intention of those a little bit more, I will say, but they're really fun for multiplayer.
Yep. But I'm glad I went through it. It's cute. Mm-hmm. I'm glad they gave Wario like his own identity through the series.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Sound design's on point. Yeah. Anyway, WarioWare, good game.
Castlevania Circle of the Moon. Okay, MB, I don't know how much you know about the Metroidvania Castlevanias. Circle of the Moon, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is the only Metroidvania Castlevania that is non-canon to the current timeline.
So, give me a sec.
Yep, take your time.
There are Castlevanias that aren't Metroidvanias?
Yes, so regular Castlevania, Castlevania 2, Castlevania 3, Super Castlevania 4, Castlevania Rondo of Blood, and the Castlevania Game Boy games, the original Game Boy games, are all what we call Classicvania. Those are more level design. Castlevania Metroidvania, sorry, I should probably clarify by that, are the ones that are more open, ones that have level ups, ones that are more based on how well you explore a map. plays like Metroid, basically. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So that breed of Castlevania starts with Symphony of the Night, and it proceeds on to Castlevania Circle of the Moon.
I see.
And then Harmony of Despair, and then Aria of Sorrow, and then Dawn of Sorrow, and then Portrait of Ruin, and then Order of Ecclesia. And I think that's the last one that's in that vein. And then Iga left the company to go make Bloodstained. So Circle of the Moon is the only one that is non-canon to the current timeline. The reason why is it was the only Castlevania Castlevania Metroidvania style game that was not made by the Symphony of the Night team. It was made by a different team. And it kind of shows. It looks like a Metroidvania on paper. It looks like a game about exploration and gathering materials. It is not. It is a classicvania in disguise a lot of the time. It has upgrades, and the upgrade system is very dynamic. Basically, you have these cards. Look at the top image. You have the action cards and the attribute cards. Basically, by choosing one of each, you can get a unique special power. Sometimes you will create summons that you can do to summon like RPG summons with the button input. Sometimes you get a shield of fire. Sometimes you'll run really fast. Sometimes you'll have higher defense. Sometimes you'll turn into a skeleton. The skeleton one is very funny. Sometimes you'll get like different weapons, like a fire sword or whatever. Sometimes you'll give your whip fire attributes. There's things like that. There's a lot of cool ideas. And because there's like a ton of card combinations, there's a lot of really cool things you can do with it. Do not play the original Game Boy Advance version of this game. I firmly believe this because these cards are based on item drops and RNG.
I love how you deliver that line. Like, do not play the original version. Like, it's just your delivery of that line was impeccable.
I usually say people should play the original version of a lot of games, or at least some version of port. The Castlevania Advance Collection has ports. They're ported versions of all the GBA games, which is good. But it also has this godlike feature where you can turn it on and off if you like. But whenever you hit an enemy that has a dropped card that you do not have yet, it will tell you. It will give you a little notification that says, "Hey, here's an enemy. It has this. You can get it if you want." Oh my god! It makes actually playing around with the card combinations way more interesting because you actually know what enemies have them. That being said, that's the best part of the game. The rest of the game looks very sprawling, but really it's very linear. You go from one area, you get an upgrade, you go to the next area, you get an item, you go to the next area, rinse and repeat. There's not really a lot of chances to backtrack and go get old items. Really, you're encouraged just to wait till the end of the game until you have all the upgrades, and then you just do a tour of the castle getting all the stuff, which I think is the lamest way to do it. The story is pretty all right. It's a Castlevania game. One thing I do think is kind of cool is the New Game Plus system. Basically, by putting in passwords, you actually get to play the game in different styles. So at first you start with the normal mode, and then you can enter into I think luck mode, where you have a max drop rate, but your attack is really low. And then you have wizard mode, where you have all of the cards unlocked by default, but you don't have a whip or something. And you basically just a bunch of different ways to play through the game over and over again, which is kind of cool. I didn't mess around with it too much, but there are a lot of ways to do it. And you get a new password every time you beat the game, which is neat. Ultimately, Castlevania Circle of the Moon is another Castlevania game for me. I liked it. It was a fun time. But there are better Castlevania games. I like Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood much better than this one. But it was I think Iga is harsh on this one, I think. But I do agree that it's yeah, there's better ones in the series. But I'm glad I played it. It's also short, so.
Cool. All right. This is really funny because I think I just saw some Deltarune spoilers on my timeline just a moment ago, and I'm like, ah, shit. Oh well, because I haven't done absolutely everything in chapter 3 and 4. But anyway, I guess I should start.
Yes. Begin. I still do not have a Switch 2, so I can't play this game yet.
Oh.
Hi, Cold Still. Okay.
Mario Kart World. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Circle of the Moon and Cold Steel 2 back-to-back are certainly game choice.
It certainly is, Bane. It certainly is.
Alright. How to talk about Mario Kart World without talking about the soundtrack. This game... How do I put this? Mario Kart is a series I haven't thought about for a decade. Because I played Mario Kart 8, I didn't get Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I'm a rare breed of Switch owner who does not own Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Oh, I'm a contrarian, and even I own a copy of that game.
Right? Well, because I had the Wii U version. I didn't feel like I needed to get the Deluxe version, right?
Granted, I don't play the Deluxe version on my own. I play it with my family,
exactly,
so I guess
right?
that's...
So, this was the first Mario Kart game I'd actually played in a long time, and it kind of came at me out of nowhere, because I mean, of course, it came with the Switch too, so I'm gonna play it, and I think this game doesn't even have a story, but I think it's peak fiction. I don't know how much you've heard about this game, Owen.
I've heard a fair amount. I can explain what I've heard.
How much do you care if I, like, quote unquote spoil?
Go off.
Okay.
I've seen most, if not all of it.
The game's fun. Let's start by just saying the game's fun. The actual mechanics, the tricking and everything takes a bit to get used to, but once you get used to it, oh my god, is it satisfying to pull off tricks. It is not... I think with updates it might be better, but it is, in a lot of situations, it is not actually faster to be tricking everywhere. What they're good for are really cool shortcuts that you can actually take with them, and I am not good at that. I just like watching YouTube shorts on them. But the vibes are incredible. The fucking soundtrack, they hired a lot of people who worked, a lot of people from the band Dissolve, who I would consider at the forefront of Japanese jazz fusion music right now. And when I, like, got the game, my friend messaged me, like, when it came out, he's like, oh, the music's by Dissolve. I just, like, jump out of my shit, like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, holy shit. And I hop in the game, and you can hear it. This soundtrack is not only an homage to... There's tons of remixes of, like, past Mario Kart and Mario series music. Not even just Mario series. They got Yoshi's Island shit. Random spin-off Mario games that nobody talks about has music in this game. So it's a great homage to the soundtrack history of the Mario franchise, while also being a love letter and honoring the history of jazz fusion music in general. Because I'm not that well versed in it, but all of these artists, they're some of the best musicians in the world. They know their shit. They are very intensely familiar with the history of jazz fusion, so they put in references to artists in this genre. That's just how the genre works. That's how improvisation works, you know. And for someone like my friend Max, I don't know if he'll be here today. He does pop in stream occasionally. He talks about this, and the amount of passion I hear him talk about it, it's like, wow, this soundtrack is really special. And I genuinely think this soundtrack is incredible that it was not nominated for the Game Awards. Not that Game Awards nominations matter, but I think I don't understand. I don't understand how anyone can not listen to this and, you know, not go crazy. Like not, I don't know. It's stupidly good. Every single track is crazy. Every single remix is incredible. Holy shit. Yeah, it's literally the best album released of 2025. I'm sorry.
Crazy that the $80 album came with a nice Mario Kart game.
Exactly. I genuinely, and the Mario Kart game is fucking good. The intermissions, I don't really like. A lot of people don't like intermission tracks. A lot of people don't like how the online systems are working. I get that. I don't care. I don't care enough. I don't play online. I play for fun, and I have a fun time playing this game. That's all that matters to me. Right. I do think the criticisms are valid. I think they're justified. They don't affect me. Right.
Right.
Now, to get to the big thing. Rainbow Road. Rainbow Road. In this game, without fail, whenever I play through it, it makes me cry. It is that impactful of an audiovisual experience. And it, like, especially after Mario Kart 8's Rainbow Road kind of being kind of not that special, they knocked it out of the park with this one. It's the track that makes me go, this is peak fiction. Like, this is peak fiction without it being fiction.
It's just peak.
It's incredible. I like, oh my gosh. The most justified, the most earned Rainbow Road in the entire fucking series. Holy shit. I'm playing the music for that track at the moment. It's so good. Anyway, sorry. Mario Kart World's fantastic. I did get a good 50 hours out of this one. Oh, and like the open world like exploration stuff is, I like it. I think a lot of people, it does have collection and you can complete it. There's no reward for completing it, and there's no tracking, so you can't actually see how close you are to completing it. And I think that's a good decision. I know a lot of Nintendo fans are very like completionist build, but I think they don't want you to experience this world and feel you have to complete it. It's something you go in and say, hey, I just want to kill some time in the overworld for like 5-10 minutes. And look, if you're a kid playing this game for the first time, you'll have a fucking blast there, you know? But I
wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder if they took, I don't want to say inspiration, but I wonder if they saw that how people played 8 and 8 Deluxe and just kind of got cart parts and just kind of like, cool, new cart, and then they just moved on with their lives. Right? I wonder if that's like the vibe they're going for.
Yeah, maybe. I don't. Yeah. I did have a discussion with someone on Twitter. I was like, oh, Nintendo, you gotta add tracking. I'm like, I feel like if you added tracking, it would be something I feel like I absolutely have to like get everything. And I don't think that's what they want to, how they want people to experience this game. And I do think that is a very important point, because especially with how they've set up a lot of the online rules and a lot of the criticism that got for it, like, you know, they made online tracks force you to go through intermissions between tracks. I think things have changed a little bit. You can't, but people like the 3-lap race because it's what they're used to, right? And the intermissions arguably are a little more boring than the regular race tracks. But what it actually indicates to me is that these choices that Nintendo make are like reducing options and not letting the player do. I think from a gameplay perspective, very worth criticizing. I think people should have options, and especially if the game supports it, it doesn't make sense to not let people have the option to like just play a standard 3-lap race, right? That said, from an artistic perspective, I understand it. I think they see this as a work of art. And
to be fair, I think Nintendo sees most of their games as,
yeah,
I think
absolutely.
Nintendo sees most of themselves, both in the good way and in the don't look at my old stuff, look at the stuff that I'm currently making kind of way.
So, you know, I get the criticisms, and I think they're justified insofar that this is a party game, and I think people should be allowed to experience how they like play how they want. But that's not how I experience the game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, sorry. I love
good.
this game. This game is incredible.
The game looks neat. Whenever I get switched to it, will definitely be on the short list of games to get. But I'm still waiting for a killer app, which will probably be Elliot, to buy that console. But
yeah. And some of the remixes are so crazy. Like the one I'm playing right now, Starship Mario from Mario Galaxy 2. Completely fucking different vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
it all started with live music in Mario Kart 8. It all started there.
I genuinely think that the people in charge of the music direction for this series are huge jazz fusion heads. Because otherwise they wouldn't be getting like T-Square Dimensional band members on the soundtrack. They wouldn't be getting Dissolve members on the soundtrack. They are in the source and they get it. They sincerely get it. But yeah, are you thinking you'll get the bundle with this one digitally, or you want it physically?
I don't know. That's my answer. It depends if I have that. If I have that spare $30 USD to spend.
Yep. I ended up getting it digitally partially because I realized that this is a game that would be much more convenient when I don't have to swap in the cartridge. But also, it's cheaper.
That's fair.
It's also cheaper. So,
yeah. I will say that people complain about the $80 is interesting, because if every game that Nintendo is making right now is $80, then I would get it. But I think this is the only one, right?
It is.
And if it is the only one, and it was the one that was in 10 years, that was in development for basically 10 years, I'm just like, yeah, fair enough, I guess. Just don't do this commonly, but it's okay to have one or two of these.
I see both sides of the argument. I don't have strong thoughts. Yeah.
Nintendo doesn't care about their customers. What else is new?
Yeah. Anyway, that's it.
Yep, I get you.
Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart World.
Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart World, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to know my least favorite game that I played this year? Yeah, okay. So, I'm going from... Okay. I'm gonna start with this. Last year, I really glazed Trails of Cold Steel 1. I felt bad for doing that. I'm like, why do I feel this way about Cold Steel 1? Does Cold Steel work for me? I don't get it. Because I was expecting to hate Cold Steel going into it. No, I think Cold Steel 1 is actually just really fucking good. I have my opinion on the game has not changed. It's still really good. No, it's just Cold Steel 2 sucks. I'm expecting 3 and 4 to also suck. Cold Steel 2. Sure, yeah, I'll let you take priority on this one, MB. For music-wise.
No, I was changing
Cold Steel 2.
That's all.
You're good. Cold Steel 2 starts so strong. So strong that I hard fucking called it last year. Without knowing. Nice to know that I apparently have the same amount of talents as a Falcom employee. For writing. I will say the opening hours of the game are very strong. I would say up until Elisa joins your party, the game is very strong. I think the opening segment with Machias and Fee joining your party is pretty good. I think the prologue is very good. I think Rain should act like an asshole more often. I think he's too much of a goody two-shoes. I think he's more interesting when he's being an asshole. I think that there's a lot of messaging about the how war desensitizes people in the early game that I think is really strong. That being said, after Elisa joins the party, the game doesn't take a nosedive, but it just starts to steadily decline in quality over time, and it just becomes such a chore by the end of it. The translation is still very good. This is the last Xseed game, and I will miss it because, oh my god, it's very funny sometimes. Be poor forgotten men, my beloved line. There's a lot of lines that I end up laughing about. But at the same, and also give Cold Steel 2 this, it's probably the best game since Zero to be very kind to women. Azure and Cold Steel 1 are not very kind to women at all. Cold Steel 2 is a bit better at that. Amazing. But aside from these things, Cold Steel 2 sucks. It really does. To break it down, after Elisa joins, the game just becomes... The game wants to make it seem that you shouldn't side with either the Imperial Army or the Noble Alliance. Unfortunately, that would require both of them to seem extremely unreasonable, and one of them is clearly the defender, and one of them is clearly the aggressor, and also incredibly pompous and jerkish. So, yeah, not much there. I think the solution that they find for a quote-unquote third path is stupid. It's very low stakes and very, unambitious. I think Vita Clotilde is the worst character the series has seen, I think, ever. Emma is close. Yeah. I think the Twist and Azure are more stupid, but I think Clotilde is still just an awful character. I hate her. I don't want her in the series. I think this entire second act of the game it takes the side quest system that I really liked in Cold Steel 1, and although I still find it very compelling to follow the stories of all the NPCs, it makes them a lot less interesting, and I just don't care for them as much. If this is the first game in the series, I would not care at all. It's entirely relying on how much I like Cold Steel 1 to make me want to do all these side quests. The end of the game has 3 endings. The first one's all right. I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. I think Eustace's brother being an Ironblood is really smart. Actually, that's probably one of the best. That was probably one of the better moments in the game in a long time. I think McBurn as an Ouroboros member is really stupid in a way that's really charming. I mean that genuinely. Like, he's so simple and so just like, oh my god, that I can't help but like, yeah, this is funny. I'm okay with this. You can have a campy character like this. Then the game goes to Crossbell, and it fails on 2 fronts. The first thing is that I think the story in this Crossbell chapter is extremely lame. I think that it is, oh my god, who cares? And the other thing is that it pisses me off because it gives me a vision of Reen and what Cold Steel could have been that's far more interesting, where you can have a character who's really powerful and technically can do basically anything the plot would need him to do, but he's doing things that he doesn't want to do because of pressure, because of discipline, because of military code. I think Cold Steel. I think it's pretty obvious that Cold Steel is meant to be a military story, and they turned it into a school story pretty late in development. I think Cold Steel was rewritten 5 times again, and Reen acting like with a bad mood throughout all of the chapter in Crossbell is actually the best part of that character, because it's like he's being forced to do things that he's not a fan of, and I think that friction is a really interesting way to do a very strong, overpowered character, where if he has all the power in the world, but he can't do anything. Unfortunately, they don't take that route. And finally, the finale. The finale only exists, not even the finale, like the last chapter of the game with the final boss. That part only exists because they knew they were going to take 2 years off from the Trail series to make Tokyo Xanadu and East 8, which means that they had to put as much padding into the game as possible, so they reuse as much assets as they can. They make random dungeons, and they make the worst final boss I've ever seen in a video game, narratively and gameplay-wise. I hate Cold Steel 2. It starts so strong, and I think that first 10 hours is really good. I think it offered a really... It could have been so much more. But Cold Steel 2 is just everything I don't like. It pisses me off. It's sad that this is the last Xseed game, because I understand that the writing's not going to be as funny in Cold Steel 3 and 4. Even when I didn't like playing this game, I at least enjoyed talking to NPCs and hearing what they had to say. And I'm not looking forward to losing a little bit of that. Music's way too sad. This game doesn't deserve this moment. Cold Steel 2 pisses me off.
The sad part about this particular music is Saki Momiyama worked on Cold Steel 1 and 2, but she left, I think, in the middle of development for Cold Steel 2, so she's uncredited. Which is a shame, but there's like some of my favorite tracks from Cold Steel 2 are by Momiyama-san.
I think Crow, the Cold Steel character, not my friend Crow. Crow, I think he has his moments. I think that he could have been a good character. He just is too nice. Yeah. I wish the game was meaner. I think that's the way I would take it. I wish this game was crueler. I wish it really felt bitter to play. It's also a shame that they took one of my favorite moments from Cold Steel 1, which is the creation of the Crimson Wing, of like the Crimson Ship of Olivier's, one of the most triumphant moments, and then they just give it to these high schoolers that don't really have anything directly to do with Olivier in the story. That's unfortunate. There's a lot that's unfortunate. I don't care anymore, dude. Like, I'm gonna play Cold Steel 3 and 4. I'm gonna play Daybreak. I'll play Reverie. I'll play Daybreak 2. I'll play Beyond the Horizon.
You're stronger than me because I don't know if I'm gonna play Daybreak 2.
I don't care. I'll play these games every once in a while. They're junk food. They're not particularly fulfilling. It's crazy that a game exists in the series that I like less than SC, but here we are, which is very funny because this game wants to like copy SC's homework a lot of the time.
I feel like Cold Steel 1 and 2 want to be FC and SC so bad, but
it's funny.
They don't get it quite. You know what I mean?
It's funny. It's fun. I agree, and it's really funny that because Cold Steel 1 doesn't get that part, but it accidentally stumbles into being Crossbell 1.5, and it's actually really good at that.
Yeah.
You know, like if Reverie's Crossbell like partially Crossbell 3, then Cold Steel 1 is Crossbell 1.5, and it's like shockingly good at that. Like it is way too good at being Crossbell 1.5.
Are you okay Sorry. Are you okay with me saying something about the Crossbell part of Reverie?
It's not that good.
I think it's the worst part of the game.
Understood.
And that's, mind you, the worst part of an 8 out of 10 game, so it's still decent. Is my take.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Fair enough. Maybe Daybreak will be good. That's all I can say. I might be. I'm playing I'm gonna play 3 and 4 back to back. Well, not back to back, but like within 5 games of each other.
I was gonna say, holy shit! Don't do that to yourself.
No, I'm playing Cold Steel 3, I think, and then it's like I'm playing like an RPG, and then I'm playing Fate, like both Fate games that I intend to play, and then I'll play Cold Steel 4. I think that's a good way to go about it. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. Playing Tsukihime, it's very obvious that someone on the staff is a really big Tsukihime fan in the worst way possible.
What does that mean?
We have a main character who has ogre blood. Well, the main character doesn't have ogre blood in Tsukihime, but there are characters who have ogre blood and kind of incest plot, and a character with a big scar on their chest who can move really fast, and yeah, it's dumb. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Alright.
Hi, Joy. That's my friend in the chat, Joy, saying, "Hey,
yeah. Stockholm syndrome. It's so true. It's so true." Sorry.
I was complaining about this game to them. Apologies, Joy.
Makes sense.
Thank you for your patience.
All right. What's next? Okay, I can't talk about this one with you. But let's just say this shit is awesome. Very, very fucking awesome. Deltarune's good, and I think Toby Fox. I've told you this before. What I sense from 3 and 4 is not that he is treating this as an episodic series and, oh, we gotta make sure that people are hooked each time because we can't release it all at once. No, he's seeing this as a big project and he's taking care of the macro very well. He's just kind of sharing parts of that development journey with us as he goes.
Okay.
That's how I feel Deltarune is. I do think if you are interested in trying it out, like past chapter 1, without like I know you want to wait till the end. I think playing till chapter 4 is a decent point to stop off and wait for the rest, because at the moment it also seems like chapter 5 through to 7, assuming 7 is the last one, will come out within. Ideally, I think what he's aiming for is 1 chapter per year.
Okay.
That's my gut because chapter 5 is coming out this year.
Right. That I know.
So, yeah, and I actually looking at it, the fact that they're kind of working on the localization of chapter 5 already is like, wow, it might come out sooner than we expect. But yeah.
I'll get to this game at some point. The issue is just like I enjoyed Deltarune Chapter 1. Maybe just because how do I describe it? What you see online is a lot of the meme culture about it, and like that's fine. But I guess I'll get to it when I get to it. Is the best way to describe it. I have no real rush to get to it, so like at this point, I'm like, I might as well just wait till it's done. But I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I generally would say that Deltarune is a strong meme culture, yes, but I think chapter 2 onwards, from chapter 2 is where it's like, oh, this is a video game, not just like not that chapter 1 wasn't, but you know what I mean. It's like I started feeling the real scope and ambition of the game from chapter 2.
Mm-hmm.
Where chapter 1 was kind of just like a taste.
Is this the second year? Is this? Did you talk about Deltarune Chapter 2?
No, because I think that was 2019 and we hadn't actually started.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
I haven't talked about 2. But yeah, no, it's crazy to me that he knocked it out of the park with chapter 2 and like has continued that. I do think, how do I put this? Chapter 3 is the most filler it will ever feel, and it doesn't feel like filler. It's like, how do I put it? It's like a bit of a lull at the right time in the story to have it, right?
Okay.
But I think Toby has had a blog post where he did talk about that. At some point, he was like, there's going to be a chapter that might feel a bit fillerish, but it needs to be. And okay. I do think he was talking about chapter 3. What's interesting though is a lot, like especially when I listen to the music is probably like 3-4 years old at this point. Like chapter 3 has been done for a while.
Yeah, I think that much we've known about.
Which is really fascinating because we're just getting all this new Toby Fox music all of a sudden, and it's like, oh no, this is old stuff.
It's weird. It's weird that we might have had a Pokemon game come out between chapter 3 and 4 being done. Not likely.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. Also, chapter 4 has no, it's chapter 3. It has a lot of Brandish references.
Okay, so I need to play Brandish first. Got it. I mean, Undertale 1 had a lot of Brandish moments too.
Yeah,
I think famously there's a sign in Undertale that has a Brandish reference in it, and when they translated to Japanese, they chose the line in Japanese in Brandish. But of course, it's not as memorable in the Japanese of Brandish, so it didn't really hit as strongly in Undertale.
It's really interesting because I wouldn't say it's actually in the game. It's more on the soundtrack. There's basically he stole a few song titles from Brandish. And what's been fascinating is seeing Toby Fox fans starting to actually, go into Brandish a bit more and not actually realize, like, it's not like a few Toby Fox fans know, oh, Brandish is a thing that he was inspired by. Now everyone's like, at least for a brief period, everyone was like, have you this inspiration that Toby Fox's that you've never heard of? Like, all those videos were popping up. I'm like, I don't know, it's a bit surreal.
Man, doesn't it suck that Project Egg had to take their Brandish off of the Switch eShop?
Yes, and I didn't buy it. But
maybe they'll re-release it.
Yeah, hopefully.
Or just play the SNES version. That's in English.
I want to play the PC 98 version.
That's fair.
But yeah. Anyway. Cool.
Well, this will be a fun one.
So
So I played 2 games in the form of 3 games this month, as you can see.
Yes, I can see that. That's crazy, actually. Um, I played through Mega Man 0, 3, and 4, Donkey Kong Country, and I played F-Zero in my own time. Mega Man 0, we had an album with Resident Union, so I kind of pushed myself to go through them so I wouldn't be spoiled, and I was editing the video, and I finished Mega Man 04 the day before the album came out, and I edited some videos with spoilers in it literally the night before it released, and it was tight. But we made it. But Mega Man 03, probably my favorite in the series. It's so fucking good. Actually, like, how do I put this? You have... I remember starting Mega Man 0 and people going like, oh, this series has like some of the strongest writing in the entire series. Because like Mega Man X is very much like shonen or like almost Dragon Ball style, like power scaling sort of stuff. Just like fun shonen stuff. Mega Man 0, whatever Inti creates were cooking, like this is one of the only sub-series that doesn't end on a cliffhanger. 2, really fucking well written. Mega Man 03 specifically, fucking, I finished that game and I wanted to cry. It's so powerful. It's so fucking powerful. It's so fun. I'm terrible at the game. I want to replay it to get better at it. I missed out on a lot of the upgrades because I didn't play well. Like, the thing about this game is, like, you can get, like, skills and stuff to play with. If you beat the stages at, like, A rank or, like, I think it's C rank or higher, all my ranks were, like, F or like, really low. Or D, I'm, like, bad. But after playing Mega Man 04, which... I will talk about it as well. That game removes that requirement. It just kind of requires you to beat it on the harder difficulty, because each stage has like 2 weather options, one which makes it easier, one makes it harder, right?
Right.
It makes me want to replay 3 because there's so much of like the game mechanics I didn't actually engage with. But even without doing that, 3 is fun as fuck. It's so well designed, and after 1 and 2 just being like, 1's kind of not great, 2's fine. 3 is just, holy fucking shit. They knocked it out of the park.
Heck.
Some of the most iconic moments in the entire series, I think, originate from this game. And now, I think it's you, right?
Yeah.
Oops.
You're good.
Give me a moment. I don't know why it's opening here sometimes. It's annoying. All
right. So, I played Soul Hackers a couple years ago. And then I played Devil Summoner with my bud right here. We played Devil Summoner last year over stream in Japanese. Which means it's time for Devil Summoner 3. Raito Kuzunoha versus the Soulless Army. Or, as it's remastered, because weirdly enough, a remaster came out just around this time, Raito Remastered, The Mystery of the Soulless Army. So, the question that I had going to this is, how does a person create Devil Summoner 3 in a world where Shin Megami Tensei 3 exists? Because the original Devil Summoner was originally meant to be a sequel series to Shin Megami Tensei. It was Shin Megami Tensei 1, then 2, then If, then Devil Summoner. Devil Summoner was meant to be the successor. We were with no more SMT games. So how do you do this now? Soul Hackers is out, and then we went back to doing mainline SMT. You create a game that acts like Nocturne doesn't exist. I mean that both narratively and gameplay-wise. There's no press turn system in this game. It's a very traditional weakness system. And the writing and the story acts as if it's picking up right from where Devil Summoner was. It's picking up right where Soul Hackers is. It's picking up right from where SMT 1 and 2 are picking up. In unique ways, granted. But it's also why playing Shin Megami Tensei 1 and 2 is really important before you play this game, or at least knowing what Shin Megami Tensei happens in SMT 1 and 2. I played both the remaster and the original game, and I'll talk a little bit more about the minutiae of the original game later. But the important thing to realize about Remastered is that if Tsukihime was the first game that I played where it was very obvious that the game was being rewritten for the creator's intention, that he wanted to rewrite it. Such a thing is also happening with Ryder Remastered. Ryder Remastered is not a perfect remaster. I would consider about even with the original game. They have their pros and cons each. I think the original game looks a little bit better. I think Remastered still looks very good. It's probably the best remaster Atlas has done in a very long time. But it still pales a little bit in comparison to the old game. I think it gains some things in the new combat system. It's very action-based and character action-based. But it loses something as well. It loses the cooperation with demons a little bit. And the game has a lot of rewrites, like a lot of them. Some of them are to accommodate the lore book that came after the original Rido came out. There was a lore book that was released that had a lot of information, a lot of backstory about some of the characters in the game, and they rewrote the game with it in mind. A couple of them might have been censorship. There's a random chapter where you have to, in the original game, where you have to help a Navy officer. In this game, you are helping a god, not a Navy officer. That's a pretty big change. And then in addition, your companion character, Goto, talks a lot more, and he helps you out a little bit more and gives you hints and stuff like that. And they make a joke about this in Remaster about how much he's been helping you. What happened here? There's so many rewrites and so many different changes in the dialogue that these are almost two different takes on the same story. It's very interesting, and the changes get more pronounced as the game goes on. I like the rewrites, though. I think the rewrites are really smart, and I think that they thematically work really well with what the game's trying to do. Other things that Remaster does well, random encounters are gone, both in the overworld and in the dark world. This is a good thing, especially in the overworld. The original game is meant to be a detective story. You're supposed to go around with demons, and you're trying to find information. It's really hard to talk to people when demons are popping up every 5 seconds. And they're really weak because they're like from starting areas. It's really annoying. Removing random encounters in the overworld was the right call. I'm not sure how I feel about it being static encounters in the dark world where combat's meant to be more pronounced. It's like whatever. There's pros and cons to this option. New combat system is very fun. There's some new side quests in the game. A new super boss. All the old side quests from the game have been recontextualized within a detective notebook. A detective notebook has been added that gives a lot of lore about the characters and lore about the story, including a free DLC pack that you can get that exists just for the hardcore SMT fans that gives the ending of the game within the context of the greater series, which is really interesting. Finally, and there among other things, there's voice acting in the game now. I'll talk a little bit how I feel about that when we talk about the original game. The game is entirely in 3D, no more pre-rendered backgrounds. This means that although there are still fixed camera angles, the camera can actually follow you instead of it being like jumpy all the time. The battlefield is 360 degrees. There's a reference to the fact that this game was made in 2025. I'll just leave it at that. It had me falling out of my chair in laughter in a good way. And finally, I had a thing on my tongue about the side. I think it was about the side quest system. This is the first game in the series that you can have multiple of each demon in your party. So you can have 2 Jack Frosts. That's kind of cool. There's more demons, which is a very good thing. Again, I'll talk about that when we get to the original game. What else was there? There's one more thing I wanted to talk about. But the rewrites, I talked about the ending. I talked about the lore book. I talked about the new combat. I talked about the new look of the game. Quality. There's a lot of quality of life in the game. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to talk about for a context of Rider Remastered. Oh, the last thing. As a part of the new side quest system, they put music from Devil Summoner 1 and Soul Hackers in the side quests. It's really cool. I was grinning from ear to ear when I heard some of these songs from the first Devil Summoner and Soul Hackers. I was really happy. It was really cool. I won't say which ones, but it made me very happy because they're just little bonuses and they threw them in there. And it's awesome. It sounds perfect. Okay. That's it. Rider Remastered is really good. One of my favorite games I played this year.
I guess I'll save my... sorry.
Yeah.
I guess I'll save my question for after you talk about the original.
Yeah.
But you know what the question
fantastic is. Game. Yeah. Fantastic video game. Fantastic video game. Glory to Rider Remastered. Glory to Yamai. Please let him make Rido 3, aka Devil Summoner 6. Please. Oh my god, Devil Summoner is my favorite SMT series. It's my favorite one. Like, Soul Hackers is so good. I love Devil Summoner 1. And I fucking love Raito Remastered. I can't wait to finish SMT 2 and go into Raito 2. I'm so excited. Dude, right now there's no game I want to play more than Raito 2. And I'm gonna like pace myself so I can get to it because I'm so excited.
Hell yeah.
Ugh. Okay.
All right.
Oh, and I guess I should talk about the setting also. I guess I'll talk about the setting when we get to the original game.
Okay. All right. Mega Man 04. I'm playing my friend's arranger. Check out Everlasting Ethos. We made an arrange album. Mega Man 04 is the final game in the Mega Man 0 subseries, and I think it is a little bit more mixed on reception for some people. Some people adore it, some people think it's a bit of a step down, or the general criticism, I think, is they added too many mechanics that kind of made it feel a bit bloated, is what I've heard. I'm not sure how accurate that is. I liked it. I like this game a lot. I don't think I'm that critical pilled to worry about a genre that I'm not super, like, familiar with. I haven't played that many Mega Man games. But this game is fun. I felt like by the end of it, I actually was getting better at this game, which makes me want to replay 1, 2, and 3 at some point, just so I can... Now that I know how the games play, I think I can play them better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear it.
It is definitely the most well-rounded experience, I think. And I think that's to its benefit, because it definitely... There's a few things that are really interesting. One, this is one of the very few Mega Man games where you actually see, especially in the Zero series, the only one where you see humans, right? And not robots. And the way they play with that in the narrative is very interesting. You know? Especially after the ending of 3. The ending of this game is legendary. And I have a screenshot from the final boss, and that particular line, not I won't hesitate, but the full quote, which is over like 4 text boxes, so I couldn't actually get the full thing in one screenshot, is so iconic. It's actually, it's incredible. This game's incredible for a lot of reasons. I love it. I think I have a stronger attachment to Mega Man Zero because we did the Arrange album as well. And that is something to be said for a few games that I'm going to be talking about later as well. But yeah, this game is incredible, and I occasionally think about... I think that the story beats in 3 especially are the ones that really impact me. But 4 is just as good. But I do think I lean towards preferring 3.
Okay. Good to know. I will say that I won't hesitate line kind of does go hard, but...
Oh no, there's more. I think the full line is like, I've never considered myself a hero. I won't hesitate. If I see an enemy in front of me, I'll cut it down. Or something like that.
Damn.
And it in the context of everything and like Zero's character arc, because this Zero is... I actually, no, I'm not gonna say that. That is like... After Mega Man 03 and the events that happen in there, it's a lot. It's crazy. It's genuinely some of the best writing I experienced this year.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, these games go crazy.
It's nice that they're readily available.
Yeah.
Like, really nice.
And the Switch version performs good. They're like the other legacy collections have issues with like input lag on consoles and even on PC, but it's best on PC typically. Switch version of Mega Man Zero plays flawlessly, from what I understand. I played it on PS4, PS5. I kind of wish I had it on Switch because I would actually replay them a lot more conveniently on there. The only thing I think that is a bit sad is that they're not using the DS remaster tracks for the Legacy Collection. They're using the GBA original tracks, which is fine. But
did they get remastered on the DS?
Yes, the DS. There's a DS collection of the Mega Man Zero games, and they have a different soundtrack that people prefer.
Interesting. Okay.
But yeah, I like Mega Man Zero. It's awesome. It's also my turn for Donkey Kong Country. This game I played through it. I didn't 100% it. I didn't feel like I needed to.
You're telling me you didn't 100% the game in under 5 hours? SMH.
No, legit. I know. I heard DKC 1 is which is the fucking track? That's the track. That's the YouTuber track. But yeah, DKC 1 is a very good first game. I don't have a critical mind for this genre. It's fun. I think the collectibles are it's a bit annoying to figure out where everything is out, like where all the collectibles are without a guide. And I was just like, I'm just gonna play through it, right?
Yeah.
I'll talk about DKC 2 later when we get to it. But yeah, this game's fun. I like it. I think it looks great. It's my first Rare game, and I did this because I wanted to play Donkey Kong Bonanza. I think I started it when Bonanza came out. I was like, you know what? It's time.
Okay.
I'm gonna sit down and play this. Finally, I'm just in the mood, and I enjoyed it. It was not that long, but it was fun.
You gotta put some hours into the original arcade Donkey Kong, just like I have too.
I mean, I have played a bit of that on like Virtual Console at some point, but not like the arcade version, right?
Yeah, I guess yeah. Fun game though.
But
yeah, Donkey Kong Country is a game that I've always appreciated. I think it's artistically a very interesting game. Maybe one day I'll get to it. I'm just not a platformer guy, as you know, but I don't know. If there's any Nintendo platformer series that will get me into it, it's probably Donkey Kong.
Yeah, it is my first Rare game. I don't think I played any other Rare games.
Have I played anything Rare? Rare? I don't think so.
I mean, I've played more since. I actually want to hit up Banjo-Kazooie at some point, just because... I don't know, I feel like I'm in the mood. You know? Like,
sure.
After Donkey Kong Bonanza, I actually want to hit up some of those, like, platformer titles that I haven't... Like... Banjo-Kazooie, Super Mario Sunshine... I guess Banjo-Kazooie 2, or Banjo-Tooie, I should say. Though I know that one people don't like as much.
The one that people really don't like is Donkey Kong 64.
Which I kind of want to play for shits and giggles. But
sure, yeah.
I know it's one of those games you kind of had to grow up with, because it is a pain, because it kind of wants you to 100% it, and 100%ing it is a pain.
Yeah, not only do you have to 100% it, you have to 100% it with every character, I think, or something along those lines.
Yeah. But I want to at least play some of it. I don't know if like Donkey Kong Country was. I'll talk about this a bit later in the completionist part of Rare Games, and yeah. This one was. I don't think it would be that annoying to 100%, especially with Rewind. I just couldn't be bothered. It's just a bit obtuse to do so. And it was effectively the start of like the collectathon, I guess, of Rare stuff. But you know. Anyway.
All right, back to Devil Summoner. Okay, so Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Raido Kuzunoha versus the Soulless Army. That is a title for sure. Otherwise known as Devil Summoner 3. This is the original PS2 version of the exact same game that I just talked about getting remastered. So this is the original game. I'm going to talk a little bit about the setting of this game. So, this game takes place in late 1920s, early 1930s Japan. Specifically, in what we would call in our world the Showa era. But it's not the Showa era. It's still the Taisho era. And that's all how much I'll leave on that. Because of that, it's got some very interesting Japanese imperialistic tones. At first, I was very impressed because it was very critical of the Japanese army. And then I found out that after World War II, Japan basically pinned everything that they did on the army. The Navy gets off kind of scot-free, and the Navy is kind of like the good guys in this, which is, all right, interesting politician things going on there. But otherwise, I think that this game is very artistic. So one of the things that Remaster does is it adds voice acting to the game. And I think the voice acting is very good in Remaster, but I'm not sure if it needed it. Because this game takes place in the 1930s, the game is shot and presented like a silent film. the way that like you'll just like get like title cards that is just white kanji or white words on a black screen with music playing. Feels like you're watching like an old-timey 1930s movie, but like a Japanese movie, but as a video game. And Rider Remastered definitely goes for a different tone there. It goes for its own thing, which is I appreciate. It's not trying to 8-bit, it's trying to do its own thing, which is cool. But it kind of has a nice little feel to it. The backgrounds are also all pre-rendered in the original game, which is for some of the more action-based stuff, it's like kind of like whatever. But for some of the quieter town moments, especially the shrine is gorgeous as a 2D image. The game still has a lot of side quests. Some of them are more of a pain in this version. The pit of 100 enemies, basically, where you have to fight 100 enemies in one encounter. In Remastered, it's not easy, but it's a little bit more like you can be really efficient about it. In this, it's just an endurance run. It's so tedious and grindy, but you just kind of have to get through if you want to do that side quest. I didn't even do the last side quest in the game, the one where you can get Beelzebub. I just didn't care. The game looks really good. The game looks really good on PS2. The way that glass works because of the motion engine on PS2 just could not be replicated in PS5. And that's fine. Again, PS5 is trying to go, the remaster is trying to go for something very different. But there is something very magical about playing the PS2 version. It's like, oh wow, look at that! Look at the way the lighting works. Look at the way that's going bang through that glass. PS2 was kind of a miracle worker for some things. A motion engine was crazy, but yeah. Finally, the last thing I need to talk about in all of this is the combat system. Okay, so in Remaster, you have light and strong attacks, a bit of resource management to keep your demons using spells, stuff like that. In this game, you have a magnetite system that you just need to do to summon any demon, and you summon demons at the start of battle. You spend magnetite to talk to NPCs, just like in Remaster. And then the way combat works is that you have one demon out, and you kind of just like do a basic 3-hit swords attack, and then you wait for your demon to like tag team with you. The idea is like your demon will use a elemental skill, and then you'll follow up with like a couple 3-hit sword strikes, and if you hit a weakness, then they're kind of in a stun state, and these 3 hits will do crit damage. Because of this, the game is very slow, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's janky, but in a cool way. Unfortunately, because there's only like 40 demons in the game, basically the way it works is that you can actually play as every demon by sending out your demon on solo hunts. And this means that every demon needs a moveset. This means that the demon's movesets need to be quite small because of how fusion works. Every demon will get 1 active skill and 1 passive skill. Unfortunately, some of these active skills suck, especially in the late game. Bufudine is so much better than Mabufudine. Mabufudine just creates an ice thing around the demon, whereas Bufudine will shoot an ice projectile. That projectile is so much more helpful because it keeps your demon alive. Unfortunately, almost every demon in the late game has these Moss skills, and it kind of is a drag because demon summoning and demon fusion is really fun in the series, and it just de-incentivizes you from summoning new stuff at the end of the game. The game's not that hard, thankfully. Interestingly, Remaster and original game will have different bosses. Because physical is better and more important in Remaster, bosses that resist or null physical are so much harder in Remaster that you really have to like get a feel for how to command demons to do things, or you have to switch your skills out on the fly mid-battle, which I didn't know you could do until after I finished the game. I was not fingering the menus at all. But you can do some cool sword combos and aerial combos, and there's a dodge button now. The original game doesn't have any of that, but it does have a really good block button. Block button is really, really good, and it's neat that a block button is actually how this action game works out. There's some bosses are particularly annoying with stats effects and tracking projectiles, so you often have to like desummon your demon, block, then resummon your demon, and kind of go from there. It's tedious, but the game isn't that long. It's like 40 hours long, all things considered. That it works out in the end. I like both versions a lot. I think they both have their pros and cons. I don't think one battle system is necessarily better than the other. I don't think that one game look necessarily like stylistically is better than one or the other. I think Remaster has a better script, but the original has a better art style. So it's really just a matter of preference at the end of the day. I enjoyed playing both.
My question is, what would you recommend for me?
I think after you play Soul Hackers, you should play Remaster. I think that. Okay, actually, let me preface this. When you are ready to play this game, check to see if a Raito Remaster 2 is out. If a Raito Remaster 2 is out, then I think you play the Remaster series.
Okay.
If it is not out, you should play the original. I say this because there actually is some save transfer, and it carries over your inputted name. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's actually why I played the original game back to back, because I found out there was a save transfer system to Raito 2, and I didn't want to wait for Raito 2. Well, I'm going to wait to Raito 2, but I don't want to necessarily wait for the remaster to come out to play Raito 2. So
yeah,
I have a file for Raito 1 all set and ready to go.
Perfect. Good to know.
Though if you do play Raito 1, I will highly recommend you look up the final chapter of Raito 2 and how the script changes, because it's very interesting. Like, when I say that the script changes, I mean the entire context of the final boss changes in the remaster, and I think it's cooler. And then also the other thing about remaster I should probably mention is that because it is indeed a detective game, every boss in remaster gets extra dialogue because it's Raito asking the boss about different things that are going on within the case. These don't exist in the original game, which is why I think the script in remaster is better. So I think that in a perfect world where you get a Raito Remaster 2, I think you play remaster, just because I think the script is a lot better. But I think that the original has some merits too. I think it's really good.
Yeah,
I love Devil Summoner. I love Devil Summoner.
I will say I have been leaning towards remaster just because the convenience of having it on Switch. Mind you, my PS is very convenient to turn on at the moment. But I also would need to seek out a Japanese copy of the game, and that's not hard. It's just yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's the best remaster that they've made in years.
Yeah.
Nocturne Remaster was a huge disappointment for many people, including myself. I don't think that game looks very good. I still think the original looks better, but I think Raito Remaster has its own thing going on, especially in the overworld, that I think is they went for something cool here. I'm happy with what they did.
I appreciate that advice. That is worth knowing, and actually it helps me because it means I'm not looking to buy a video game. I can wait till I go through some other SMT games, especially knowing that SMT 1 and 2 is helpful for this game. I'll just keep going through that, which we'll talk about it later.
It's very funny because I'll just say this. If you were to play the original version right now, the only game you need to play is SMT 1. If you were to and Soul Hackers and Devil Summoner 1.
Yep.
If you were to play remaster today, you should play SMT 2 as well.
That's really interesting. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, I will go on to the next one, but I need to go to the toilet.
Okay.
So I'll be right back. But I won't put
water break.
Yeah. You want a break as well?
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab water.
Cool. Be right back.
Maybe.
All right, hello. I don't know if Owen's back. Hello?
Am I good to talk?
Yeah. No, I've unmuted and everything.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Last thing I will say on Rare Remastered before you move on is it's very obvious that Yamai wants a Raito 3 to happen. And me being anti-remake, it was very weird having the second remake come around. That I'm just like, oh, he really wanted to make this. He wanted to make these changes. So yeah. Anyway, last note on that.
Yeah. F-Zero! So I started my F-Zero journey last year, and oh my god, this series is fucking awesome.
I've only played F-Zero SNES and F-Zero 99, but very, very fun games.
F-Zero SNES is fun. I played it, I enjoyed it. X is crazy good, and I'm grouping them together. I played a lot of X. Like, I played through X, I did everything that you would need to do to complete it. Yes, I used Rewind, but this game made me buy a Nintendo Switch Online N64 controller. Because this game is very difficult to play on modern controllers. You can get used to it, but modern joysticks are calibrated in such a way that a racing game that requires very precise inputs on a joystick isn't compatible with.
Okay.
And it's largely due to how the dead zone in the center is calibrated. Because on a Nintendo 64 controller, that dead zone is read as an input. On a modern controller, the dead zone is basically, once it's there, it's considered neutral position, but it's like blank. It's not really read as an input, right?
Right.
So it's much easier to say go straight on a Nintendo 64 controller. And because with the Nintendo Switch Online controllers, they're based on the original molds, the Nintendo 64 controller is as shitty as an original Nintendo 64 controller is. You can burn in your hands in Mario Party, right? But it makes games like this so much more precise and easier to play. Now, the problem is I got really used to playing it on like a Switch Pro controller, and I had to readjust when I got this controller. But it is much more precise and easier to actually play the game because of it. And this game is incredibly precise. It does demand a lot of you and a lot of attention, and it makes sense that F-Zero was considered the hardcore racing game for a while. Even on the SNES, it is kind of like almost like a tech demo, but it is a well-designed one and is fun as fuck. F-Zero X is oozing with soul and attitude, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas I feel like SNES is like, this is a futuristic racer, and there weren't many at the time, so that's what it is. And look how fast we can go. F-Zero X is a rare N64 game that runs at 60 FPS. Because they intentionally made it, they wanted it to feel fast. So visually, it kind of looks like us. All the models and shit are like simple as fuck, so they could get it to run that fast. But it is awesome to actually play. It is so much fun.
Awesome. And F-Zero is not a big series, right? I think you just have the GBA game,
which
AX, GX, and maybe.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, you finished. Sorry.
Yeah, so you have basically the expansion pack for the 64DD if you ever get to that.
Which I don't know.
And then you have, yeah, and then you have the GBA game, and then you have AX, the arcade machine, and GX, the GameCube one, right? That's it.
GX, and then there's a GBA game that came after GX that's based on the anime.
Okay, cool.
I have played the GBA one, and I think I will talk about that next month. And I will probably play GX soon. I don't think... I was wondering whether I should stream GX or not, and I had a chat with Bane about it, and he actually was like, don't waste your time, just play in your own time. I actually did play a bit of GX recently with a friend, just multiplayer though, so it's not like actually going through the game and unlocking everything, right?
And then you got to go to an arcade and find a machine of AX, right?
Yeah, I can totally do that, right?
Play AX, by the way, it's fun.
Do they still have it? Like, where would they have AX?
I don't know. It's been close to 10 years since I played it, but I have been in an arcade where they had one.
Cool. But yeah, and also the soundtrack's awesome. Like, yeah, damn. But yeah, this game, I know it was a bit difficult to play on Switch Online initially, but since they've improved the N64 one, it plays like a charm. There's no input delay. It feels super responsive, and that's great. You know, you just kind of need the N64 controller. And this game's so cool because I don't know if you've ever watched an F-Zero X speedrun. They're fucking insane because you can fly off the map and skip the entire thing, but it's so precise.
I haven't seen much of X. I've seen a lot of vanilla F-Zero and a lot of GX. Those are the two I've seen a lot of.
X's, I've noticed X is kind of slept on, but I think X's exists in a specific era where racing games could be a lot more precise with the inputs, and I have noticed that with going through the N64 library, which I'll talk about later. A lot of them are so much precise, are very precise with how you're supposed to use the control stick. And of course, it was new tech at the time. Nintendo really wanted to like make this like, oh, yes, there are buttons. It's not the control stick is not a control stick. It is a control. You know what I mean? It's like it's a very interesting era to go through, and I've never actually played games like this before. I've never thought about having to play games like this before, but it's making me really appreciate that era, and in a way we've lost something by making controllers better. You know?
Interesting. It's funny because notoriously the N64 joysticks do not last very long.
No,
so.
they don't. But yeah, I hope the NSO controller lasts longer, but we'll see. But yeah,
take care of it.
I basically fell in love with the series. It was like I was that joke of like, oh, F-Zero fan excited to play F-Zero for the first time, and then I actually played it. I'm like, oh wait, no, I get it.
There's a reason why you asked me to draw Captain Falcon.
Yes. F-Zero X is like so like the atmosphere is great. Like this song, listen to the music. It's like so awesome. It's like it is that, and it's got like this comic book style, and it's just like oh, they cooked with this one. Yeah, I have not played GX yet, and I don't know much about GX. I want to give it a shot, but from what I've played, just briefly, like half an hour with a friend, it feels less sensitive than X, and in a way potentially a bit easier, but I know it can get very difficult with some of the challenges in the game, and very frame perfect with some of the challenges it asks of the player. So I'll see how I like that one when I play it, probably within the next few months. But okay. X is my biggest love of this series so far. It's really good. All right.
Okay. Oh boy, I have takes on this game. Metal Gear Solid. So, I played Metal Gear 1 a few years ago, and I played Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake last year. I do not like Metal Gear Solid nearly as much as the other two. Okay, so I'm gonna start with what Metal Gear Solid does well, because it does a lot well. Music's very good. Voice acting is incredible, especially for the time. The game looks incredible. It's a very ambitious PlayStation game. I'm gonna explain the issue to you right now. So, in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, that is a game about using the Soliton radio to avoid enemies that have decent AI for the time for MSX2. You sneak around, you manipulate noise, you hide and stuff like that, and you're like working around enemy patterns and things like that. It's very cool. You enter into Metal Gear Solid, and you quickly learn a couple things. Oh, I can knock on a wall to try and attract enemies by making sound. That's cool. Oh, I have more options to disable enemy weaponry and stuff and such. That's cool. Oh, I have a lot more ways to hide. I have a lot more ways to interact with the stealth and stuff. This is really cool. There's a lot of features. I can't wait to see what the game will ask me to do with this stuff. It doesn't. Metal Gear Solid is not a stealth game. It looks like a stealth game, but I would say about 60 to 70% of the overworld challenges, quote unquote, has to do with cameras, which you don't stealth by. You throw a grenade, an EMP grenade, to disable them for a little bit of time. Or you have, like forced enemy tracking encounters, which that's just kind of lame. Combat's a little stiff as well, but I mean the entire series is stiff. It's like whatever. The game is ultimately a collection of boss fights and set pieces. These boss fights and set pieces are pretty good. They're not bad by any means. Some boss fights are better than others. I'm not the biggest fan of Sniper Wolf, but that's okay. But it's weird coming to this game after Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, where that was an actual video game. That was a game that you could get lost in. There were so many floors. There were so many rooms. There's like, you got to the radius on your Salton radar to see enemies was so much larger. You had a lot of options. Here, it's like it feels a lot more constrained, and it just doesn't feel as impressive. And it's weird because at the same time, I can understand anyone who played this game as their first Metal Gear game would love this game. I totally understand it. But coming off of Metal Gear 2, it's a little strange. It doesn't feel as important or interesting. That being said, I think the story's pretty good. I think Liquid Snake is an interesting character. I think Revolver Ocelot's an interesting character. I really like how they resolved the Gray Fox storyline from the previous two games. That's awesome. Meryl's cool. Otacon's cool. It's fine. It's cool. I like, again, the presentation and like the art style and stuff like that is epic. It's so good. A lot of stuff to do with codec conversations. Pretty good plot twists. It's genuinely quite good. I'm a big fan. It sucks the game is not very fun to play. I did not have the best of times with Metal Gear Solid 1. But that's okay. It's a classic of the PlayStation. I've been told by people that I've talked to that I would really like Metal Gear Solid 3, which I'm looking forward to. And I myself am looking forward to Metal Gear Solid 2, because if you're going to go off the walls enough with your story, you might as well go all the way. And 2 is famous for that. So I can at least be assured that 2 and 3 coming up are going to be quite good for me. So yeah, that's Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
What's up?
It's weird. I think I've always felt that, like, I guess games that have like a more realistic art style, for lack of a better term, don't appeal to me that much.
Sure.
And like the sort of darker aesthetic that is, I guess, found in a lot of I guess AAA games that these days, right? Sony games. Blockbuster. The blockbuster style isn't really for me. But in a weird way, the Hideo Kojima stuff, that still appeals to me. And I feel it strongly, like looking at the PS1 graphics here, I'm like, wait, that's Soul. Like, I don't know. It's a weird thing.
The game looks very Soul. So the way I would describe it as Hideo Kojima does not make realistic games. He is influenced by American action movies. He is very outspoken about how he would want to make movies as a kid. He would watch some R-rated films with his parents when he was a kid. Very, very influenced by anime and Western action movies as a kid. It creates this very interesting juxtaposition where you have some very serious discussions about American industrial war complex and military complex. And he would tell stories about how he would go into the forest with real American army men with his team at Konami, and they would learn how to use handguns, and they would learn basic stealth tactics and stuff like that, so they could implement it in the game. And then also you get a psychic that can read your mind. Or there's a scene where there's a girl, her name's Meryl, she's trapped in a cell. You can look down, you're like up, you can look down at her from like an air duct. The first 2 times she's like doing other things, but if you leave and come back like a couple times, she's in her underwear, just randomly. That's kind of like the juxtaposition of the entire game, where it's like it has this tone of seriousness, but if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, it's utterly ridiculous, and it's great for that. People talk about the story and the voice acting and the characters and presentation, and all that's top notch in Metal Gear Solid, 100%. It's very dramatic, very, very melodramatic. I just have issues with the fact that they don't let me play the game. As there's some very cool mechanics, and they don't let me use them. That's my only real issue with the game.
Yeah, no, I guess I have the whole series because I have the Legacy Collection on PS3. And I have, I think 5 on PS5.
I will say it's definitely worth going through Metal Gear Solid. It's worth going through Metal Gear 1 and 2 with a guide. It's fine if you use a guide for those games. Their Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake particularly is kind of a sprawling labyrinth. It's a little easy to get lost in that. But Metal Gear Solid 1 is a bit more
Legacy Collection, right?
I believe so. Yes, they should be. So, good game. I like Metal Gear Solid. I liked Metal Gear Solid 1. I just wish that it was a better game, I think is the best way to describe it. Compared to Metal Gear 2, which I think is a much better game, but the story isn't as strong, but I think it's still pretty strong in that one.
I don't know.
I agree with what Bane says. Hideo Kojima games are definitely Soul. Not always the best game, but always Soul. I agree with that.
I know. I'm just trying to... I don't know, I just feel like I want to try a lot of different stuff at the moment, so I'll keep it on my mind.
I think you would like Metal Gear. I think if there's any chance of a quote-unquote AAA game appealing to you, it's going to be this one. Yeah. It's good. Also, like, the art style is just gorgeous, dude. Like, one of the best parts about playing Metal Gear Solid, about playing Metal Gear Solid specifically, is when you choose not to start the game, but instead you go into the briefing section, and you have 20 minutes of this art, like that art style. You have 20 minutes of pictures of that art style as they get a briefing of what the mission is and the backstory and all the lore from the previous 2 games summarized for you, and with all the voice acting, and it's framed like a security camera footage, basically. That's really cool. Yeah. It's like you're watching a 30-minute anime preview that's like very slow and moody before you start the actual game.
Cool.
Yeah, at least the very OG. I think both OG Metal Gears are important. Zanzibar is talked about a lot in future game in Metal Gear Solid 1. And also Gray Fox. The Gray Fox storyline is Metal Gear 2 is very important for that. So
yeah. All right,
August. I should let my friend Joab know that we're in Transistor Month.
I did mention I was going to be talking about F-Zero GBA.
Is there 2 GBA games? Is that the idea?
There is. I've only played the one that came out before GX.
Okay.
I don't remember how I ordered the slides because I also played Excite 64, but I did not finish it.
Let me double check for you. I can double check. So it goes. You have F-Zero, Game Boy Advanced, and then Donkey Kong Country 2, and then I Spider-Man, and then you have 1080 and Kirby, and then I have Transistor, and then you have a section for Excite 64.
Cool. All right then. F-Zero for Game Boy Advance, as it's known in Japan, or F-Zero Maximum Velocity, as it's known in the West. I play the Japanese version of this game because I've just been playing everything on Switch Online in Japanese. Because why not? F-Zero is funny. I actually didn't mention about this in the SNES one, but the Japanese version has no Japanese text at all.
That's pretty peak.
And you can even see this. Like, there is Japanese text for the menus in this one.
Is this just a port, out of curiosity?
No, it's a new game. It's a completely original game that kind of sucks. It's fun, and it's just a little bullshit in what it expects you to do to unlock everything, and the AI, the NPCs, the AI cheats a lot. Like a lot. You will get You'll get like a lead, and then the AI will catch up when it isn't physically possible for them to, if you were playing like other people. It's a very bullshit kind of game.
We love rubber banding.
Yeah, it's a kind of very bullshit kind of game. It plays a lot like SNES, and here's the thing: it's a very where F-Zero X felt like an evolution of the idea of what F-Zero is into 3D. F-Zero Maximum Velocity feels like a successor to SNES. In a way that I think isn't as good as SNES, but you can see it very much looks like the SNES game. The characters and the machines are completely different. There's no Captain Falcon in this one, in my understanding. There is a password system if you don't want to go through all the grind and the bullshit that it asks you to do to unlock some of the best machines in the game. You can just type in the password, which I was meant to include a screenshot of. I just forgot, I guess. And the password is based on your... I believe it's your player name, your file name. And it's different for everything. But there is a password calculator that you can find online. I think it has been taken down, but it still works if you go through Wayback Machine.
God, the Wayback Machine is holding up so much of the internet.
Yeah. I remember having to do that. But yeah, this game, honestly, I use Rewind. I don't know if I would enjoy this if I didn't have Rewind, because I can just... If the AI is going to be bullshit about this, I'm going to be bullshit about this shit as well.
Fair enough.
So yeah. It is F-Zero on the Game Boy Advance. I think calling it Maximum Velocity is a little disingenuous to what it is. It's not like...
It's Maximum I knew I should have gotten the turbo.
Yeah, right. It's not the like, I think the Japanese title is the most accurate for it. It is F-Zero for Game Boy Advance. That's why I kind of am going to call it F-Zero GBA, even though people will mostly call it Maximum Velocity.
Mm.
Alright. There's only one song I can use for this.
Yeah, of course. This song won me a trivia question, by the way.
Hell yeah.
A trivia answer, rather.
So where Donkey Kong Country 1 was a game that I played, Donkey Kong Country 2 is phenomenal and has stuck with me. There's something about the aesthetic of this game, the music of this game, the humor of this game, and the evolution of what DKC1 did that just all kind of comes together in the right way to make a memorable experience that sticks with you. And you see it in the artwork, you see it in the, this is, I think when you finish the game, you get, the game encourages you to complete it by saying, hey, get all the DK medals, you want to be better than Mario. But look, it's like Cranky's Video Game Heroes. Look at the bottom right of this. What do you see there?
Sonic shoes, yeah.
And Earthworm Jim's gun.
Oh.
That was considered a proper competitor at the time, which is really funny.
Was the sign saying no what?
No hopers. I don't know if that's a reference to something else, but I did recognize Sonic shoes, and I was like, could they do this in the 90s? Is that fine? Rare's humor is unparalleled. Honestly, it's really good. I get it. But this game specifically, I did 100%. It's not as tedious to do without a guide. It's pretty clear. I did have to look up where some secrets were, but it's very doable, and you do need 100% it to get the true ending. This game's beautiful. It looks beautiful. It is fantastic to play, and it's good. I think Donkey Kong Country 2 is the game that people remember the most when they talk about Donkey Kong Country.
I agree. That's the one I've heard the most praise of myself as well.
That's right. It's justified. It's so fucking good. Right?
Mm.
And I'm glad I played it.
I'm glad. I feel like this is one of those games of canon that if you're a fan of the genre, you should absolutely play. And I'm happy that you're able to do that.
Mm-hmm. What do you got? Okay.
Spider-Man. So, PS4, Sony, Insomniac slop. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Spider-Man Remastered ain't gonna be in my top 10 or anything like that. It's not that great. But I think Spider-Man Remastered's still a fun game enough. I think that the main story is really good. I think that as a Spider-Man story specifically, I think that's a big context note. MB, for your note, I will say that the Spider-Man feels closer to a Sam Raimi Spider-Man than a Marvel Cinematic Universe Spider-Man in terms of tone, and the kind of story that's being told.
Good.
Yeah. Uh, the Doc Ock of this story is the heart of the game. The relationship between Peter and Dr. Octavius is incredible. This is the Yuri Lowenthal Spider-Man, which is very funny. The main quest is excellent. Likewise, I think that the central like kind of sandboxy aspect of the game of being able to go around collecting items, building suits that reference everything from Spider-Verse to comics to crossovers to everything you could think of. You can build so many suits and they're all references to something, and that's really cool too. Spider-Man Remastered also with the DLC, and that adds even more suits, and that's pretty neat. They have a lot of villains, some new, some old, some cameos, some small, some big. It's a good smorgasbord of a lot of stuff. Doesn't fall for too many PS4isms. There's a few. There's a couple slow walk hallways and stuff like that, but it's not too bad, all things considered. The one thing I'm not the biggest fan of is the fact that this is a collectathon. The collectathon feels very rote. Some parts I do like. I like going around collecting backpacks, and I like taking pictures of landmarks. Kind of makes you feel more in the world of New York City. And there's these Taskmaster challenges that are very hard. And these are really fun. I really, really enjoy these. These are like there's a chasing one where you basically have to plan out a route and then swing with perfect efficiency. It challenges you to make use of the game's physics and tools in a way that if you weren't like practiced, if you go too fast, you might like lose control or whatever. This game asks you to be practiced and precise, and it feels really good. Those are awesome. They're the hardest part of the game probably, but they're really good. Then there's other things too that I'm not a big fan of. The game doesn't have great combat. It has good enough combat, but there's like objectives in the game that like will have side objectives that will give you extra like tokens or whatever. And these are like get a 100 hit combo, and that means doing 100 hits without getting hit once. And some of these things come out of nowhere. It's very hard to get hit. A couple times I ran into a glitch actually where I got stuck at 67 health and they could not hit me. Like I got hit and I flinched, but it didn't count as damage. I don't know what's up with that. It happened multiple times to me. And only in these little objectives, but I was able to exploit that to get these 100 hit combo things. Sometimes when I'm swinging around the city, I felt like I was just going through motions, which isn't the best feeling in the world. Again, it's AAA kind of ambition kind of biting itself. But at the same time, I think that there's also a fair amount of soul here. I think that again, the Taskmaster stuff is good. I think the story is very excellent. I think that there are some fun side objectives that are worth doing. And I think that the physics of the game is like the prima appeal, which for a PS4 big budget game, you don't really think. They usually think about like, oh, the production values or whatever. But no, this game is like kind of trying to sell itself on its gameplay physics, and it's really good. I think its really only issue is that its combat's just pretty shallow, all things considered. There's an upgrade system, but like it still doesn't quite reach the heights that it could. And this does hold it back because there's some challenges that ask you to use the combat in ways that I feel like it wasn't designed for. But whenever it asks you to use the physics in cool ways, then it's awesome. Ultimately, Spider-Man Remastered is I think a core game on the PS4 and PS5. I've not played Miles Morales yet, nor have I played Spider-Man 2. I will get to those at some point. But the base game and the couple DLC episodes are fun enough, and there's some really heartbreaking moments there. And there's some really cool like twists on the Spider-Man formula too. This is one of the better versions of Peter Parker in the story. It's pretty neat, I gotta say.
Yeah, so I actually do own this game, the PS4 version. I haven't got remastered, but it's out of everything that's AAA Sony stuff, it is the one that would interest me the most.
I'm in the exact same boat. That's why I played it.
I just wonder if I should familiarize myself with Spider-Man more, because I don't actually know that much about Spider-Man.
Yeah. I think we talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
I think you should go through the first 2 Sam Raimi movies and then watch Spider-Verse. Or the Spider-Verse movies. I think that's like bare minimum. There's not a lot of MCU stuff here. There's like a little, like you can find Avengers Tower or you can find Doctor Strange's mansion, but those are in the comic books as well. Mostly it's just like, how much do you know about Spider-Man villains? And if you just know Dr. Octavius, then I think that's probably enough. But hey, if you know the Lizard or the Rhino or the Scorpion, then that's also good. That helps. And then the 3 like core storylines basically is you have the Kingpin, who is a main villain in Spider-Verse. And then you have Mr. Negative, who I think is original. Either he's original or he's a really obscure character, because I've never heard of him before this game either. Which that's totally fine. And then you have the Doc Ock story, the finale that centers around Doc Ock, and everyone knows Doc Ock. You know Doc Ock. You've seen the second Raimi film.
I actually don't remember if I've seen the second. No, I have, because that's the one where it's like they're under the bridge and yeah, right at the end.
Raimi film is the one that has the mechanical arms.
Yes.
That's the villain.
Yes, but yeah, but at the end when they kill him, he's under the bridge, and then he's got the son who's like friends with Peter Parker but doesn't know that he's Spider-Man or something like that. It's been a while.
Yeah, so like I think what you're thinking is like what's his name? Harry Osborn.
Yeah.
Peter Parker's best friend. There was so Harry's father was Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, and in the first Raimi film, the Green Goblin got impaled on like a space, like a board with a knife on it, right?
Yeah.
And Harry blamed Spider-Man for that, and so the exchange that Doc Ock and Harry did was Harry gave him like a piece of metal that was really rare that he could use for his fusion experiment, his nuclear fusion experiments.
Which leads to Spider-Man.
In exchange, in exchange, Doc Ock would go and get Spider-Man and bring him back to Harry so Harry could kill him. And then sees it's Peter, freaks out, doesn't know what to do.
Okay.
And then Peter goes to do stuff.
I don't know if I watched the second movie. I'll be real. It's been a while. I've seen the first one at least, but
yeah, they're both of the first 2 Raimi films are always worth watching no matter what.
Okay.
I
might just have to rewatch and then watch it again, and then maybe I'll check out Spider-Verse as well. But this is all like, okay, I'll do it at some point. I don't know when.
Yeah, it's good. It is worth your time. It's not like a game of the year must play at any particular point. And I think most people agree, from what I understand, that the first game is better than the second game, anyways.
Okay.
But it's worth getting around to. So.
Okay. Cool. I don't know if I'd stream it.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's fun.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh, this is neat music.
Yeah, 1080 snowboarding. Like I said, I got the controller. I'm like, shit, I need to play Nintendo 64 games now. I need to try them. And I realized there's a lot of Nintendo 64 games that are like just kind of racing games or just like party stuff that, yes, actually has single player content and I can technically finish them. And there's no harm in playing for like a bit. And I played through 1080 snowboarding, and this one is a bit cumbersome to get the hang of. The trick system is very precise on how you use the joystick, and it's a lot to like get the hang of, and it definitely feels like, oh, we are trying to figure out how to use this joystick well, right? We don't actually know how to use this joystick, so we're just fucking around and trying it out. But I think this game is incredibly it's incredibly fun, and it's a bit of a shame that it's like primarily based around racing, because the trick system is really cool, and it does require a lot of like precision with, oh, you want to do a 1080 flip or whatever, you gotta do very specific inputs, and it takes time to learn. There is a skill ceiling to it, you know. And I don't know, I play this and I'm like, wow, this is a good video game. It's like the moment you stop seeing the joystick as just a control to get your character move, and more as a control to input specific actions, and with how precise you got to get with it, it's actually fun. It's really fun, and it really makes me. It challenges how I view video games in the modern landscape, I guess.
I'm curious what would happen if you actually played a fighting game on stick. I wonder how that would feel to you.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's very similar in your regard, but I think, yeah, I don't know. That's a good point. That is a good thought, actually. I like it.
Yeah, because stick has only fight stick only has 8 directions, but you think about the game in a different way.
Yeah, I actually did play Tekken 2 days ago on an arcade cabinet, Tekken 7 with a friend.
Oh, sick.
I was really mashing buttons for a lot of it, but it was...
Yeah, I don't know how to play Tekken either, don't worry.
But it was interesting to use a stick, because it's like, oh, I'm actually pushing it in a very different way than I would like a joystick, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the soundtrack's really awesome, and it's a lot of fun. I think this game is... I don't know if it's slept on, but it's if it wasn't on Switch Online, I wouldn't have checked it out. It's one of those games, and I'm glad I can check it out because of Switch Online. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, the soundtrack's really fucking, like, cool. Oh, yes. This is Kirby's Dream Land, right? The first one? Yes.
No, Kirby's Dream Land, yeah.
This took me, what, like, half an hour to finish? I think I played most of the game on the toilet. Yeah, I'm feeling this year could be the one I actually just sit down and play a bunch of Kirby games. I have played Triple Deluxe and Superstar, but now I'm like, you know what? With Kirby Air Ride coming out especially, I'm just like, there's a lot here. And they're not very long, typically. They're not necessarily super engaging for me, that's why I've never really been on Kirby, but I'm like, why not? You know, a lot of stuff's on Switch Online. I can play there. I can play what's there. I'm probably not going to stream a lot of it. I'm familiar enough with Kirby lore that nothing's really going to be a surprise. You know, so it'd just be nice to go through the games. I think it'll be a nice time, and that's what I felt with this game. It's a nice time. Didn't stick with me that much. I know I played it. I know it's cute. You know.
Yep. All right. Well, yeah. Kirby's Dream Land is like it's the classic example of a game you can beat in 2 hours. Meant to be very simple. It's neat. It's cool that it exists in the form that it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So I played Hoshino Kabi.
Hoshino Kabi.
All right.
All right. Transistor. Hey, Joy, you in the chat? Okay, so
this is Darren Korb, right?
I think so. It's a Super Giant game, so MB, this is the game you need to play. I'm just gonna as a musician, you should play this game. So what is Transistor? Transistor is a roughly 6 to 10 hour game. At first, you think it's a top-down action game. It is actually, how do I describe it? A kind of real-time strategy game. Basically, it's an action game, and you have moves that you can press, and you get to make your builds. And at any time, you can stop time. And then you can basically, in this stop time, you can move around, and you can plan actions within a certain limit before your time runs out. And then once you release, the actions will play out automatically. It's very interesting. And all the while you're playing in this very like incredible vibes-based Art Deco, Neo Deco kind of style, with a sword that talks to you, and you're playing Red, a singer who lost her voice, and then as you're playing, you unlock new abilities, and each of these abilities is associated with an NPC character, and you get to learn more about them. It is one of the simpler Supergiant games. Supergiant also made like Hades and Bastion and stuff like that. Um, it's definitely one of the simpler ones, but it was a one that my friend Joy very much recommended to me. And yeah, it's really good. The vibes are unparalleled, and there is a button that's dedicated to just humming along the song that's playing at any time.
Yeah, I think you told me about that.
Yeah.
Question. It looks like you played on Switch. How does it perform on Switch?
Oh, I didn't play on Switch. I played on Steam.
Okay. I did look it up. It seems like it's 60 FPS on Switch means it'd be fine on PC.
It released on iOS like 10 years ago, so I'm assuming it runs fine on Switch.
Yeah. All right. I'll add it to my wish list and see if I can grab it sometime. Is it something you'd want to see me stream?
Yeah, I would watch you stream it. It's a 5 to 10 hour game. It's not very long. So I think you'd enjoy it.
Why was my Switch off?
It's one of those games that's like it's one of those games that you don't know what's going on until the very end, where you're kind of putting it together, but you're just enjoying the experience because oh my god.
Yeah.
Joy says it's pretty smooth on Switch, and that was their initial play. So there you go.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed. Did you say I should or shouldn't stream it?
Should. I'd be down for watching you stream it. It's a good game.
Cool. I'll keep it in mind. I do have Hades, and I haven't played it.
Yeah. Hades is much more of an investment. Transistor is much shorter.
Yeah, cool.
It does have Transistor does have like a new game plus multiple playthrough system as well, but that's less important. Yeah. There's like a couple things that change on New Game Plus, but
I have actually heard the music live, and that's why I know it's Darren Korb, because Australia, a friend of mine hosted the Indie Symphony concert that happened in Australia, Melbourne, and has done twice. And every time there's always Darren Korb music, whether it's from Hades or Hades 2, I think this time. And the first concert, I believe, had Transistor. One of the concerts had Transistor, I remember. But yeah, no, I'll check it out. I'll keep it in mind.
Good vibes. It's good vibes.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So I was checking out 64 games, Nintendo 64 stuff. And Excitebike 64 exists in a group of precision-based racing games on the platform. And this one just falls flat on every account compared to the other ones I played first. And I believe this was a launch title. I might be mistaken. Was it?
In North America, the N64 launched with 2 video games, Super Mario 64 and Pilot Wings.
Okay, no, never mind. It was when did Excitebike 64 release then? Anyway, basically this one, compared to the other racing games that also demand a lot out of like joystick control, this one felt a lot more rough around the edges. And because I had already kind of gotten my fill with like 1080 snowboarding, and I guess F-Zero, not that they're similar, this one just felt a lot more competent to play. It's also longer, but it feels longer because it feels slower to play. And it's not because it has more content, you know? And I think it's probably a fine game. I just didn't feel like I wanted to finish it. And so I just was like, you know what? That's fine. I've played it. I want to talk about it because I think it's neat. But I think if you are looking for an experience like this, there are way better games on the N64 that you can play.
The best Excitebike game is Mario Kart 8.
Yep. Because, like, you know, Excitebike, there's a lot of stuff about you want to, like, angle after a jump. You want to angle your bike so it's, like, you know, parallel to the ground that you're landing on, because then it gives you, like, better speed and whatnot. And it's just, like, I'm already doing that shit in 1080 snowboarding. I'm already doing that shit in, like, F-Zero X. Like, not really in F-Zero X, but, like, that sort of precision play is already, like, present and more refined in those games, whereas this one I just was like, yeah, I'm good.
All right. Well, sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that you found other games that you loved.
Yep. The soundtrack's neat. I think I've been sleeping on N64 soundtracks. That's the other thing. All right. Your month.
I've only from here on, I'm only just attaching music to games that you haven't played yet, so you know what to play. I'm assuming you know what songs to play for Zero Ranger.
Perfect. Yeah.
You can even play your own music.
Yeah, I probably will. Have you checked out the range of them?
I haven't listened to it all the way, but I have listened to some of it. Yes.
Yes. With the video.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. All right. Well, I was in Japan this month, so I understandably didn't play many games.
Yeah. I played 2 games, Dragon Quest IV and Zero Ranger. So, Dragon Quest IV. I played 4 Dragon Quest games. This is easily my favorite. Dragon Quest IV is really fucking good. I also really like that this is the DS version. I'm very, very interested what the NES version was like, because if this kind of game was made on the Nintendo Entertainment System, that might be one of the best games on the console. Oh my god. I know the game is like $400, but yeah, MB is in my corner holding his Japanese copy of Dragon Quest IV.
I might start it sometime. Why not?
It's real good. So the game structure is an ensemble. It's a not ensemble. It's a what would we call it? Like a what's the game? What's the title? It starts off as a collection of short stories. So you have the first few chapters are all focused on different protagonists, and then the last chapter is like the longest, and it kind of brings it all together. And it's just very cool. There's a lot of things to do in this game. You can build your own town and develop it, and that has its own side quests associated with it. In chapter 3, when you're a merchant, you can literally like buy and sell things for your part-time job over and over again until you happen to have enough money to get one of the best swords in the game for him, and that will like last him to like towards the end of the mid game for the last chapter, which is really good. There's a lot of like versatility in how you build party members and how you build characters. There's choices you have to make, like as you play through these little vignette stories, you have to collect you collect a bunch of stat items, and you have to make the choice of whether you consume them now or you put them in your bag for the main character to have at the end of the game. So you have a little bit of a how do you want to handle that? Beyond that, the game's just really charming. The DS version is very, really fun. It has the Xenogears Trails in the Sky kind of thing of 2D sprites on a 3D background, and if you press L or R on the DS, it will turn the camera. More than that, though, the overworld screen will bleed over into the top screen, so it feels like you're playing like a column in that context, and it's really cool. It's really, really cool. I like Dragon Quest IV a lot. I'm excited to play 5 whenever I can find a copy of that. It's the only game in the series that I'm missing other than 11, I guess. And I don't count 10. But 4 is really, really fun. It's like, I loved 1, was not super high on 2. Thought 3 was just really solid, but 4 is my favorite. 4 is special. 4 is very good. But other than that, it is Dragon Quest. It's just Dragon Quest, but they changed the formula, the structure of the game enough that it's really charming. The DS version is also a iterative port of the PS1 version, which means the secret last chapter, chapter 6, I think. The secret chapter 6 chapter, which is basically just an extra boss fight, but with a new party member, is included, and that's one of my favorite chapters in the game. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool moments. It's a lot of really cool areas, a lot of cool things to visit. Dragon Quest IV is genuinely a fantastic time, and I'm happy I played it.
Yeah, I got a copy of this in Japan this month, funnily enough, which is actually really funny. In hindsight, that you were playing it when I found a copy. I've been after they're not uncommon games. Like in Japan, it's very easy to find secondhand copies of the DS Dragon Quest games. The issue is that they're kind of pricey.
They're pricey in Japan too. That's interesting.
Yeah, when I say pricey, think about 4,000 yen, right?
Yeah.
For 4 and 5 specifically, because they're the most popular ones, about 4,000, 5,000 yen each, typically.
Yeah.
the reason I got my copy is I found a copy for 2,000 yen.
Oh, sick.
And I believe it was in the Mandarake in Shibuya. And it was on accident because that day I actually had planned to go to Shimokitazawa, but the trains actually had a rare instance of shutting down because there was a blackout.
Ah.
Which is incredibly rare in Japan. So I was stuck in Shibuya, and I'm like, well, it was just that one line I was on. I'm just like, I'm not... It was also my last day there, I want to say. So I was like, well, I guess I'll explore Shibuya. And I had plans later in the day, so I was like, well, retro game stores, because of course. I was like, is there anything in Shibuya? And of course there's something in Shibuya. And I found a copy of this, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll grab it. It was exactly 2,200 yen.
Sick.
So
that's not bad.
And
that's like $18 US.
Yeah. And I am kind of kicking myself because they had Dragon Quest V for around a similar price, and I didn't get it. But also, I was at the end of my trip and had already spent a lot, so I was like, yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think.
I mean,
next time I go, maybe I'll look at 5 and 6.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in a similar position where I actually own Dragon Quest 6 on DS, and I own 7 and 8 on 3DS. I actually don't own 9 right now. I'll have to find a copy.
So I own 7 and 8 and 9 on 3DS. And DS.
9's not a 3DS.
I have a Japanese DS copy of 9. But I don't own 5 and 6, and I kind of want to go through those. You know? Yeah.
I'm going through them in numerical order. So I did 1, 2, 3, now I'm gonna do 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, then 9, then 11S, then 12 if it's out, and if not, I might go play the HD 2D versions of 1, 2, and 3, but I'm not rushing to get to those.
Yeah. I've played 1, 2, and 3, the Switch versions, and 11S because I just want to play 11S. There is stuff in that game that does require knowledge from the other numbered games, which I can't, which I haven't done because I'm just like, okay, I can see this. This is an homage to the series. I'm going to leave it, and I'll come back to it when I'm done with the rest of the series.
Sure. I get you. Well, I'm taking my time with the series, so let me know when 10 offline gets localized.
I'm actually curious. I could buy a copy of that when I'm in Japan, actually. And honestly, I don't even need to be in Japan. I can just buy it on the PlayStation Store. But it's yeah, I don't know. I'm curious how that plays compared to the MMO version. You know?
Yeah.
I might have to look into that. I don't know much about it.
Me neither. I just know it exists.
Yeah. All right.
Hi. So this is a game that was purchased for me. Thank you to the team that gave MB a code that he gave to me. Zyranger. So I'm not a shmup person. I'm still not a shmup person. This game did not make me a shmup person. But it is hard to deny Zyranger's just pure quality. Fun fact, after talking about after talking about how cool this game is, Forte went and finished the game.
What?
Without telling me.
Wait, he played it?
Yeah, he's played it and finished it, apparently.
He hasn't told me.
Yeah, he didn't tell me until he was telling his friend offhandedly the other day. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, yeah, we just haven't had the chance to talk because after the holidays. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, so Zyranger, and MB will get his chance to talk about Zyranger this time too, because now I've played it. Zyranger is a top-down shooter. It has 8 levels, and the idea of the game is that it's a very traditional shoot-'em-up in the line of Gradius and Xevious and stuff like that. And then the end game becomes a bullet hell. I'm still not a fan of that decision. I don't think that the game's final test should be a bullet hell. Especially since let's just say the end of the game is very punishing.
Yeah.
I think that if I'm okay with the punishment, I don't think it's fair to punish you on skills that you weren't being trained on all game. Which is my general feel on that. That being said, it's not a long game. And you do get better at the stages, so it's not like the end of the world. And it does have some incredible moments. I think the one that everyone talks about is the mech fight against Grapefruit. Like, that was, oh my god, that's a moment that will live forever in my mind. You fighting him, and then you turn to a mech, and he realizes, oh, you're a mecha. I will also engage my mecha form, and we'll have a mecha duel. And I was freaking out. My friend Joy was over at the time when I was playing the stage 1-3. And when that happened, I had been on that stage for a little bit. I had been playing for maybe an hour max total, and we got to that, and I got the drill mech the drill power up for the mech for the first time, and we both screamed, "It's Gurren Lagann!" And we were screaming and we were freaking out. It was so cool. Ironic because the laser sword ended up being my favorite weapon of that particular mech type. I never actually didn't realize that you could play the player 2 mech, the player 2 ship, so I didn't mess around with that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think any game in particular I don't think any part of this game is not well designed. It's got a strong narrative. It's got a strong like religious base. I think the way it uses Hinduism and the idea of Atman and stuff like that. Like, I did research in this stuff, Buddhism and Hinduism. I took a class on this shit, so it was very cool seeing some of the themes reflected in a sci-fi mecha space shooter type game. It's hard to deny the game's quality. It's very good. The art style is brilliant. The color scheme is brilliant. It feels really snappy and good. I know this game has analog controls, but I actually played this on my hitbox, and the hitbox feels so good, like my arcade controller. The precise movements that I could have with these buttons was incredible. I loved it. It felt so good. The game gets kind of sweaty at times, but I enjoyed playing it. I'm just not very good at action games, so I struggled a little bit at times. That is just a fact of the matter that I will never get better at that. But that's okay. The game is both punishing, but also a little forgiving as well. And in the end, that's all that really matters. It also got a few good laughs out of me out of the Hinduism illusion section. That was pretty cool. Yeah. Now you can talk about what Zero Ranger means to you, MB.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it so much. I had a feeling
It will never be my genre, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it in spite of that.
Yeah. I think it's good. Zero Ranger, I've definitely, I think, fallen in love with Void Stranger more, I have to say. But Zero Ranger is one of those games where I wasn't that huge on shmups, and I still honestly need to play more, but Zero Ranger is a game that made me go, oh, this is a genre that I don't know much about, and I should probably get into at some point, because it made me want to get into it, right? And I'm aware that there's so many references that are lost on me because this is a love letter to the genre and to everything, you know?
Right.
But weirdly, working on the Range album, knowing the devs, that does make it a lot more special to me. And I think I can say this for most of the games that we've done Range albums for with Resident Union. I think every single one of them has become more special to me because of that. And I do think Zero Ranger, in a particular way, is very special because, at least for the group, I think we've kind of started... things kind of clicked after this album. We had a lot of learning experiences from it as well, like, you know, projects aren't perfect. But I do think we'll see where things go, but I think it's been... This game's very important to me for a lot of reasons beyond just the game itself.
I guess you could say it was your final boss of becoming a coherent group. Get it?
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It's I have gone back to kind of play this game since the arrange album gone through it, and you know, some of the people have actually made like mods to have the arranged tracks play in the game, which I think is awesome. that's me speaking as a personal thing. That's not on behalf of the group, but everyone in the group seems to think that's kind of cool, you know. But yeah, I don't know. It's been a pleasure to get to know the minds behind this game as well. They're fucking fantastic people. Bless their souls. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like the more I speak, the more cheesy it gets, and the more I actually don't know if I can put everything into words properly. You're putting me on the spot. I wasn't expecting to be talking about Zero Ranger today.
I'll just say this. It's very nice seeing people who clearly love something very much be very good at what they do.
Yeah.
And I mean that in every way. I mean it for you, I mean it for your team, and I mean it for the people who made this game.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Something I actually find really impressive is everything done by System Erasure, Zero Ranger and Void Stranger, is mostly made with free software and free tools. Like a lot of stuff, like I don't know about Zero Ranger specifically, but if you look at the credits on Void Stranger, you got shit like MS Paint, freesound.org in the credits. They list it out, and it's incredibly impressive and it's inspiring, you know.
That's sick.
So yeah, and you know, there's still more content to come to Zero Ranger at some point. They're working on the Black Onion hard mode.
Yeah, I didn't even touch the white mode. I didn't even touch that. I just touched the main story.
White vanilla, I think, functions.
It's a score attack mode.
Yeah, it's like a easy mode as well. I believe it was added after this DLC. I'm not sure. I think I did it first, and I realized, oh, this isn't actually the main story. Oops. But yeah. It's good. It did take me a while to really grasp the story. I had to like revisit it a lot, and especially because I wrote lyrics for the album. I was like, okay, I need to actually like delve into this. I didn't get it on my first playthrough, and now that I've kind of revisited and actually studied it effectively, it's like, oh. So, you know.
Yeah, like, so let's make sure I understand the story right. So basically, at the dawn of humankind, there was like a kind of invading force that kind of ingrained itself into humanity, and then centuries later, it kind of manifested and took over the central computer and central government of all the systems. And there were two of these aliens. One of them was beneficial to humanity, and the other one was like malicious. That was Despair, right? And then there was like the two mecha pilots, and there was Green Orange, which is like used to be an ally and then turned or something like that. This happened with some of the other ships as well. And ultimately it capitalizes with you being offered a way to kind of escape the pain, but you have to endure past it and defeat Despair, and then you have to root out the evil from its source. Is that kind of the story? Did I kind of get that?
There's a lot I think you've missed, but and yeah, sort of. I'll send you a video I actually had as a good reference. I might have to rewatch it myself as well. But yeah, it does take a bit of it's not a game where the story is like super, like everything that happens is super clear, because it is a shmup by nature of the thing, the genre.
Well,
it's not like going to
it's taking a lot of like Buddhist and Hindu ideas of basically like, how would I describe, like this kind of universal like existence of suffering, right? That's the first first noble truth, life of suffering.
Yep.
And then there's also the how people escape that, right?
Yeah, which was I think that was mostly Ebo's idea, like all the Buddhism stuff. That was very much on Ebo rather than Ebro, which it's interesting. Something I've heard, and frankly, I actually haven't talked to them about this. I think what I'm gonna put into mind actually going into Void Stranger is I believe Ebro and Ebo kind of swapped roles for the development of that game. So where one was the programmer and one was the designer, they kind of swapped those roles for Void Stranger. And I do find that very fascinating.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's It's interesting. It feels. I know. I'm still kind of grappling with the fact that I know these guys because they're just like guys. They're friends, and I'm also like.
Yeah.
It's weird that I can like. It's kind of weird to me that I like to talk about them as like, oh, these are the directors of a game that I played. You know, it's like they did it. It's like, you know, that's. I don't know. I don't think about it too hard. I don't think it's something that's that's worth thinking about too hard because then it gets weird, right? But
well, with little luck, hopefully more people in your life you'll start having more relationships with people in your life like that.
But so. I mean, it's cool. They know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Anyway.
Good game.
Let me know when you finish the album.
Will do.
All right.
So I don't know if I've told this. So for context, I have not played Pokemon ZA at all. So my girlfriend and I currently live in the same time zone now, which is kind of cool. However, because we live in the same time zone now, we're probably gonna get together fully in the next couple of years. Yeah. There is no rationale. There's no reason for us to buy multiple copies of games that we don't immediately need to play. Games like Xenoblade or Zelda will be exceptions, of course. But like, what's the purpose in having 2 copies of Pokemon Legends ZA? There's none. And I don't have a Switch too. So the solution: my girlfriend buys a copy of Pokemon Legends ZA. She plays it to her heart's content, and then whenever I get a Switch 2, I take her copy and I play that. So that's gonna be the plan.
Yep, sounds good. Hi, Bank. Bank told me to tell them when Clino is on screen.
Gotcha.
But we'll start with Pokemon first. This game's awesome. It's the first Pokemon game in a while where I can feel like I can enjoy this without feeling like there's a heavy caveat to saying I like this game.
Sure.
You know what I mean? It's great. I love the writing. It's not that serious, and I don't think it has that like how do I put it? The characters are all incredibly charming. At first, I think they feel like tropey, and then you start seeing them interact with each other, and how they play off each other works so well. They also made a Chandelure girl, and Chandelure's my favorite Pokemon, so I don't know. She's awesome. But yeah, the new Megas are fantastic. I think every single one surprised me in a good way. And I'm glad I didn't look at any leaks. I didn't see too much about like all the reveals before game came out. The gameplay loop can be a bit repetitive, I think, and I got into the vibe with it. I think that it's very fun. I did just start the DLC, and I will say I don't think it's as well put together so far, but I do need to play it. I started it, and then I was like, I want to play Path of Radiance, and then they put Path of Radiance on Switch Online. Which is really funny timing, but I will talk about the DLC next year, I guess.
Yeah, my girlfriend's has already beaten the DLC and was grinding shinies when she was at my house for Christmas.
Yeah. But this game's very good. I do think it's not perfect, but it's the first like really solid Pokemon experience since Black and White 2.
I heard from sorry, go.
No, you go.
I heard from a person who has played this game that is not my girlfriend that they did not fix the encounter rate, and that the only saving grace is that repeat balls are in the game, and that'll be interesting.
Encounter rate in what way?
Oh, sorry, the catch rate, which is the gameplay flow is my biggest issue with Legends Arceus.
Right. Sure. I think for me the biggest issue is the lack of box space, because I've had to release a bunch of Pokemon because it's not connected with Pokemon Home yet.
Yeah.
And I had to release a bunch of Pokemon for the DLC because I did all the challenges I will say the challenges are a lot more reasonable than Legends Arceus, a lot less repetitive to fill out everything, and it's not like a Pokedex sort of fill out thing. It's you do this to get the shiny charm.
Okay, that's cool.
And it's not like you're catching like 5 of one Pokemon. It's more like, oh, catch 10 grass type Pokemon, catch, stuff like that, which is a lot more.
Okay, so there's variety, yeah.
Variety,
Like,
and there's also battles to it. It's like, defeat, do this stuff, and yeah, it's a lot more ingrained in the gameplay flow. And I think the gameplay flow, the gameplay loop is well executed.
okay, sick.
Yeah, that's it. And also charming. It's incredibly charming. I think the one criticism I do get is that it's not a region, it's just a city. But I think the game benefits from the smaller scope.
I mean, I'm nothing if not a fan of smaller games, right? Like that, I have told that many times. Like, I'd rather you make 3 small games than make 1 remake of a popular game, right? So yeah, I'm down for that.
All right. Let me get your music up.
Okami Den. So, Okami is a personal favorite game of mine. I love Okami. And so when I heard that Kamiya, of all people, was going to be making his first sequel ever with Okami 2, I guess, I thought it was no better time to finally go back and play Okami Den. For those who don't know, Okami Den is not a sequel to Okami. It was the game that, after Clover left Capcom, was made by a different directorial team, different studio, blah, 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 blah. At times, I don't know if this game wanted to be a sequel or a port to the DS, because the first half of the game is composed of areas that were in the original PS2 game / Wii game. And those areas are big. They are like Ocarina of Time sized areas, if not bigger. And they did a really good job of like breaking those down into blocks and making those areas fully explorable and realized on the DS. It's a very impressive feat. And then you start getting some new areas and some new ideas and story ideas. And it really all together comes together quite well. It's very impressive. The story is a little like, it's a little silly. Basically, you're playing as Chibi Terasu, the son of Amaterasu, the sun goddess, the previous protagonist of the previous game. And it's his story through time and areas he recruits different child characters that he has a mermaid and the son of a hero and a moon person and a Maiko, or not Maiko, but like a Shinto like shrine maiden, and stuff like that. So it's altogether pretty cool. In general, it's just a very impressive game, and the touchscreen is great because Okami on console is fantastic, and I love it, but it is definitely a little awkward getting used to drawing with the right stick or the pointer if you're playing on the Wii. Here, it's super natural. You just draw with your stylus, and it works out great. There's no day or night cycle, which is a little unfortunate because I did like that aspect of Okami. And the load times to get into counters can be a little long, but that's okay. The boss fights are really cool. There's a lot of really cool ones. Some powers come back, and some powers don't. Some powers are new. There's some cool stuff with magnetism. The story ultimately isn't as like impactful or powerful as Okami 1. So Okami 1 is a game that had me in tears by the end of it, which is really funny because that game is like 4 different endings. By that, I mean like the game goes through to a natural ending and then it just keeps going to another natural ending. And then it's basically 4 games back to back to back Okami 1. Okami 2, Okami Den doesn't have that. It's just one story all the way through. And it's a cute little story. It has its moments. It's meaningful. It ends in a very weird way that I definitely understand why this game is considered probably non-canon. But I'm so glad this game exists. And I'm glad that Okami was allowed to continue after the original was released and didn't do super well originally. I think everyone should play Okami 1 in some form before the sequel comes out. I'm very excited for the sequel. Again, Okami is one of my favorite games of all time. It's one of my girlfriend's favorite games of all time. It was a very big moment that the sequel is getting announced. So we're gonna see. I hope the sequel to Okami is good, but for now, Okami Den is good. I liked it. I like what Bane says. Okaminen feels like a fever dream. Is it a port? Yes. Is it a sequel? Also yes. That's about right. Honestly, them adapting Ryoshima Coast into a DS handheld blew my mind. Like, how the fuck did they do that? That's crazy. I know they didn't put the ocean into it, but still, how the fuck did they do that? Yeah, and it's got a lot of the charm that the original has, so I can't really complain. Yeah, it's a good game.
All right. Well,
take it away, Michael. I think we're almost. I think I'm almost done. I just have one more game left. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I have 2 games left. Sorry. Oh, I need to get music for that. 1 second.
Klonoa 2. So, Resident Union did a Klonoa album. And I figured it would be a good idea to finish the game. Like, play the second game. Play the second game. And someone actually called out, I think Kani called out in my chat saying, hey, this means Resident Union's doing a Klonoa album, right? Or Resident Arc or something like that. He made the mistake. But I was laughing because I sent a message to the chat saying, dude, I gotta stop streaming video games, man. But yes, this game is... How do I put this? So, because I need to get footage for... I was actually playing through it to get that. And actually, I wasn't originally planning to do anything for our Klonoa album. I looked at the timeline, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna have time, especially with my trip to Japan and all that. And then I played this game, and it just had an impact on me that I was like, I have to lock in and do something for this album. Holy shit. And so I did. I actually ended up making 2 tracks for the album, one with a collaborator, Virus, Anna. She's fantastic. But I think this game has, where the first game has such a raw, emotional, and visceral sort of experience, and honestly leaves a stronger impression, I think. This game has a much more thoughtful experience. It feels like a more mature, like it's not trying to be Klonoa 1, but it is a sequel to Klonoa, and it has a more mature approach to a different theme. It's not really the same, but it takes... It isn't really connected to Klonoa 1 narratively in any way, but it takes the experience that assumes that you have played Klonoa 1 and amplifies the emotions that you felt at the end of Klonoa 1 and asks you to think about them. And I think it's very profound in the way it does that. It's also very fun. That's very important. But I have recommended this to you knowing that you're not a platformer guy, because I think the vibe, story, and I guess message that you will get from this game will stick with you, regardless of whether you like the platforming or not. It is one of those games. It is one of those games that really just sticks with you. And you'll see in my December list, but I kind of went through a lot more than just Klonoa 2 this last year. Mainly for footage reasons. But we'll get there. But yeah, I heard the credits theme of the game. I'm like, yeah, I want to arrange this. And yeah, Anna also wanted to arrange it, and so we did a collab track. The section you're hearing right now is Anna.
What is it about this game that, like, because so many people, like, when they play Klonoa 2 specifically, like, they always kind of like change their personalities around the game a little bit. Not to say that's a bad thing per se, but like, it is funny that I keep seeing it happen.
Klonoa 2 is very contemplative. It doesn't have like, I think for you, it doesn't have any particular themes that you wouldn't have come across in other media, but the way it presents everything is, it's done in such a thoughtful way. And like I said, I think about this game a lot. I think about it, and the more I return to it, the more I return to the soundtrack, the more I'm like, yeah, I really appreciate how they presented that. Hello, Cat. Um, who was also on the album, by the way. But yeah, I do know people who think Klonoa 1's better, and I do respect that. And I did replay Klonoa 1 for footage, and when I finished Klonoa 2, I think I prefer Klonoa 2. I think it had more of an impact on me. But then I replayed Klonoa 1, and I realized, oh, I don't know. But it's hard for me to compare. You are going to naturally compare them because they're part of the same series, right? But I think they are going for different things, and I think that's a good thing. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And even though there isn't any direct discussion about what happens in Klonoa 1 in the second game, you feel through how it's presented that Klonoa is a much more matured character because of his experiences in the first game. And without saying too much more, it's impressive that they were able to communicate that.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
And yeah, there is the remaster. I think it looks like shit. I think the originals look so much better, and I'm so glad I went out of my way to get the PS2 copy of this. I played in Japanese as well, but kind of. And also, Klonoa 1 is very peak, like, visually. It is a PS1 game with, like, sprites on 3D environments. And it is an atmosphere, an incredible atmosphere. Klonoa 2 kind of loses a bit of that by being completely 3D, but I don't think that's that is a negative. I don't think that's a negative at all.
Okay. Good to know. Maybe I'll get, like, again, so many games I want to play, but if I need something.
Yeah, Klonoa 1 you can finish in like 4 hours in a night or something like that if you want. Klonoa 2 is maybe 6 hours long, and I did pace it out. It took me 3 streams, I think. Klonoa 1 took me 1 stream. So...
Isn't that because you couldn't save the game or something?
No, Klonoa 1, I didn't realize I couldn't save the game till after I beat it. And it meant I did replay it recently, partially for footage, but also there's a bonus stage at the end of the game if you get all the, like, collectibles in each stage. That I never did. And I'm like, well... I need footage for this for the for the album. So I did end up doing that last month. And it is a really good bonus stage. Bank, you gotta play it. I'm shocked that he hasn't. That they haven't. We've been giving them shit for it. But anyway, that's Klonoa 2.
Okay.
And of course, because we did the album, I have a much stronger attachment to it. It's a consistent thing I'm finding with the projects we do. No, November.
November.
Yes, November.
Back on the Type Moon train. Yes, Kar no Kyokai is technically not a visual novel. I need to talk about it slightly in order to give context for my experience with Witch on the Holy Night. Okay.
And I played these games in November. I think, was I playing something longer this month? I don't remember. So, I guess I'm starting, right?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Kuru-kuru-kuru-rin.
November.
Yes. Kuru-kuru-kuru-rin. This game is cute. It is kind of jank. It is like a puzzle action thing on the GBA where you've got like this spinning stick. You've got a spinning stick that you gotta navigate through level geometry, and it is a game that exists on the GBA that I played on Switch Online, and it's not very long. I did it. I had a good time with it. Rewind saving my ass a lot of the time. I think it's a bit obtuse and jank at times. But it's cute. That's as much as I'll say about the game.
Every time I've seen this game, it looks neat. Like, oh, that's such a cool idea for a game.
It is. It's neat. But that's as far as I think I can say about it. I think if you have some time to kill and want to play it and have Switch Online with GBA with the expansion pass, check it out. Yeah.
I currently do not own the expansion pass because I have no reason to, but should I need that, I will go through.
At least you can appreciate the useless Smash Assist trophy now. It's a cute reference. I forgot that was a thing. That's crazy. You're right. I remember it now. But yeah. I played this again. Switch Online's been great for just like random shit I can pop on and try out. I think my general thing right now is I just want to try a lot of games rather than feeling, oh, I have to be in the right mood, I have to dedicate time to a game. No, I can just try it, and I think the games that I stick with are the ones that I am going to just naturally be drawn to, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a much more fun way for me to engage with games right now.
Right.
But yeah.
Okay.
Mario's Picross!
The riveting prequel to Mario Super Picross.
Yes. Playing this game was funny because I discovered these Mario Picross games have a consistent like theme and soundtrack that is specific to the Mario Picross games, and I didn't realize that they had soundtrack consistency across these games. This is Picross. You can't go wrong with Picross. This one is, I think, the first like Picross? I don't know if it's the first Picross, but it's the first Mario Picross at least. And it's Picross. It's fun, it works. The thing I think the Game Boy game struggles with is control, weirdly. Sometimes I feel like the game eats my inputs, and I don't know if that is a consequence of the emulation or a consequence of it being a Game Boy game. And I'm leaning towards it being the latter. And it can be a bit frustrating, but it's nothing, it's not that big a deal, right? That's the only thing. Otherwise, the actual puzzles, I would say, when they are only at most, I think they go 15 by 15 at most. They don't get too complicated, which is fine. But yeah, it's Picross.
Picross. Are you gonna be playing Pokemon Picross?
I don't know. I was looking at Hatsune Miku Logic Paint Test or whatever it's called.
Okay.
I don't know. Picross, I feel like I'd really have to go out of my way to buy a game, but they're also not that expensive. I want to check out Picross 3D at some point, because that is an entirely different video game. I think I said that when we were talking about Super Mario Picross. Mario Super Picross, but yeah.
Easy Picross.
Yes, there's easy Picross levels and then harder Picross levels. This one doesn't last as long as the Super Nintendo one, which makes sense. But yeah.
Game Boy.
Soundtrack is very annoying after a while, so I just, turn it off.
Listen to other things.
But yeah. All right. Your turn.
All right. Okay. So, which on the Holy Night or Mahoyo no Yorosh? Hold on.
Mahou Tsukai no Yoru.
That's it. Thank you.
Which is the name I actually know it by that name more.
Yeah, people call it Mahoyo. Which on the Holy Night. So this is the, aside from Tsukihime Remake, this is the most recent Type Moon visual novel. Came out in 2012 on Windows PC, and it got a 2022 remaster in English. This is the first official Type Moon English localization for context, of the visual novel. This is also the oldest novel in the Type Moonverse. This is the foundation. This was originally a 1995 light novel that was never published. Nasu wrote it for a competition. He was told he had to cut it down, couldn't figure it out, and just only made 5 copies amongst friends. This would be the foundation for his next work, Kara no Kyokai, his first commercial work. Kara no Kyokai, The Boundary of Emptiness, subtitled The Garden of Sinners. is very similarly written. And I was reading both Karno Kokai and miHoYo at the same time. As mentioned before, every Nasu work has to do with a universal. There, he's a Platonist at heart. In Karno Kyokai, the main theme is reckless, and I mean reckless, flagrant self-identification. The idea of rejecting something so innate to you, like so like it's garbage, and then defining who you are instead. It's very sudden. It's very violent. It is very violent. And it kind of starts the horror trend in a lot of Nasu's work, which in the Holy Night is not like that. It's much more whimsical. It's much more calm. It's much more laid back. The main theme of miHoYo is boundaries. It's shown in the magic system with bounded fields. It is shown in the main characters being compared. You have one character who comes from the mountains and one character who comes from the city. You have one character who comes from normal life and one character who comes from a world of magecraft. Because this is the foundation, everything builds off of this. A lot of the rules that you've heard in other Type Moon works are established here, first and foremost. It's actually very funny because Karno Kokai reestablishes a lot of those because otherwise some of the magic system doesn't make sense. It is written, the visual novel, it's very funny reading these two side to side because they are written very similarly. Witch in the Holy Night is written from a third-person perspective. There are no choices. It is one simple story from beginning to end. There are some additional chapters that were included in this quote-unquote remake, and one of those chapters does have choices. It's like a sequel chapter, but for the most part, this is a singular story. Ironically, for a game called Witch on the Holy Night, the magic is the least interesting part. The most interesting character in the game is Sojiro, the guy right there. He provides a very interesting perspective into the world. He is walking the boundary between all these worlds. He's walking the boundaries behind all these separations. And he's trying... the game is very, very careful to not tip this tightrope. It will never tell you what life is better. It will never tell you if city life is better. It will never tell you if nature is better. If physical work or if magic is better. It will never tell you any of that. It will simply keep you on this crossroads and just have you and hold you there for a very long time. And this creates some incredibly ethereal moments. Some of the best moments in the game, like the first half of the game, it has a climax called Night of the Witches. I actually don't think this is a particularly interesting or well-paced chapter, but anytime that Sojiro is on screen, it becomes a very different game, a very more contemplative game. One of the best, I didn't include a screenshot of it, but one of the best scenes in the game is from one of the remake chapters, actually. It's a simple conversation between him and one of his best friends, probably the best friend in Type Moon fiction. Tobias is so good. Tobias, I think that's his name. It's been a minute. Toby Mara. Blah, I'm sorry. Blah, Toby Mara, that's his name. So good. So good. Ultimately, while the magic isn't while the supernatural elements aren't as interesting as some other Type Moon works, and ultimately I think this is about mid-ranking in how I would rank Type Moon works altogether. Better than most of the Karno Kyokai stories, but not as good as Tsukihime. It is still very quiet and contemplative, and it's a nice change of pace. Can recommend for anyone who wants to start from the beginning, because it's a very surreal experience having one of the most recent Type Moon visual novels be the first one. But I wanted to read it this year because I wanted to both have context for Aoko before I started Melty Blood, the Melty Blood storylines, and also just because it's another Nasu work and another early one too. I do think that having the fact that we don't know what the original story was like, but that we have Takeuchi's old artwork that he posted on his website is very cool. So you get to see what Aoko and Alice and Toko and Sojiro would look like. I would also like to punch Nasu in the fucking face because he keeps getting away with putting this shit into this shit from this game into other of his works. There's references in Fate, there's references in Tsukihime, there's references in Kagetsutoya, there's references in Karno Kyokai. It's very upsetting that he keeps getting away with this and people just let him. one of the things that did come up, and the reason why I decided to read more Type Moon works beyond Tsukihime, was Kari no Kyokai. Kari no Kyokai has within it a paragraph, and it was written in the year 1999, and this paragraph essentially gives the thesis of Fate 5 years before it was written. That was when my mind broke a little bit, and I realized, no, Tsukihime wasn't an isolated incident. This is a philosophical project that Nasu is on. And Wish on the Holy Night is the most blatant that he is with it. When discussing magic, Aoko calls magic the sun. Anyone who knows Plato, MB, do you know the allegory of the cave?
I don't.
Okay, the idea is it's an ancient Greek Platonic philosophy thought experiment where you have three people who from birth were raised in a cave and were chained up, and they could only see a wall, and on this wall was cast a light. Then they would have guards that would like walk by with like cutouts of things like trees and people and animals and stuff like that, and they would cast the shadows on the wall, and these prisoners would look at these shadows and call them what they're like. This is a cow, blah blah blah. Then one of the prisoners is released, and he's able to go to the outside world, and suddenly he's able to see the real versions of all these things, like a cat, like what a real cow is, what a real person looks like, what real trees look like, what real plants look like, and all this, and then he's able to see true light, which is the sun. He has to get used to it. He's blind to it. That is what this game uses as its analogy for what its magic system is. And this is like the moment where like, oh, okay. I was suspecting that this is like a Platonic kind of theory of forms kind of thing, because it's called the theory of forms. This idea that for every object that we have in real life, there is a theoretical perfect form of that. Like a chair has a theoretical perfect chairness that we don't have access to. Mihoyo is built squarely on this idea. And every other Type Moon work is going to derive from the Platonic foundation. And it's very interesting seeing how Nasu writes. So yeah, it's very interesting because I know a lot of people read these visual novels because they like the characters or like the magic. I'm reading this as basically a modern day Platonic dialogue. It's very funny.
It makes me...
But I really...
Sorry.
Yeah, I enjoy doing it this way.
You describing it this way makes me a lot more interested. I will be honest.
Yeah. Maybe I've spitballed some of my ideas against some of the stuff with Alan Forte. He has not read Mihoyo at this point. He's read Tsukihime, he's read Fate, and he's watched the Kari no Kyokai movies. I've only read the books, and he agrees generally with how I am. And I've seen interpretations of these online of like, am I on the right track with how Platonic it is? And it's like, yeah, it actually goes a lot further. There's a lot of the idea of like the cathartic is a very strong idea within these works. So, yeah, that's my 5-minute philosophy lecture from one of my majors being philosophy, the other being engineering. Hope you guys enjoyed that. But yeah, so I've really enjoyed these as philosophical works. That's where I gained the most appreciation for these. That's where I get the most thematic one, why I care about these so much, because I think what Nasu is trying to pursue is really important. These universal ideas of what concepts are, what separation is, what identity is, what perfection is, and then what I think Fate is about what humanity is. I think people call it a ideal story, but I think it's actually a humanity story. So yeah. Yeah, that's Mihoyo. And then he of course writes in a very brutal kind of dark way. Though again, Mihoyo itself is very whimsical. It's probably the most whimsical work he's ever written.
Question.
Yep.
This is also in the scenario that I get into this myself.
Mm-hmm.
Out of everything that I see from Nasu, I do think Mihoyo appeals to me the most. Would you say I should read Tsukihime before it, or is it okay to just start with it?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Mihoyo assumes that you've read nothing before this. So if anything, every other piece of Type Moon work assumes that you've read Mihoyo, even though Mihoyo didn't exist at the time.
That's really funny.
They do have to give a little bit of magic explanation. Like Rin, I know, has a very famous like, here's the magic system in Fate, and then that kind of stuff exists for Toko in Kari no Kyokai, and that stuff exists a little bit. Like the magic system isn't really explained in Tsukihime that much. I would say because this, both chronologically and writing wise, this came first. This came before Tsukihime. This came before everything else. The Tsukihime remake, for context, is a direct sequel to Mihoyo remake, if you care about that. It is the only, as far as we're aware, the only two Nasu works that are directly connected, confirmed to be directly connected like that.
Tsukihime remake comes after Mihoyo.
Yeah. So if you were to list a timeline, every Type Moon work, Tsukihime, the Tsukihime games, Fate, Karne Kokai, those are kind of like all on their own. They're like, they share ideas, but they're just like treat them as if they're their own things. With some, they kind of all like reach back to the original 1995 Mihoyo. And then when the Mihoyo remake comes out, it leads directly into the Tsukihime remake, which will lead into Tsukihime remake which will link into Tsukihime remake part 2, which will then link into Mihoyo 2 and 3, which are games that we know are in development, but we have heard nothing about.
That's crazy. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah.
That's okay. All right. I think if I do hop on this, I will probably be starting with Mihoyo.
I'm very interested in seeing what you think about. Also, the soundtrack's great. I listen to it frequently.
I have the demo on my Switch, and I did try it at some point, and I didn't really get far, but I like the vibe. Yeah.
I will say also, and this is just a bit more of a tone setting thing. All of the Nasu works actually have kind of a seasonal vibe to it. So Tsukihime is a fall game. Karne Kyokai, I feel like, is a spring summer game. Mihoyo is a winter game. So if you want to know, like, if you care about timing synergy, the best time to play it is in winter. The game takes place in like late November into December. So
I have a very different relationship to seasons because I live in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yes, you live in Australia.
Like oftentimes, it's really interesting because oftentimes what people associate with winter and what people associate with summer, say in America, is not necessarily what we do here. Like culturally, yes, we also share a lot of those views just because Australia is an English-speaking country that has a lot of cultural roots in like British and American culture. Especially in the modern day where American culture and American media kind of permeates throughout most English-speaking cultures. So Christmas to me still has this image of wintry, even though we have Christmas in the middle of the blazing heat, right?
Yeah.
And then you add on top of that my study into Japanese language and Japanese culture. And they have different associations with seasons, even if they have the same seasonal like dates as, you know, the US and whatnot. They and the Northern Hemisphere, right? They associate spring being the start of the year, for instance. Like that's the start of, you know, and that's April for them, and that has a very different connotation. So I exist in this space where I acknowledge that seasonal like connotations have a lot of power, but I am also like kind of immune to them because it's like, oh, I see like Kanon is a game that takes place in January as a visual novel, but it's very cold and wintry, and I'm sitting here like yesterday was 40 degrees, and currently there's a lot of bushfires going on in Australia, and it's just like I don't think it's a January game, man.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, then play whenever you feel is right. But I just wanted to give you that heads up.
No, yeah, it's a very interesting thing to like contemplate on sometimes. I just like, you know, these don't have the same emotional impact for me. You know.
Yep, I get you. Yeah. But yeah. So, read Mihoyo, and when you do, let me know. I'd love to talk to you about it as you go through it.
Yep.
It's very careful to not give a trite answer, is how I would describe it.
Quick, one last question. I do remember people complaining about the translation for this one when it first released. Has that been changed? I would probably read it in Japanese regardless. I'm just curious.
Yeah. So the translation, it is the first Type Moon translation. For context, at this point, the translations for Fate as well as the translation for the Tsukihime remake are both considered to be very high quality and better than the fan translations. Mahoyo is a bit of an interesting thing because I think when people complain about the translations, they tend to. There's a few things. One of the big ones is that the names are a little strange. So the main character, like not the main character, the main guy. He's not really the main character, but he's the main guy. His name is Sojiro Shizuki. Shizuki Sojiro. In English, the way they spell it is Shizuki, which makes sense with like how romanization works, but it still feels weird to an English speaker because you think they're saying Shizuki, but it's spelled Shizuki. That comes up a few times. I had no issues with the English translation myself. I thought it was competent and dealt with some very cool ideas. But you're not the only person. I've heard a couple people complain about the Mahoyo translation. You might want to talk to Melody about that because I don't have.
I think I've already had a chat
Japanese
with her about it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I will definitely say Fate's translation is a little controversial because they changed some character names. Not in a bad way, but like as they romanize them differently.
Yeah. My general thing is I will probably just read these in Japanese anyway, but that does mean it'll take a while.
Yeah. I will say if you're gonna play whenever you play Tsukihime Remake, give the Tsukihime Remake. Give the translation a shot.
I will say that one has me interested. Just seeing the screenshots, I'm like, maybe I'll just break my tradition and read the remake in English. But
that one is I cannot stress enough. That one is particularly excellent. Like more than you could like. It feels the way that it was written feels like it was written in English first sometimes in a good way.
Yeah.
Like it feels like they gave I mean, the game came out in 2021. It wasn't translated until 2024. So if assuming that's 3 years of translation time, that's a good amount of quality put into it. And Melody has already commented in the chat. Yeah, this is a very good translation. So
yeah. Cool.
And Forte also says that the Tsukihime Remake translation is very good. So
cool. King of Ping Pong Mega Mix. This game, I worked on the Japanese localization for it. So I got I know the guy, the Aussie indie dev team. I know them, they're great. I've worked with them on multiple game jams at this point. This game is their first, like, I guess, commercial release that is on Steam and now on consoles. And they asked me to do the Japanese localization for it, which was a fun experience. I think it's good. And as part of that, I was able to get a free code for the one console version of the game. I had to pick which console, and I kind of looked at it like, I know this would be better, like perform better on like PS5 technically, but I will not actually play because it's an arcade like Punch-Out. Think Punch-Out but table tennis, right? That's what this game is. With the characters all having quirks of like Ace Attorney characters, like. It's very charming. It's very well put together. I think it can be a little difficult and bullshit at times, but they have made the difficulty easy as time has gone on, as they have updated the game, which is really funny. But yeah, it took me a while. Like I was really bad at the game at first, and then I played it more, and it's like, oh yeah, actually there is a skill curve, and you just get better at the more you play it. Very fun game. I played through most of it on Switch. I haven't done everything because some of the challenge modes are really fucking ridiculous, but yeah, no, this feels good to play. The sound effects are great. The music's fun. The feedback I get from when I input, like, you know, there's a very big timing based thing to how you hit the tennis ball. Like if you hit at the right timing, you get a critical hit and then deal more like damage to the stamina gauge of the opponent. It's just like it's a really well put together boss rush sort of game. I do recommend it, and I am very biased because I worked on it, but I did technically finish it last month or 2 months ago now. So
yeah, I remember you sent me screenshots of this game when you were in the process of localizing and explaining the your process. And it was very entertaining because it was a very silly. I definitely my kind of style, I guess.
Yep, and funnily enough, because they work with a publisher to get the game on consoles, right? That publisher put this game up at Tokyo Game Show, so I got to see my Japanese localization displayed at Tokyo Game Show, which is
that's amazing,
crazy, you know. So yeah,
that is incredible.
All right. Also, I named this character Takako Nemo. They asked me to do an Ace Attorney pun in Japanese, and I'm just like, well, yeah, sure. And now,
good job, congratulations.
Yeah.
Also, congratulations. That's a big career achievement that you should be proud of.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm pretty happy with it. We'll see where it leads, you know. All right. Donkey Kong Country 3 is a game that exists.
So we go from a game that you played, a game that you really loved, and now a game that exists.
This game is really, I don't know what the development, because here's the thing. This game came out after the Nintendo 64 released. So it was a very late Super Nintendo game. On top of that, it feels like a lot of the ideas here and a lot of the level designs, like every level has its own sort of gimmick, and it can feel gimmicky, but the way I read it, I didn't realize I put the same screenshot twice. Oops. But the way I read this game is that it felt like this is our last 2D Donkey Kong Country game. Because they were probably developing Donkey Kong 64 at that time. Banjo-Kazooie was on its way. And, you know, 2D was kind of getting phased out at that point. And the way I interpret it is, this is all our ideas that we had for Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2 that didn't make the game. We're putting it all in one package. And as a result, what this game ends up being is a very incohesive package with a lot of good ideas.
Okay.
And as a result, I can't feel that much attachment to it because everything... I also think part of it is the soundtrack didn't hit in the same way. Like, David Wise is great. I think he did a great job at the soundtrack, and I know it's very iconic for the people who grew up with it. But to me, it doesn't give me the same emotions as I feel when I listen to Grant Kirkhope's work on, say, Donkey Kong Country 2. I hope I'm getting the composers right. Because I have a sneaking suspicion. Hang on.
Wise did Donkey Kong Country, yeah.
Did I get this right? No, Wise did Donkey Kong Country 2. Who did 3? Evelyn Fisher. Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused. Yeah, no, he did do some stuff for this. Sorry, I'm spreading misinformation online. Hoop.
Damn.
When did Grant Kirkhope come on?
N64.
N64.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. There you go. So yeah,
because he did I'm sure he did Banjo and he did Donkey Kong 64.
I just mixed up my names completely. That's my bad. Yeah, look, I think the DKC3 soundtrack, it's good. I just don't think it has the same emotion as Wise's work on 1 and 2.
Also, just so you know, Wise comes back for Tropical Freeze. So
that's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. But that's sort of how I feel this game. It just exists. It's the same. Like, there's nothing offensive. There's nothing that made me frustrated about this game. I just didn't feel anything while I was playing through it. And that sucks. That kind of sucks, because it's a well put together game. But I do think it
it definitely feels like this is. I didn't 100% it because I was just like, I'm not having fun doing this, so I'm just gonna finish the game and leave it. It definitely reads as these are all our final ideas that couldn't make the main DKC games, the 1 and 2. So we're moving on. Here's the last bit of everything that we could give to you. And if that was truly how this game was made, I think it succeeds at it.
Okay. There's a very funny video that I like of this game online where it's actually like a defense piece of Donkey Kong Country 3, but throughout the entire game they like Photoshop or like refuse to have Kiddy Kong in the entire game.
Yeah, that's the other
so
thing.
it's just Solo Dixie the entire game. It's like, yeah, like and he doesn't address it. It's just Solo Dixie. He's like, yeah, I think people are hard in the game, blah 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 blah. He even like shows the cartridge, and the cartridge has been photoshopped, so you can't like the label's been photoshopped, so they cut out Kiddy Kong.
Hilarious. Yeah, it has good ideas, but there's no soul is a great way of putting it. I also think Kiddy Kong is there. I don't get why people hate Kiddy Kong so much, but I will say there are some mechanics in this game the game never tells you. I think the manual would have been told you, but like I didn't realize that Kiddy Kong could like, what was it? I think it's like jump on water or something like that and get like an extra double jump, and it's like it's only ever used for like 2 collectibles or something like that, and it's like why? And this is the other thing that like because of I think the very incoherent structure of the game and the levels, nothing builds on ideas. Like all the levels have great gimmicky ideas, but nothing builds on previously taught or sort of practiced techniques that you would have learned by playing through the game. So maybe that's a bit of a disingenuous assessment, but I don't remember many like ideas from particular levels coming back. And that is also why I feel like this is just a package of ideas we had for 1 and 2 that we never implemented.
Sure, it makes sense.
But that's just my headcanon.
That's your reading of the situation, which is fair. I have my own readings of Xenoblade X and Cold Steel 1 and stuff like that. So, most of my Xenoblade X takes are based in interviews, so I'm not that bad there.
Yeah, I actually feel the same about 3. Xenoblade 3. I feel like that is a collection of ideas that they never managed to implement into previous games.
God, do I agree with you.
And I do actually think it succeeds in a way, but I do think we are not talking about Xenoblade 3 today.
No. We're talking about a different 3. Donkey Kong Country 3.
Yeah. But I remember I wish I could find the tweet. That was a weird glitch in the audio. Sorry about that. I think that's from the YouTube upload. But I do think sorry, there's an image I saw a long time ago, and I don't remember it. I can't quote it word for word. I wish I could find it. But it was like trilogies where the first game is like the good starting point, and then the second game is like the perfection, for lack of a better term, of the vision, you know? So like the first game's the first attempt at achieving the vision, and then the second game achieves the vision, and then the third game is made for money, capitalism. Oh, it's like not just games, it's movies as well. It's like name the trilogy. And
not the Mother trilogy.
Well, yeah, but like it's obviously not a. What the fuck is going on with this YouTube upload? I'm sorry.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
I'm pausing this. Good. But I generally feel like that's like the idea that the second it peaks at the second thing in the trilogy, and then the third thing in the trilogy isn't as good. The third title.
Sure.
I feel like it's very applicable to this. I feel like it's very applicable to Xenoblade, weirdly. It's obviously not applicable to Mother. But
Mother's a neat case.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. It's just an interesting way to think about it. It's just interesting that it happens often, I would say.
Indeed.
I need a toilet break before we start.
I also needed that, so let's do that.
Yeah, I played a lot last month.
This is the last month. There is no miscellaneous, so this will be the last month. Hang in
Yes.
there, guys, and then we'll do top 10.
Yes.
Okay. Bathroom break.
hello. Oops. Back, hello, you can talk.
Hello there.
Welcome back. Anyone in chat? Ben, you still here?
Final push.
Yeah.
Final push.
I think we're both getting.
Thank
pretty
you, Bane.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it is 1 o'clock here, so we're I'm happy that this is the last month.
Yeah. Cool. I will try and get through this stuff quickly. Best I can. So I played a lot of games last month. Crazy. A lot of it was technically for quote unquote work. If you want to call it that. Our unpaid free fan album.
Yeah, yes. Work.
Yes. But yeah, I played a bunch of games I got when I was in Japan. One being Atelier Iris, the first Atelier game that I've ever played. I didn't tell anyone about it. I just started and played it. Klonoa, I booted up. Let's get to them in order. Let's just get started. And we both happened to play Shin Megami Tensei 1 and finish it in December.
Yeah. I know a lot about SMT 1 and 2, but I had never played them myself, so this is my first chance to.
And we somehow finished it in the same month, coincidentally. It was not planned.
Yep.
So let's get started. I've got a lot to talk about. Atelier Iris 1. This game's awesome.
Also, hi, Bane. Good to see you in the chat.
Hey, Ben. This game's awesome. So this was my first Atelier game. And it's not an Atelier game. It's an RPG. So I got this game when I was in Japan. I actually got a good chunk of the Atelier series was in Japan. Unfortunately, this is the only game that actually didn't work when I got from Japan. I got it for like 600 yen. And I put it in my PS2, and the disc didn't work. So I just bought it again, shipping price and all, because I really wanted to start with this game. And it's weird because I know this isn't really a traditional Atelier game in what the series is known for. It is very much a JRPG with the usual stakes that you'd expect out of a normal JRPG. With a crafting system that exists as like the main, it's interesting. It is an Atelier game, but also isn't. It is like trying to be an RPG, a normal RPG, which is fascinating, given what I know about the rest of the series. What was interesting is how much it actually hooked me, because I was like, I opened up the game just to make sure it worked. I started it, I looked at the opening cutscene, I'm like, this has soul, holy shit. And then I was like, this is when I started adopting the mindset, well, like, what if I start it and I don't worry about whether I finish it or not? And what naturally ended up happening is, this is the game that I was naturally drawn to, because it had everything that I wanted. It had the aesthetics that I really fucking enjoyed, had the music that made me enjoy it, and also it was paced fairly well. I think there are points where I felt like it was sort of dragging in the usual typical RPG sense, but it is a 40-hour RPG, and that does happen. Overall, it didn't feel like there was too much downtime, which is a good thing. There are a lot of side quests I didn't do, and there was a true ending I didn't do, and I was gonna Google it at some point. I haven't done that. I haven't YouTubed it yet, but basically, there's like side quest requirements to get a bunch of quests done and all that.
Okay.
You gotta get all those quests done, and then after you beat the game with the normal ending, post-game dungeon unlocks where you get some story events, and then you take do the final boss again and get a different ending. That's my understanding, but
okay.
I do need to look it up because it has a different ending theme. But I looked at it and I was like, I don't feel motivated to actually do this myself. Because by the end of the 40 hours, I was definitely feeling like it's time to move on.
Oh, that's long. Yeah, that's actually longer than I thought it was going to be.
Yep. It's a good game. I like it, but it is a normal RPG.
Okay, because I'm gonna be getting to this game pretty soon because after Ellie, that's the last game that's in English until Iris.
Yes.
So,
what's fascinating is I always wanted to start with Iris for some reason, and I'm glad I was able to. Like, Iris 3 is the first Atelier game I ever heard of because Revo did the opening theme.
fair enough.
And I have owned Iris 3, and I know Iris 3 is actually independent of 1 and 2. It is connected, but it's not important. You can play 3 without playing 1 and 2.
Okay.
But I wanted to play 1 and 2, and I'm glad I did it. This game is fucking shockingly similar to Art and Alico.
Really?
Yes.
Same.
I think PS2 Ghost RPGs are generally these are RPGs, they're trying to make normal RPGs, and they tend to be like, oh, this is like similar art style, similar assets, similar engine, probably same engine.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Makes sense.
I like this one. Soundtrack's great. It's very fun. It's very cheerful, despite having higher stakes than what I understand most Atelier games have. But I also consider it a fake Atelier game because the protagonist is male.
so true. Actually, you're so right. You're so right.
So yeah,
hop on Atelier Marie.
I actually think the next Atelier game I'm gonna play is Verona, just because as much as I think it'd be good to continue with the PS2 RPGs that I own, I functionally consider it a separate series, and I don't mind playing stuff out of order for Atelier because I feel if there's one series I should not treat as a commitment, it is this one.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm still waiting to finish Trails before I start like Yakuza, for example. But
yep.
I tend to start series knowing full well that I'm not going to finish these for like the next 20 years.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play what I vibe with most, and obviously not like play the third game in a trilogy first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, Iris is good.
Yeah, I'll get to Iris. Like it's gonna be pretty soon. I'm thinking if I have time, I'd like to play Ellie next year, and then after that it's Iris because Judy doesn't exist, and then I think there's 2 more Japanese games. So
I will say endgame. I wouldn't say grind, but like encounter rate and enemy strength is kind of bullshit.
Keep that in mind.
But it's not too bad because there are things you can do to skip or whatnot. But I had a moment where I lost like an hour of progress towards the game, like consistently over and over, and I'm like, fuck. That's when I started losing motivation to do stuff. But I got through it. Unfortunately, sure. I died right before a save point, and I didn't realize the save point was there because it's a bit obtuse and hidden away. So yeah, the final dungeon moment though. So
yep. Okay.
Next up, Klonoa Heroes. Now this one's really funny. I'm gonna play this.
How many Klonoa games are there total?
7.
Okay.
But you only really need to play 1 and 2, frankly.
I knew about like 4 of them. I was just curious.
Yeah. So Klonoa Heroes is the last Klonoa game, not counting the remaster, the modern remaster and remake, and not counting the Wii remake of Klonoa 1 because we don't talk about that one. This is a GBA action RPG that is 20 hours long. And I had to play through it all to get footage for the album because someone did the ending theme.
And was that the only song from this game?
No, surprisingly not. But the other songs that were from this game on the album were all late game.
Okay. Well, multiple birds with one stone, I guess.
But I heard this arrangement that you're hearing, which is by Monochrome with Rita Kamishiro on vocals, of the ending theme, Sign of Hero. And it makes it seem like this game is way larger than life than it actually is. It is an incredible arrangement, and I'm like, I hyperfixated on this game like crazy. It's not that great. I'll be real. I think it has a lot of soul, but here's the thing. The GBA Klonoa games, and I'll talk about this in a moment with Empire of Dreams, which comes up after this, they seem to have their own, like, canon in terms of how they characterize Klonoa and how they have characters returning from Klonoa 1 and 2. It's not... I can explain how it works, but it's kind of spoilery, so I won't do it. It's technically like their own interpretation. It's like, here are all the Klonoa characters, do what you want with them in your own way. And what I find with the GBA games is they characterize Klonoa in a much more cute, kid-friendly way than the PS1 and PS2 games, where he's kind of like a cool or like more mature character.
Okay.
And I can see that being a turn-off for a lot of people, and I do think it put me off at first, but I think the way they approach it is kind of soul, right? It's probably done by a different dev team. I haven't looked into it. That's my vibe. That's my guess. But mind you, there are a lot of people who worked on the series that are doing, like, the lyricist for this song did lyrics for Klonoa 2. The composers are sometimes working on all of these games together, you know? So it's all Namco stuff, and back in this period of Namco, you know?
Yeah.
This game is fun. It's a bit annoying because you got to realize that the defense stat doesn't matter, and you should be putting all your points into attack and agility. Because agility helps you hit enemies more in an action RPGs. It's weird, but like you have a chance of missing enemies when you attack them. Raising the agility stat means you can hit them, but also it raises your crit rate. So you'll be doing more damage with that high agility stat. And then attack means you do more damage. And basically, you gotta ignore defense and just get good and not get hit to get through this game. Which isn't that hard when you're kind of one-shotting a lot of enemies when you've maxed out your attack stats and all that. But it like there was a point where I got stuck and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why am I not doing any damage? Why is everything taking so long? I don't think I'm under-leveled, and you don't actually have to grind as long as you do your stat spreads correctly.
Okay.
The game... I like it. I don't think it's that good, but I like it. That's my opinion of Klonoa Heroes.
Okay.
I think it has a lot of soul, though. Unlike, funnily enough, this is the official logo that I found on the website for the Japanese version of the game. The white text is just transparent.
That's really funny.
So you can see that it, like, the subtitle for the game is like getting the red from the background. It's meant to be white, but this is Klonoa Empire of Dreams. They added it to Switch Online, and I figured, well, we're doing the album, so I need footage for it. There was one track from this game on there, but I figured, why not play it? Like, fuck it, it's there. Now, this one is interesting because Klonoa's always been sort of a puzzle platformer to some degree. This one really takes the puzzle element. It, like, whereas Klonoa 1 and 2, I feel, are platformers, Empire of Dreams is a puzzle platformer through and through. You know? Okay. And it kind of wears that on its sleeve, where there's nothing that's particularly, like, difficult platforming challenges in most of the normal levels. It is very much, what is the puzzle here? What do you need to do to get to this location and get all the collectibles, right? It adopts that sort of characterization of Klonoa that is very, like, innocent and carefree, that it's almost like a Sonicization of Klonoa that I don't think is really reflective of what the series was before this game. But I think this game exists. You don't need to play it. I think it's it's not long though, and if you have Switch Online expansion pass, if you feel like you're, why not on one day, do it. But yeah, there are some action-based stages and auto-scrollers that come towards, there's like one auto-scroller and one snowboarding or like boarding level each stage, as I've kind of depicted in the picture here. Those are fun, but a bit frustrating, and I use Rewind for them. Like, to get all the collectibles, because you kind of, if you miss something, well, you gotta restart the stage, right?
Right.
Yeah. All right.
This one I'm interested in hearing because I'm actually interested in this game.
Yeah. Have you?
How dare you play this? How dare you play this game before you play Donkey Kong Country Returns and Donkey Kong 64 and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze? Meh. I'm joking.
Yeah. So yeah. This game is phenomenal. I also got this in Japan because it was cheaper.
Fair enough.
This game is fucking phenomenal. I have criticisms, but I think it is. It adopts a very similar approach to game design that Tears of the Kingdom did, but actually does it well, is how I would put it. I think this is like the idea of, you know, you can break anything in the stage and kind of get to and solve the solution however you want, right? That sort of like sandbox openness to puzzle solving is what Tears of the Kingdom wanted to do, but I don't think it, in the game design, it reflected the mechanics of the game very well. This game knows its mechanics well, and it knows when to limit the player while also allowing for a lot of freeform puzzle solving. And I think it's excellent in how they approached it. I do think it feels very overwhelming at first. That's the thing. And here's the thing. Where Tears of the Kingdom rewards efficiency and kind of brute forcing solutions, this game, and I know this is a very disingenuous like review of it, but like I do draw a lot of parallels to Tears of the Kingdom because it's a modern Nintendo I guess approach to game design. And yes, they are different dev teams, but bear with me here. This game what you would think is brute forcing the solution is wildly inefficient. And by saying that, it's like destroying everything in the stage. You realize very quickly if you destroy everything and just go under the stage to get to every location safely, one, it is less efficient, and two, it feels like you're doing something wrong. You know, as fun as it is to do that, it doesn't feel like the way you're supposed to play the game. Right? And I think it's incredible that the game is able to communicate that without outright telling you that, you know? Because that means if people want to do that, they can do it. But, you know, maybe they won't have a good experience. But it's fascinating because I was going into this game wondering, well, if you can break all the stage, what happens to the level design? The level design is based around the fact that they know you can do this. So there are parts of the stage that you can't break. You know? And it's placed very intentionally. Like, every part of this game feels well crafted. My concern is that I don't know that this game will have the same staying power as something as Mario Odyssey. It is a Mario...
Maybe that game didn't have the most...
No,
that game didn't have the most staying power either.
I think it stayed. I still see people making content on Mario Odyssey. Partially because mods and shit. And I still think about Mario Odyssey. I think that's a very memorable game, and despite it being so modern, it's like, oh, I can see all these maps and I remember them. The fact that you can destroy the stage means inherently, I think the level design isn't going to be as memorable, because the level design is what you make of it. But that's if you value memorability as important for these games. And for me, I think Mario games in memorability is important. Like, this is functionally Mario Odyssey 2. And I think I enjoy it more when I approach it as I would Mario Odyssey versus something like a sandbox open, break everything Donkey Kong Tears of the Kingdom collectathon, right?
Yeah.
The soundtrack's great. I do feel like it is a little safe. And when I say safe, it feels very Disney. But like...
Okay, yeah.
Nintendo's impression of what Disney would do. And I feel
sure.
in a weird way that it has soul, but it takes out a bit of the soul for me. I think the dynamic between Donkey Kong and Pauline is really good. They nailed that brother-sister dynamic. But again, it feels very Disney, but like an impression of Disney. And that's not an aesthetic for me, right?
Sure. So it's the Kingdom Hearts fan. I'm kidding.
that's very particularly Nomura, though. But yes, yeah. So I thoroughly enjoyed this game. I think it is one of the best games on the Switch 2 at the moment. There's no doubt that this is fucking fantastic. But there's like I can't like the criticism I have are very nitpicky, but I do think they are what are important to me about a game like this.
Okay.
I do think if you play the Donkey Kong Country games before this one, you will get a lot out of certain moments in this game.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting.
Ideally, you play DK64 as well, but I didn't. And really, with DK64, the main thing you need to know is that DK Isle exists.
Right. Okay.
Is my understanding. If there were DK64 references I didn't catch, there's probably plenty, right? But yes, this game's fun. This game's awesome. I can't think there's a single moment I was playing this game and I didn't think I was having fun. There's post-game, and it's a weird complaint, but I feel like I was a little disappointed by the post-game. Like, it felt like there wasn't enough post-game, which is crazy to say, but I think Mario Odyssey had a lot of post-game, and that's sort of where my expectation was coming from. And I love Mario Odyssey's post-game. It feels like there's so much content, and it's all good content. This game does have bananas, which are effectively the moons of this game, that unlock after you beat the game. But there's not that many, and I don't feel they are placed in a way that makes sense for it to be post-game.
Right.
Like, it's not like, oh, you couldn't access this because of one or two things. It's like, oh, you couldn't access this because these NPCs wouldn't have been in this level beforehand. Or this feels like it was designed as part of the level, but because of the story, they took it out of the level design and then they put it back in after you beat the game, right? And so it's not like a post-game challenge. It's these are normal moons that, I still call them moons because it's easier to say. These are normal moons that they just kind of took out, you know?
Okay.
There are some post-game challenges that are somewhat difficult. It's not a very difficult game. But the hi cat. The what was I? I lost my thought because he's being really annoying.
Moons post game.
Yeah. I think this game front loads its content a lot. There's a lot of it's a weird criticism. It's a weird criticism because it's not like this game is lacking in content. It took me 40 hours, 50 hours to 100%, right? But yeah, I just generally think I was left wanting more, weirdly. And I'm not interested in the DLC because it's a roguelike sort of DLC thing. And from what I've heard, it's very much not really worth the price unless you are High Score Chaser.
Interesting, okay.
There aren't any new moons, there aren't any new bananas, there aren't any. It's just like it's like the equivalent of selling Luigi's Balloon World as a DLC.
Okay.
But the music, from what I've heard, is good, and people do enjoy it, but you have to be a very specific type of person to get a lot out of it.
Okay.
So I'm probably not going to play the DLC. But yeah. If you have a Switch 2, this is the flagship Mario platformer of the Switch 2. And it's cool because it's not Mario. And I think you should play it if you have a Switch 2.
Okay.
I like Donkey Kong's new design. I wasn't quite sold on it at first, but I think it's good. And the way they animate him in this game is fantastic. The one thing I will say is that, you know, Dixie, Diddy, and Cranky appear in this game and with their old Rare designs, and it's a little jarring seeing them side by side. But otherwise, the ending sequence of this game is so fucking good, and I will not talk about it because spoilers.
Yeah, I might play it. I probably will actually end up playing this one whenever I do get a Switch 2. It'll be like on a Astrobot, sorry.
Yeah.
Docket kind of topic thing.
I do think this game is a little sensory overload though, so pace yourself.
Okay.
That's it. Great game. Love this one.
Awesome.
Do you want to talk?
Oh, here we go,
'Cause
MB.
I've had a lot.
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll pass it off to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Shin Megami Tensei.
That was so well timed with the music starting.
Yeah, so Shin Megami Tensei, for those who don't know, is the third Atlas game in the Megami Tensei series. It was released after Megami Tensei 1, which is a kind of a adaptation sequel kind of thing to the book series, and then Megami Tensei 2, which is a sequel to Megami Tensei 1, but also does its own thing. Shin Megami Tensei is doing its own thing even more so. It's more intentionally pitting the forces of law and chaos and putting humans somewhere in the middle. Interestingly, compared to a game like SMT2, which is very law-focused, SMT3, which is very chaos-focused and that doesn't even have a law route, SMT4, which is very obfuscating, it's very hard to get the neutral route, SMT1 is actually quite easy to get a neutral route in. And I think that really speaks to the game's kind of core message here of like, it's a game ultimately about weighing opinions and idealism. And humanity is, of course, in the center. If humanity has the most to gain and the most to lose from this entire war going on between the angels and the demons, between the Gaians and the Messians. There's actually not too many supernatural forces going on in the world, all things considered. It really is the humans doing all the stuff at the end of the day. Sure, you'll have the occasional Echidna and Hanael, right? You'll have Alice and the black and red butlers, but it's ultimately a lot of human conflict at the end. The human conflict that is kind of stirred on by supernatural forces. The game ends up feeling very kind of eerie. This is a game that came out a few months after Shin Megami Tensei 4, and it is This is a game that came out a few months after Final Fantasy IV, sorry. And they're like night and day. Where Final Fantasy IV is trying to be melodramatic and I think doesn't really hit its story, SMT1 really tries to nail down the fundamentals and goes from there. And it ends up with an aesthetic that I still don't think has been replicated in any other game in the series since. It has a very 90s modern Japanese feel for a good chunk of the game. You end up in the present world for a long time. And then when the nukes hit and everything happens, that's when things start to break down. One thing that surprised me is that the overworld's really small. You don't spend a lot of time in the overworld. It's mostly in dungeons. This is coming after Megami Tensei 2, where you spend a lot of time in the overworld. You spend a lot of time traversing the overworld, going from location to location, finding townships and stuff like that. Doesn't really happen in SMT1. You kind of just go from dungeon to dungeon, and you sometimes show up on the overworld, but it's like for short stints. It's interesting what they chose for the mythological aspect. Lucifer does make an appearance, but God does not. The final battle is against Ashura. You have Ashura and Michael as the Chaos and Law reps. Along the way, you have the Law and Chaos heroes, which you all kind of are on the same side, but you become radicalized over time. And there's some side quests to do too. You can free the Law hero's girlfriend. You can do the do the moon house hunt type thing at the end of the game. You can kick Ozawa's butt in the present day. There's some cool stuff. In general, I think this game like really nailed itself on aesthetic. The story is pretty simple, but it's told in a very cyberpunk aesthetic 90s way. That's kind of hard not to love. Though I will say, having moved to a new apartment, this game kind of felt sick to my stomach to play sometimes. In a dark room by myself, felt weird. When my roommate moved in, I became a lot more receptive to it. But there's also a lot of cool moments. I like that you have Pascal the dog, which you can fuse into Cerberus. I like that you have. I like that you spend a lot of time in the present day. That there is a good couple arcs that happen. I like that you spend a good amount of time with the Law and Chaos heroes, and they actually participate in your party. I like that Steven's there. There's a lot of dungeons that kind of feel throwaway, like the heroine's like mind palace thing feels kind of throwaway. The cathedral's pretty rough. But ultimately, it's just like it's the first SNES Megami Tensei game, and you really can't fault it for going through its fundamentals as well as it does. It lacks quality of life, but it gets that in the next game, and generally, it's just a solid showing for the PlayStation for the SNES. There's a reason why people love this game. There's a reason why it has 50 billion versions. There's a reason why it is the only SNES game in the series to ever receive an official English translation. Granted, it was on iOS and you can no longer obtain it, but it did exist. Music's great. Sprites are great. Battle system's fine. I really don't have too many complaints. It's a lot more basic than I thought it was going to be, but it's a classic, and it feels like a classic.
So I had a very fun experience with this where I just kind of boot it up every now and again. I feel like I played this one over a very long period of time, and I feel like if I tried to binge it, I would have hated it. But it is a very shockingly well-designed game, because I tried playing most of this without a guide. Towards the end, I started using a guide because I just wanted to finish it. But I got around pretty well. It was like all it took was a bit of reading, really.
Yep.
And of course, I played in Japanese on Switch Online, as you can see, as pictured. And yeah, it's I like this game. I think it feels very much like an NES RPG that they put on SNES, and it's very clear that's the case because at least not so much that that's what it was and how it was developed, but because it's all hiragana and katakana. There's no kanji whatsoever apart from the title logo. And then the moment you hop onto Shin Megami Tensei 2, which I kind of started, I checked it out, I actually haven't properly started it, that game has kanji. And, oh god, it's so much easier to read, thank god. But anyway, also, quality of life could be better. I'm glad I played this one. I'm glad I finally sat down to do it. I'm glad I didn't stream it. I feel like I would have cried if I had to, like, commit to it like that, you know?
Yeah, it's some of the dungeons in this game, like Ginza or the Cathedral, those are dungeons that you turn off the music after like 30 minutes and then you just watch or listen to other things while you just kind of grind through it.
Yep, I definitely did that. Like a lot of this game I just kind of grind through while I was doing other stuff. So yeah, I played a lot of this game on the plane to Japan, actually. Not that much, but I played a good chunk, and it was like fun because I didn't have a guide and I just had to figure things out on my own.
it was cool. Okay, I'm curious. I gotta know. In English, for the fan translation, we think that Ambassador Thorman is really ridiculous and funny because it's obviously Thor. How does that read in Japanese? Does it come off as like Toruman or something like that?
Toruman. I could tell it was Thor because Thor is Toru in Japanese.
Okay. So it's about as ridiculous in Japanese.
Yes,
Got it.
It's very obvious. It's not like, I mean, also you're asking someone who does speak English as his native language and
yeah, that's fair.
Studied Japanese as a secondary language, so I don't have the perspective of a native speaker. But I do think it's still very obvious. It's not like it's hiding the fact that he's Thor.
It's not trying to hide it, but I was just curious because it's particularly ridiculous in English, I think. Yes, Thorman, a realistic name that anyone from America could have. I wonder if it's meant to be like a play on Truman, actually. Anyways. Truman. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
And now for the last game I played this year.
We're near the end.
I don't know if I made a slide for Klonoa 1, but I did replay that as part of the footage gathering, and I think I mentioned I kind of, it's been a bit but I enjoyed it a lot more on my own time. Yeah. All right. So, I played the Japanese version of Wave Race 64 Shindo Pack Tayo version, which is basically, it supports the Rumble Pack, which no English release of this game did. So this was an updated version of the game that supports Rumble. and it is
like the Mario 64 port. Yeah.
And it is available on Switch Online. So if you do play this game, it is better on the Japanese NSO because one, it has more music and it has Rumble.
Interesting. Cool. All right. How did it fulfill your precision needs?
Yeah, I wouldn't say precision, somewhat. It's a very fun game. It took a bit to get the hang of the controls, but yeah. I can smell the bushfires. Sorry, it's a bit nerve-wracking.
You're good. You're good.
I don't
keep yourself safe, my dude.
I don't think I'm in a location that's gonna be a problem, but it's I'm just kind of checking occasionally.
When I lived in Seattle, the California forest wildfires got so smoky that up in Seattle, which is several hundred miles north.
I need to close my window. Sorry.
It was so smoky. You're good.
All right. Sorry. Sorry to get a bit real. Yesterday was one of the hottest days ever, and yeah, today's gonna.
You're good.
At the moment, it's pretty bad.
Australia is one of the hottest places in the world right now.
Yep.
Also, the hottest place.
Yep.
By far. Keep yourself safe, dude. Hydrate. Do all the shit that you need to.
But yeah, Wave Race 64 is kind of awesome. I actually finished this on the 30th of December, I think. Or was it the 31st? I think it might have been the 31st. So this was very much the last game I was like, let's lock in and just play something short. Very fun. Very fun. It's got vibes. It's got a great fusion-y soundtrack that basically feels like, what if we write like T-Square? Like, they're trying so hard to be T-Square. Yeah, this is, I don't know, it's been nice checking out the N64 library. I've actually been checking out some more stuff this January with the N64, and I am excited to share about it. Because there's some cool stuff on there, man.
Nice.
I underestimated that console.
Yeah. I know Alan Forte thinks the N64 is a particularly not great console, but I don't know. It's got an ogre battle game. Can't be that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also I might just not be in the genre field for it, which is fine. Yeah. Anything else about Wave Race 64?
No. Yeah, it's chill. It's good. Sorry, I'm just checking bushfire stuff just to make sure.
You're good.
That's all. Anyway, this game's awesome. I love the soundtrack. I love the vibe. The water looks surprisingly good. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of cool. I like the aesthetic. But really, racing games like this need a soundtrack that really support it. And yeah, the soundtrack's awesome. All right.
We reached the end. Let's go.
I need to get text up. Okay. Let me type all this out first, and then I'll resize it. What font do we want? Xenogears font it is.
Hell yeah. I was looking at something else. Sorry.
No worries. Alright. Let's figure out the size for this. Let's say 112. Nope. Needs to be a bit bigger. 130. I think that could be about right. That looks could be a bit bigger, don't you think? But I think we'll leave it. Right.
I think it's fine right now.
Yeah. Actually, I might leave it because I'm gonna make a top 11.
All right, all right.
I don't know if you have 11 planned.
I have 10 planned. I'm doing my usual 1 game per series ish, basically. So I'm counting Nasu games as 1 series for context.
Yeah, gotcha. In which case, I will remove your 11.
Sounds good.
Cool. Top 10 games. We're finally here.
We made it. 7 hours later, something like that.
Yeah, it was 6.5 hours.
Not too bad. Not too bad. This felt like a solid. We got through things that are pretty good. With all the games that you played this year, it's like we got through things at a pretty decent clip. I'm not too shabby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool. What we want to start with my 11 then, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, this is duplicated. Sorry, I need to make this again because it's just. I need to make another text source. Wait, let me select the font. Sorry about this.
You're good.
All right. Cool. There we go. Okay. So, I guess I'll start with... Do we start with my 11 then?
Well, that would be... It would be great if you actually switched who had the 11. Oh, okay. I might be...
Oh, your stream's behind. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
You won't be able to see
There we
it,
go. Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'll just have to type it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I see it now on the stream. Okay.
Yeah, cool. So I actually have 14 because I did a voice chat with some other friends, and it's always like a double purpose top 10 list for me because I do it with some other friends of mine. First.
Sure.
But yeah, so my number 11 is Liberation Maiden.
Okay.
I like that game a lot. I'm trying to figure out the music. I'm gonna put Klonoa album on. Cool. I think that game. I don't think about it that often, but when I was reflecting on like what I played through the year, I was like, wait, that game cooks. It gave me chills. I think about it, and it's cool. I think it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Makes sense. I can go number 10, I guess. Shin Megami Tensei 1. Yeah, I mean, solid game. I like Atlas games. This might break my kind of 1 game per series rule, but also like,
I feel like
sub-series.
Yeah, sub-series don't count, but yeah, that's a whole can of worms we're not talking about today.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little arbitrary, anyways. I just don't want to put like 3 Nasu games on here.
Real. I feel you. So my 10 is Atelier Iris.
Okay.
It is a normal RPG, but I think it's a good ass normal RPG.
Glad you enjoyed it. Did you, out of curiosity, did you like it more than Arts and Elcam?
I think it has the same issues.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
I think it has the same strengths and same issues, where it feels very fast paced at the start, and then kind of drags towards the end.
Okay.
But where I don't know, Yeah, like it's very shockingly similar to Arte Nalico, in so many ways.
Sure. Okay. Cool.
Very linear, and yeah, I think I'd probably say that about the same for me.
Okay. My number 9 was Dark Souls Remastered, I guess, if you want to count that, but Dark Souls. Yeah, I mean, one of the defining games of the 7th generation for a reason. It's got some rough edges, but that's okay. The core of what it's trying to do is so good, and as long as I have a boss that I really, really loved, and that was Artorias of the Abyss, then I'll take that.
Oh yeah. All right, my number 9. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out because I've got my list here. I don't have it memorized. Sorry. My number 9 is The Legend Heroes 3: White Witch.
Okay.
Remember when Falcom games were good?
I don't, because I don't have any on my list.
Yeah. White Witch is such a joy. It's like playing a lot of these RPGs, like Atelier Iris and White Witch. It's just when the story is paced well, it's so charming, the characters are charming, that every moment is just a joy. And I miss RPGs like that.
I getcha. Number 8, Zero Ranger.
Yeah.
It's quality.
Oh yeah. Quite happy about that one.
It's quality. It's quality. It feels good. It gave me hype moments. Yeah. Even if it's not, I feel like it's a brilliant game that just might not be like my type of game, but that doesn't mean that I didn't love playing it.
Yeah.
So
my number 8 is Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4, which I don't think fits here, so I'm just gonna say Deltarune.
Okay.
Because I also did replay Chapter 1 and 2 before 3 and 4 because I lost my save data. And that was good. That was good to go through again. Yeah.
Number 7, Okamiden.
Okay.
Yeah, Okamiden. It was it's cute. It's really cute. It's nice being in the Okami world. I miss it. I can't wait to go back to it. We'll see what the sequel brings. I hope it's good, and if not, we still have Okami. So,
Oh yeah.
not as good as Okami, not even close, but I'm happy I played it. Strangely enough, it's also just one word, by the way. Strangely enough, I played a lot of DS games this year, or at least a few of them back to back. It was kind of neat.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, excuse me. My number 7. What was it again? Ah. Klonoa 2. It's a very,
I'm
very good
shocked.
game.
I'm shocked that's not higher, honestly.
Yeah. I think I just played a lot of very good games this year. Honestly, looking at my list now, maybe I would put it higher on a different day. But it's fine.
Okay, number 6, Transistor.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. You really liked it?
I did. It's vibes. It's vibes and aura, and the audiovisual experience is fantastic. And it's mechanically super sound, and it's kind of cool. It's cool the kind of shit you can do in that game. And whenever you're struggling, you just change up your strategy and stuff like that. It's really cool. If anything, it just feels a little too short at times. It feels like you don't get to develop all the end game strategies that you possibly can. But that's why there's a lot of New Game Plus stuff and optional challenges and stuff that you can do. So
cool. All right. Wahoo! I love the sample in this track. Sorry. My number 6 is Pokemon Legends ZA. I think it's a very good video game.
I look forward to playing it. It's on the list for a reason.
Okay, that E is not showing up with this font. Cool. But yeah, I'm still playing it. I like it. I did a bit of shiny hunting, but I haven't caught those shinies because they stay on your save if they're in the overworld. I think the game can store up to 10 shinies at once.
Okay.
Which is really cool.
My girlfriend is really grinding out shinies.
Yeah.
It's been a very interesting experience.
Yeah. How about your 5?
Numerically annoying. Dragon Quest IV.
It's gonna do DQ4. Cool. I'm excited. I don't know. Maybe I'll start it like tomorrow or something. I've been playing too many games lately, and I don't have any. I don't think I'll finish a lot of them in good time, but we'll see.
Mm.
My 5 is Chicory.
That's way higher than I thought it was gonna be. Wow.
It resonated me. It resonated with me quite a bit.
Yes, it resonated you, or you are now vibrating at resonant frequency.
At resonant union frequency. Let's go.
There we go.
Yeah, no, Chicory, I think because I create art, because I also can relate to a lot of the problems that the characters go through, it hits harder. Yeah. Mm. It's a game about creating art. It's a game about imposter syndrome. It's a game about a lot of stuff, you know.
Okay.
So.
All right, number 4. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's Xenoblade. It's not. It's gonna be high.
Of course. Dude, I fucked up. This is my top 10 list for fucking soundtracks.
Lamau.
That's why I was like, why is this so high? Yeah, Chicory's not my top 10.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just justifying. I'm like, okay, no, I've been using my soundtrack list. Let me fix this up very quick. So my
speed run.
My actual 11, Atelier Iris. Okay. Funnily enough, I have East 10 at 12. My 10 is Deltarune. My 9 is Mega Man 03.
Okay.
God, I fucked this up so badly. My 8 is Legend of Heroes 3.
Okay.
My 7 is Sutte Hakkun.
Okay.
My 6 is Donkey Kong Bonanza. Oh my god. You were getting my soundtrack list.
That's so funny.
From the other call. My 5 is Mario Kart World.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm tired. My 2... My 4 is...
You forgot how to count.
My 4 is Klonoa 2.
Okay.
This makes way more sense to me. I was like, I know I said this list. Why is it confusing me? Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're good. Okay. Take a deep breath.
Yep.
We good?
Yep.
Okay. We got three games left on this list for me. I want you to try and guess what number 3, number 2, number 1 is.
Oh fuck. One of them is Tsukihime. One of them is Multiverse.
Okay.
Was one of them Mahoyo instead of Tsukihime? I wonder. Maybe it's Kagetsu Toya. One of them is gonna be a Fate. Sorry, a Nasu theme, Nasuverse thing.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Yes. All right. And what would be the third one?
trying to remember everything we've talked about today and what you've played. I'm blanking on it. I'm so tired. I'm blanking on every single game we've talked about, and everything that comes to mind is like the shit. One of them is Rido. Is this Rido?
Yeah. Okay. You actually have you have the correct 3. What is the order?
I think Rido's at 3. I don't know if it's the remaster or the original, but Rido's at 3.
We're just gonna call it Rido 1.
Yeah.
I feel similar. Rido 1 is not at 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll just all right. What would be your call for number 2 then? Or I guess I don't know. Like what do you think the order is? I can also just say it at this point.
Well, you said I had all 3, but I only thought I said Nasuverse and Rido. So what was the other third one?
So you said Melty Blood. So the 3 are going to be Melty Blood Type Lumina, Tsukihime Remake, and Rido 1.
Okay. In that case, Melty Blood's 3, Rido 2, and Tsukihime 1.
Andy, I have more integrity than that. You did not put Stella of the End at number 1 because that was a book, not a game.
I forgot I did that.
So I have more integrity than putting Tsukihime at number 1, though that is my favorite story I've played this year. No, Tsukihime is at number 2, Rido's at 1. But yes, you're Melty Blood. Wow. You're right. Melty at 3, Tsukihime Remake at 2, and Rido at 1. I have more integrity than that.
Amazing. That's cool. You like Rido that much, eh?
Yeah, Rido's really good.
Cool.
I still hold that Tsukihime is the best story that I went through this year, probably the best experience, but it's a book, not a game.
Yeah. All right, I'll flip that back on you. Can you guess my top 3?
Okay, number 1 is Xenoblade X. We're very clear on that.
That's why I have 11, because
Yeah. Number 2, I'm going to say Void Stranger. It's definitely in your top 3.
Mm-hmm. And what is the other one?
Number 3. Let me scroll through here. Just kind of scrolling through here. Give me one moment. F-Zero X.
You got it. I wasn't sure you were gonna get it, but yes, F-Zero X is my number 3, and my number 2 is Void Stranger.
Yep, check out.
Void Stranger is actually, I think, in my top 5 games of all time now. I like it that much. So
sick. That's awesome. That's awesome.
It just so happened I played it in the same year as Xenoblade XD. Sorry.
Yeah. Believe me, I have years where I'm like, this could have been my favorite in a different era.
Yeah. So, that's the end of your voice call. Thank you so much for coming along. I'm gonna grab a screenshot of this so you can post it.
I'll put it on Twitter. Thank you, MB, as always, for coming along with me for 7 hours a year for this thing.
Thanks for sticking out 7 hours. It was a bit longer this year than last year, but hey, we made it. I'm quite keen to end off the stream, so let's keep this short.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you, MB.
Thanks for coming, everyone. It was fun, and for those who are watching this in the background of doing all this shit after the fact, hope you enjoyed. I'll see you all next year, or whenever I play Fire Emblem on stream next.
Alright, peace.
Bye.
Bye.